After the divorce, I became a billionaire, but my cheating ex-wife tried to get half of my property. Name is Chin Feng. I originally thought that the most humiliating thing that had happened in my life was marrying Wang Mei. Until that day, when the paternity test report was placed in my hands, I was completely stunned. How could I, with type O blood, possibly have a son with type AB? The doctor's sympathetic gaze pierced my dignity like a nail. I was stunned when Xiao limped over, his right hand still in a sling, and kicked my calf with his left foot, yelling, "It's all your fault for not taking good care of me. I've already told Mom." He kicked and cursed, completely ignoring the strange looks from the people around him. I endured the pain, but before I could say anything, he pounced on me and bit my arm fiercely. The pain made me gasp, and I instinctively threw him, sending him crashing to the ground. Xiao lay there wailing, pounding the ground and calling me a coward. In the past, I would have felt sorry for him, tried to comfort him, and apologized, but now I just felt disgusted. This child who called me dad wasn't even mine. My mind replayed the years of grievance and sacrifice. Wang Mei would beat and scold me at every turn, and I endured it all because I had ruined her by causing her to get pregnant before marriage and give up graduate school. Blaming myself and feeling guilty, I tried my best to make amends, but it all turned out to be a joke. What I had given wasn't family affection, but a laughingstock. Suddenly, a resounding slap hit me in the face, jolting me out of my memories. Wang Mei furiously protected Chen Xiaotian, who lay on the ground, calling me a worthless person for daring to hit her child. Xiaotian's eyes welled up, and he feigned a pitiful air, crying out, "Mom, I need you to make the decision for me." Watching this charade between mother and son, I felt nothing but irony. With a cold expression, I approached Wang Mei with the report, saying nothing. But she turned on me, demanding an apology to Xiaotian and threatening divorce if I didn't. Xiaotian, on the other hand, wore a smug expression, waiting to see me humiliated. As a result, I threw the report in her face without hesitation and shouted the truth. "He is not my son. He is the bastard born by you and someone else." I roared out the grievances and anger I had felt over the years and announced, "I will divorce you immediately and will not tolerate you and your son's anger for another second." Just as my temper was about to explode, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind. "On the first day of filing for divorce, receive a 100 million yuan reward." I instantly understood. The system had awakened. If the divorce is successful, I'll receive 100 million yuan and become an instant billionaire. And that disgusting mother and son will also receive their retribution. But before I could recover, a hand shoved me to the ground. Wang Mei's brother, Wang Yao, rushed over, swinging his fist at me. He angrily called me unworthy of his sister, saying I'd ruined her future and was an ungrateful bastard from the countryside. I sneered and climbed to my feet. Now that the system has awakened, I'm no longer the Chin Feng who allowed himself to be bullied. I elbowed him in the nose, causing him to double over and scream. Then I cupped my fists and gave him a slam, then kicked him in the stomach. He fell to the ground, wailing. I erupted in rage, stomping back all the pain of years of humiliation, of being treated like a tool, of being looked down upon. I bought the car and I paid the mortgage. You haven't sucked my blood enough, and you still dare to hit me? The son your sister gave birth to isn't my son. He's a bastard. I cursed and hit him, with no intention of showing any mercy. In the past, I cared about the brother-sister relationship, but now? Sorry, I've turned the tables. After I kicked Wang Yao, Wang Mei rushed over, calling me crazy and trying to stop me. Not only did she fail to stop me, I slapped her across the face. The red mark on her face was blinding, while Xiaotian cried like she'd lost her mother. They had never seen me like this before, so how could they recognize the once submissive Chin Feng? Unfortunately, this was a hospital, and the noise attracted the security. Several large men rushed over and pulled me away. Looking at Wang Yao, who had been beaten to a pulp, I felt a surge of joy. Wang Mei hurriedly helped her brother up, while Wang Yao gritted his teeth and threatened to sue me. I sneered, "You can try." Although I was brutal, I managed to control my actions. The hospital surveillance captured the entire incident. Wang Yao was the first to strike, so my actions were at most self-defense. Besides, Wang Mei and I weren't divorced yet, so this was just a family dispute. Sure enough, when the police arrived, we were all taken to the station, while Chen Xiaotian was taken away by his grandmother. During the interrogation, Wang Yao angrily pounded the table, yelling, "You call this a family dispute? You're taking his side." The police officer coldly stopped him, saying that if mediation wasn't agreed, the case would be treated as a physical fight and both parties would be detained. Wang Yao immediately lost his nerve. He was the future of the Wang family, and a criminal record would ruin his life. He turned to Wang Mei for help. Wang Mei smiled and said she was willing to reconcile. When we left the police station, Wang Yao immediately jumped out and urged her to divorce me, preferably to get me out of the house. Of course, Wang Mei nodded. She was proud and couldn't stand my current toughness. She sneered. Don't forget, the house and car are registered in my name. You can't get anything. I feigned rage and said, okay, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. She took the bait, thinking I was crazy and willing to leave the house. Little did she know that once the divorce was finalized, I would immediately receive a system bonus, 100 million yuan in cash. From that moment on, my fate would completely change. There's no cooling off period for divorces in this world, so we went through the paperwork swiftly. In less than an hour, I had a divorce certificate in my hand. As we exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, a flashy pink Lamborghini pulled up in front of us. The door opened, and a young man stepped out. Qin Qingyun, my immediate boss and the heir to the Jiangqing Group. Wang Mei twisted her body like a snake and pounced on him, a flattering smile plastered on her face. It finally dawned on me that Xiao Yan's biological father was actually him. This was all a setup. They've been playing me like a fool for 6 years. Why do you think I married you? Wang Mei looked proud. It's just a task assigned by Mr. Chun. You are only worthy of raising a son for him. She stood beside Qin Qingyun like a dog wagging its tail. Qin Qingyun stared at me like a perverted child, expecting me to collapse. He said, Qin Feng, you've been fired from Jiangqing Group. No one in the industry will want you anymore. It's a shame you're an orphan, so we can't take care of your family too. It's a bit of a hassle. His words could piss off even the dying. I clenched my fists, anger burning in my chest. This bastard, not only has he been playing with me for 5 years, he's even humiliating my life. I want to rush over and smash his mouth in with my fist right now. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Challenge mission released. Bankrupt Jiangqing Group within 1 year. Mission reward. Ownership of Junbao Capital, a multi-billion-dollar group. As the leading enterprise in Jiangqing, Jiangqing Group has a scale of tens of billions, which is also Qin Qingyun's biggest reliance for doing evil. I'm no longer the wimp I once was. I've awakened my system. Even if my goal is to bankrupt the Chun family within a year, I'm confident I can accomplish it. The reward is Junbao Capital, a multi-billion-dollar corporation. If I succeed, I'll become one of the most powerful men in this city. Qin Qingyun was still reckless, playing his own tricks. He actually wanted me to remarry Wang Mei and continue to endure and care for them and their child as before, and even personally send Wang Mei to his villa every week. I sneered, walked to the vending machine, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and poured it all over him. Wake up, Mr. Chun. You want me to continue supporting your son while I'm still cuckolded? Go ahead and use all your tricks. Let's see who has the last laugh. I tossed the empty bottle to the ground and walked away without mercy. I might have been afraid of this second-generation rich kid before, but now I don't even bother to look at him. You're crazy. Wang Mei screamed in disbelief. She couldn't believe I'd actually humiliated Qin Qingyun, but I had long since stopped caring about her. Qin Qingyun's face was wet, but his smile only grew more perverse. Interesting, Qin Feng. I want to see how you bankrupt me. He grabbed Wang Mei and got into the car. As the car sped away, I received 2 messages on my phone. One was a dismissal notice from Jiangqing Group, and the other, 100 million yuan had been deposited into my account. The system was no illusion. This money was just the beginning. From now on, I'll make everyone who humiliated me beg for forgiveness on their knees. It was already late, and I didn't have time to choose a room. So I took a taxi to the nearest 5-star hotel and checked into a business suite for 2,888 a night. The receptionist handed me the room card with a professional smile and slipped me a perfumed business card. I took it and tossed it into the elevator trash can. The moment I lay in the bathtub, I felt completely relaxed. While soaking in the bath, I drank red wine, looked out the window at the brilliant night view, and sighed. Living a rich life is so wonderful. In the past, I worked myself to death to support Wang Mei and her son, while I lived like a beast of burden. From today on, everything should change. Just as I was enjoying myself, I stumbled upon Wang Mei's WeChat moments. She'd posted her divorce certificate, property deed, and a photo of her holding Qin Xiaotian, captioned with the words, Liberation, Rebirth. The comments section was flooded with flattery. Sister Mei is so beautiful, and that scumbag doesn't deserve you. How could this woman still not delete me? I sneered and snapped a picture of myself holding a red wine glass, the night view from the hotel window in the background. The caption read, Cheers to Freedom, along with the Garden Hotel's location. After posting it, I turned my phone off, ignoring the disgusting performance of the mother and son. Meanwhile, Wang Mei was still enjoying the praise from her friends on WeChat moments until she saw my post. She immediately recognized it as the Garden Hotel's business suite, where Qin Qingyun had stayed several times before. She was immediately shocked. How could this loser Chen Fong deserve to live in a place like that? I was fully aware of Wang Mei's self-deceiving cunning. Every single one of those messages she sent was an attempt to provoke me, to see me break down. Unfortunately, I'm no longer the idiot who would let her emotions sway me. After she sent the message, I didn't even bother to read it, let alone reply. She was still thinking that my silence meant I was furious, and she was probably feeling smug in her heart. That coward Chen Fong must have been defeated. She snorted coldly and put away her phone. Her mind had already flown to young Master Chun, whom she was going to meet tomorrow. She was imagining whether the new clothes she bought could win the favor of young Master Qingyun. The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, a system notification rang in my mind. The day after filing for divorce, you will be rewarded with the top-tier luxury home in Jiangqing, Yulong Bay Villa number 9. I sat up immediately. That's the villa district where the wealthy and powerful gather in Jiangqing, and Villa number 9 is the king of villas. When it first opened, many bigwigs were vying for it, and now it's directly under my name. Just as I was about to head out to see the mansion, the system issued another challenge. Donate to the Jiangqing orphanage within 1 hour and receive a top-tier supercar as a reward. As an orphan myself, I naturally didn't hesitate and immediately made an anonymous donation of 5 million. Then, a task completion notification rang out. Congratulations on winning the Lycan Hypersport supercar, the same model from Furious 7, limited to just 7 units worldwide. The car was delivered directly to the villa's garage. All I wanted now was to move in, pick up the car, and start a new life as soon as possible. I packed up, went downstairs, and took a taxi to Yulong Bay. When I arrived at the door, the security guard looked at me suspiciously at my outfit and asked, with a smile, which owner I was visiting. I replied calmly, I'm the owner. As soon as I finished speaking, a piercing scream echoed from behind me. I turned around, and, sure enough, it was Wang Mei's furious face. Chen Fong, how dare you come here? You think you can sneak into Yulong Bay just by spending a night at a hotel? Don't you think you're any better than me? She scolded him furiously, clearly still caught up in the illusion that she was a superior person. She was aggressive, even mocking me for wanting to kneel down and beg for forgiveness from Chen Qingyun. I didn't bother to pay attention to her. I walked to the manual access door, scanned my face, and the access control system automatically let me in with a beep. The iron gate slowly closed. I turned to look at her and smiled coldly. Not just anyone can enter our community. The security guard then realized that I was the real owner and quickly stood at attention and saluted. Mr. Chen, we will handle it immediately. They immediately stopped Wang Mei and said, Ma'am, please leave immediately. We cannot tolerate you harassing the owner. Wang Mei was furious and said, You've been deceived by him. How could he possibly live here? Take him out now. Seeing her rambling and acting like a spoiled brat, the security guard cut short his words and picked up the intercom. Within a minute, 5 or 6 security guards rushed out with anti-explosion forks, each one emphasizing, Madam, please leave immediately, or we will take coercive measures. They surrounded Wang Mei, treating her like a troublemaker. Wang Mei's face turned green, and she roared, Just wait, Master Chen will be here soon. None of you security guards can escape. After saying that, she quickly took out her cell phone and made a call. As soon as the call was connected, she changed her tone to a delicate one. Master Chen, I was bullied by the security guards in your community, and they let that loser Chen Fong go to jail. As soon as the phone was hung up, Wang Mei's face changed immediately. Mr. Chen will be here soon. You guys can just wait to be fired. It took me half an hour to walk from the entrance to the complex before I arrived at the legendary Yulong Bay Villa number 9. Standing before this palace-like building, I was truly awestruck. After entering through facial recognition, the system automatically sent a video detailing the villa's layout and configuration. The ground floor area is 1,600 square meters, with nearly 3,000 square meters underground. The decoration is ridiculously lavish, especially the underground area, built to doomsday shelter standards, with an investment that even exceeds the price of the house. This is more than just a residence. It's like a modern fortress. Before I could even recover, I was completely stunned and speechless. I didn't bother to look any further, rushing straight to the garage. The legendary Wolf Cub supercar was waiting for me, its bold lines and explosive aura even cooler than in the movies. As I slid into the driver's seat and pressed the start button, the beastly roar of the car sent my blood racing. I opened the garage door, stepped on the accelerator, and a dark figure shot out like lightning. As I arrived at the entrance to the complex, I saw a bustling scene. Chen Qingyun had already arrived, standing next to Wang Mei, his face sullen. He was venting his fury on the security guard. We pay $1 million in property management fees every year, And you're asking us to let these people in? His tone was so fierce that the security guard didn't dare to reply. Several security guards pushed Xiao Lu forward to take the blame, and the property manager also hurried over. Xiao Lu, what's going on? Xiao Lu looked a little aggrieved. She kept causing trouble, so I asked her to leave according to the regulations. Wang Mei immediately interrupted. How could Qin Feng be the owner? He must have hacked the system to get in. Xiao Lu quickly explained. He entered using facial recognition, and the system even displayed his homeowner information. Even the property manager hesitated to make any rash judgments. After all, the residents here were either wealthy or high-ranking, and if they misidentified someone, the consequences would be unbearable. Chun Qingyan nodded. Let's investigate first. Wang Mei was still making wishful calculations, convinced that I was just a pauper who couldn't afford to live in Yulong Bay. She vowed, wait until they find out, and I'll make him look bad. But reality quickly slapped her in the face. The property management team had verified that I was the owner of Villa Number 9. Chen Xingyun's face darkened, and he raised his hand and slapped Wang Mei across the face. You're embarrassing me. He was arrogant, but he was no fool. It was fine to offend ordinary people, but to offend the owners of luxury homes in the same neighborhood as him was courting death. In his eyes, Wang Mei was not even a plaything, so of course he immediately distanced himself from her. Wang Mei knelt on the ground, hugged Chen Xingyun's legs and cried, I didn't lie to you. It's really Qin Feng. He is a computer expert. He must have hacked into the system and changed the data. He can't afford it. She became more and more excited as she spoke, like a madman, trying to regain Chen Xingyun's trust. Just then, I got out of the car and looked at the farce in front of me with a sneer on my face. Why? Who's the liar? Wang Mei's eyes lit up, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw and shouted, It's him. Catch him quickly. He deceived all of you. But no one else moved. Even Chen Xingyun's face grimaced. He'd seen my Lycan Hypersport, too. It wasn't a car for ordinary people. Only the owners of Villa Number 9 in the entire community could afford such a grand display. He looked at me, a hint of fear finally emerging in his eyes. The property manager said firmly, Madam, please stop harassing me immediately, or we will evict you. It was clear they were on my side. The owners of Villa Number 9, even Chen Xingyun's father had to nod and greet them, wouldn't be so foolish as to offend me on behalf of a lover. Wang Mei still didn't give up. She grabbed Chen Xingyun's hand tightly and shouted at the top of her lungs, He is really Qin Feng. Please verify it again. He must have stolen the car and tampered with the system. But Chen Xingyun was already feeling uneasy at this moment. He clenched his hands tightly. His face was as gloomy as water, and he was unwilling to admit it. But he had a vague feeling that he had really hit a wall today. I was about to leave when Chen Xingyun suddenly questioned my identity and asked the property manager to investigate whether I had sneaked into the complex. This made Manager Wu look at me with a hint of suspicion. Ultimately, they didn't take me seriously. After all, Villa Number 9 had been empty, and no one believed I could live there. I didn't say much, just glanced at him calmly, my tone icy. Are you doubting me? He immediately bowed his head and admitted, No, Mr. Chun, I absolutely don't mean that. But since the owner has raised questions, we must respond. The backend system can verify your identity. If you are unwilling to cooperate, we will handle it ourselves. His attitude was quite smooth, so I nodded and didn't bother to waste any more words with them. I'll leave this matter to you. I don't want to see these people talking nonsense in the community. After that, I went back to the Wolf Cub supercar, started the engine, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away, leaving only their faces with complicated expressions on the ground. As soon as I left, Manager Wu's tone became much more assertive. Our backend system is encrypted and impossible to hack into. Mr. Qin Feng is indeed the owner of Villa Number 9. He looked at Wang Mei and his voice became less polite. Madam, may I ask why you are spreading rumors in our community? By stirring up conflict between owners, are you challenging the bottom line of our property management? Manager Wu had a sharp eye and saw through Wang Mei at a glance. She was just Chen Xingyun's mistress. Of course, he couldn't confront Chen Xingyun head-on, but it was easy and safe to divert his anger to Wang Mei. Wang Mei was furious and yelled, You're just a lousy property manager. Who gave you the guts? Did Qin Feng bribe you? As she said that, she immediately changed her expression and went close to Chen Xingyun and acted coquettishly. Mr. Chen, don't believe them. You know that loser Qin Feng well. How can he afford a house? They joined forces just to embarrass me. As she spoke, she hugged Chen Xingyun's arm, trying to save the situation. As a result, Chen Xingyun slapped her in the face, knocking her to the ground. He gritted his teeth and cursed. You'd better pray that Qin Feng doesn't have any connections, otherwise you're dead. Now he was also panicking. He had just said too much. If Chen Feng really had a background, he would be completely doomed. Wang Mei clung to Chen Xingyun's thighs and burst into tears, wanting to continue her act, but after just 2 steps, she was stopped by the security's anti-explosion fork. "Madam, please stop harassing our residents," Supervisor Wu ordered coldly. Then the security guards carried her away, still struggling and cursing. "Do you know who I am? I'm the mother of young Master Chen's child," she screamed increasingly frantically from within the security guard's grasp, and the guard had already lost his patience. They'd already been holding their breath, and now that they had the chance, they were unceremonious. Finally, Supervisor Wu called the police, and within 10 minutes, Wang Mei was taken away for disturbing public order. And me? I was zipping along the city's main thoroughfare in my Lycan Hypersport, completely oblivious to the end of the drama at the community entrance. The debut of this limited edition hypercar, limited to just 7 units, instantly took the Jiangxing social media spotlight and even became a trending topic. Every major automotive forum and social media platform was buzzing with speculation about the car's owner. What kind of wealthy individual was so low-key that even their background couldn't be traced? I ignored the hype and simply focused on enjoying the vibrations from the steering wheel. It felt so good. Soon, I arrived at my destination, Jiangxing's most famous 3 Michelin-starred restaurant, Marcel. I'd been wanting to try this place for a long time. Back then, I couldn't afford it and could only rely on rave reviews. Now that I'm wealthy, I naturally won't skimp on it. The supercar parked at the door, and I tossed the key to the doorman and went in. The doorman's face paled at the sight of the car, and he carefully steered it into the parking area, fearing a scratch. As I entered the restaurant, a waiter in a black tuxedo stopped me. His expression was professional, but his tone distant. "Do you have a reservation?" It was obvious he saw my ordinary attire and didn't look wealthy. I looked at him, the corners of my mouth raised. "Can't eat without a reservation?" As soon as I entered the restaurant, I was stopped by a waiter in a black suit. He said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, "Excuse me, sir, this is a members-only restaurant. We only serve members or their guests, and you must wear formal attire." He said it politely, but the contempt and rejection in his eyes could not be hidden. Before I could respond, a middle-aged man in a bow tie approached, introducing himself as the restaurant manager. He waved the waiter away and turned to me. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" His tone was more polite than the waiter's, but his arrogance was even more pronounced. "I'd like to have a meal here," I responded calmly. He smiled and shook his head. "I'm very sorry, but this is only open to members. I understand your point of view, but the rules." Before he could finish his words, I interrupted him. "Then I'll become a member. How much is it?" I said as I prepared to take out my card. He was stunned for a moment, then put on a more assertive attitude. "I'm sorry, our members cannot purchase directly. You must be recommended by an existing member or pass an asset review to be eligible for activation." His tone was still polite, but the subtext behind it was, "You don't deserve it." I smiled faintly and interrupted him. "So, tell me, is 100,000 yuan enough for a meal?" The manager was a little surprised, as if he hadn't expected me to ask for a price. Judging by my attire, he probably thought I was just trying to be rich, and he smiled sarcastically. "Is 200,000 enough?" I asked again. His eyes flickered and he was about to say something, but I continued. 300,000 should be fine, right? He had no idea how to end the situation. He just wanted to get rid of me in a decent way without causing a rift or affecting the restaurant's image. At this moment, the doorman's hurried voice came from his headset. "Manager, I just parked the car for this guest. That car is the Wolf Cub supercar, the one in Furious 7, the one that is limited to the world." At that moment, I could feel that the scalp of the manager standing in front of me was tingling. His face changed drastically. He looked at me again and forced a smile. "Excuse me, is that Lycan Hypersport your car?" I nodded nonchalantly. "It's mine." Now, he seemed to have changed completely, bending down and smiling, as if he was receiving a state guest. "Sir, please follow me." He respectfully led the way for me. I smiled and deliberately asked, "Don't you only accept members?" He immediately whispered, "It is our honor to have you visit our store with your status." Turning around, he led me into a private room, his tone very polite. I didn't order from the menu, simply asking him to invite the restaurant's best chef to prepare a few of his signature dishes. He quickly exited the room as if receiving an imperial decree, then trotted back into the kitchen to give me instructions. Everyone knows that a disagreement between these super-rich individuals can easily become the center of online search terms. "Chef Kane, we have a distinguished guest at the restaurant, and we absolutely insist you cook." The manager rushed into the kitchen, only to learn bad news. Kane was on vacation and out fishing. On the other end of the line, Kane calmly replied, "It'll take me 3 hours to get back. You could try Fong She's talented. The manager was utterly disheartened, but he had no other choice but to put all his hopes on the young chef. He approached Fong Xiao Sha and said seriously, "Fong, you take over today? If you do a good job, I'll give you a promotion and a raise." Fong Xiao Sha, wearing a slightly oversized chef's uniform, looked like a student, but she curled her lips in disdain. "It's just a customer. Leave it to me." The moment she stood on the stove, her whole appearance seemed to have changed from a young girl into the commander of the kitchen. Her movements were clean and neat, and her eyes were full of confidence and fire. Her approach to handling ingredients was simple and precise, each step akin to a work of art. Before long, a series of dishes, each splendidly presented, were brought to my private room. The aromas were tangy, and each dish was filled with the chef's ingenuity, not the work of a temporary stand-in. As soon as I finished my meal, the manager came over and asked me with a big smile, "Sir, are you satisfied with the food today?" I nodded. Honestly, this was the best meal I'd ever had. I even wanted to book the restaurant as my own personal cafeteria. "It's an honor for our hotel to have your approval." The manager bent over, his face practically breaking with smiles. He certainly hoped I wouldn't dwell on my earlier sneer. After all, these days, no one wants to offend a guest driving a limited edition sports car. I deliberately said, "That's right." He suddenly became extremely nervous, his face changing color. "Sir, is there something that you are not satisfied with? We will definitely change it." I glanced at him and said with a smile, "No, I just prefer your rebellious attitude just now. Why not try to change it?" He was stunned for a moment, then forced himself back into his fake, yet arrogant expression as he handed me the bill and a membership card. I swiped the card without hesitation. 30,000 yuan for a meal is nothing to me now, even if it was several months' salary back then. As I reached the doorman had already parked the car and respectfully opened the door for me. As I got into the driver's seat, the passenger door suddenly opened, and a gorgeously dressed girl came in, holding a selfie stick and excitedly live-streaming to the camera. "Hello, brother. I'm Xiao Song, a big anchor with more than 3 million fans. You should know me." Her voice was so sweet that it was sickening. Then she acted coquettishly to the live broadcast room. "Brothers, I really mustered up the courage to come up here. Remember to give me rockets." While speaking, she winked at the camera, making it seem like she was performing a skit. I frowned and said directly, "I don't know you. Please get off." But she looked like a spoiled child. "Brother, if I am kicked out like this, the fans in the live broadcast room will punish me, and I will be miserable." As she spoke, she deliberately lifted the hem of her skirt, pulled down her neckline, revealing a large white chest. I sneered inwardly. I've seen a lot of women like this. Sure enough, when they have money, these bad women flock to them like flies. I didn't chase her away. Instead, I wanted to see what she could do, so I played along with her. "I really don't know you." A flicker of disbelief flashed in her eyes, and she continued her act. "Brother, your car is a wolf cub, right? There are only 7 in the world. Is that true?" I responded casually, "Really? Don't touch the car. You can't afford to pay for it if you damage it." The smile on her face froze after she said this. This was probably the first time someone didn't fall for her tricks and exposed her directly in front of millions of fans. But she didn't show it and continued in a coquettish voice, "No, I will be careful. If something really breaks, I can compensate you with myself." I said lightly, "You are not worth the money of this car, and I won't do business at a loss." Her face twitched, and her expression was as if she had eaten a fly. My words broke her defense, and her face changed. But for the sake of the live broadcast room's popularity, she endured it and continued to act cute. "Brother, take me for a ride. The fans in the live broadcast room want to see what it feels like to drive this car. I agree to any conditions you ask." I glanced at her sideways. "Agree to any conditions?" She nodded immediately, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. "Of course, as long as brother doesn't make things difficult for me, I can cooperate." She thought I was moved, and her eyes began to become amorous. I guess she had already arranged various plot directions in her mind. I smiled and said, "You can take a ride, but pay the fare first." She was obviously stunned and didn't react for a moment. My attitude clearly treated her as an online car-hailing customer, and her confidence had no effect on me at all. Her face changed again and again, but for the sake of the popularity of the live broadcast room, she still said, "Okay, let's go." She had just fastened her seatbelt when I stepped on the accelerator. The supercar roared and shot out directly. Xiao Tsung was about to scream when the speed suddenly dropped. Of course, I couldn't really speed in the city. The female anchor Xiao Tsung in the passenger seat came up to me again. "You stepped on the accelerator so hard just now. Can you give me 100? She still looked like she thought I was playing hard to get with her, and smiled confidently and complacently. as if she was sure that I would continue to play with her. Okay, whatever you say. Her smile grew even sweeter, and she turned to glance at the live streaming room. The comments were filled with mockery, saying she was being disliked for sticking to rich brother. Even when her fans came to her rescue, they were drowned out by the ridicule. She blushed with anger, but she didn't dare to get angry, as live streaming was incredibly popular. She wanted to prove she wasn't a loser, so she said in a coquettish tone, "Brother, I don't have much cash on me, so please don't charge too much for the fare later." I slammed on the brakes, and the car stopped on the side of the road. She screamed in fright and grabbed my hand, her chest shaking in a rather exaggerated manner. "Since you don't have any money, then come here. I'll charge you 200 yuan as a friendly price," I said expressionlessly. Xiao Song was stunned, as if finally realizing that I really didn't want to talk to her. She quickly changed her tactics. "Then let's add each other as friends, and I'll transfer you." She thought I was trying to get her contact information by asking for money. I simply raised my phone and handed it to her. She scanned the QR code, and a payment page popped up. She was stunned. "Brother, did you make a mistake? This is the payment code," I said calmly. "Yes, pay up and get out of the car. I don't have time to play tricks with you." My tone turned cold, and Xiao Song immediately became timid. She paid like a quail, her head bowed, and silently got out of the car. Watching my supercar drive away, she gnashed her teeth in anger, but dared not say a word. However, she quickly consoled herself by saying that while she didn't hook up with anyone, she had definitely earned some traffic. But then the live stream room emptied out instantly, and she even received a platform ban notice. Xiao Song stared blankly at his black phone screen, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, I was in a wonderfully relaxed mood, driving my Wolf Cub supercar through the city. Cars on the road automatically gave way, no one wanting to get close to this steel beast I couldn't afford to lose, leaving me with plenty of room to maneuver. I was about to turn home when a Maserati suddenly pulled out from behind me, trying to cut in. I slammed on the brakes. It was obvious they were trying to cut in. As the Maserati passed me, a BMW slammed its brakes to avoid an emergency vehicle. The Maserati didn't react and slammed into the car. Although the car wasn't going fast, it still hit me hard. I was about to swerve when a heavily made-up woman got out of a Maserati and suddenly stopped my car. "You didn't let me, so I rear-ended you. You have to take responsibility." I burst out laughing when I heard that. This was really outrageous. "You cut in line, and you're blaming me? Did you buy your driver's license?" I got out of the car and retorted coldly. She immediately flew into a rage. "Do you know who my husband is? What brand of sports car do you drive so arrogantly? It must be a Chinese one. You look quite pretentious." She cursed and pointed her finger at my nose. At this time, the owner of the BMW that she rear-ended also got out and said, "Find out who hit whom before you talk. I have already called the traffic police. You are fully responsible." The woman was furious. "Don't try to blackmail me. I will call the police. I will call the police." As she said that, she really started to dial 110. She was crying on the phone. I was hit by a car and was threatened. "Come and save me." Then she made another call. "Honey, I was in a car accident." It was so scary. Those two men were bullying me. I frowned when I heard it. If I hadn't experienced it with my own eyes, I would have almost believed it. After hanging up, she glared at us. "Wait until my husband gets here and see how this ends." The BMW owner and I exchanged glances, both of us saying, "This woman is not normal." I tried to walk around her and get back to the car, but she grabbed my arm and said, "You want to run? Hit and run. I'll tell you." I shook her hand off, and she immediately threw herself to the ground, crying and throwing a tantrum in front of the car. He hit someone and even hit a woman. I was instantly furious. I hadn't even touched her, and she'd already acted out her entire act. The BMW owner patted me on the shoulder and said playfully, "Dude, wait until the police get here and see how many more screams she can make." Only then did I see clearly that the man was not driving an ordinary BMW, but a BMW M8. The landing price was not cheap, easily over 2 million, much more expensive than the Maserati driven by the woman. Anyone so young who can afford to drive a car like this must have a lot of experience behind the scenes. Well, that woman had hit a wall. I nodded with a smile on my face, thinking that she could still be arrogant for a few minutes after the traffic police arrived. At this time, the woman suddenly sneered. "You are just driving a broken BMW. Do you really think you are a big boss?" Obviously, she had no idea how valuable this car was. Lin Sa glanced at her with disdain in her eyes, then looked at me, her tone becoming admiring. "Brother, is this car a Wolf Cub? This is the first time I've seen it. It's amazing." I nodded in response. He immediately took out his business card, saying his name was Lin Sa, that he owned a racing club, and was eager to get to know me. I didn't have a business card, but seeing he was quite forthcoming, I added him on WeChat. He also invited me to join his club, but I declined, as I had no interest in racing. But Lin Sa's attitude made me feel comfortable. He respected my choice and didn't say anything more. During this time, the woman was still making noises outside the car, which gave me a headache. I simply let Lin Sa get on my wolf cub, and we sat in the car waiting for the traffic police. As soon as this guy got in, he started touching the center console, and his eyes were more gentle than when he looked at a beautiful woman. It was obvious that he really liked the car. Even though he had never seen the wolf cub, he could recognize its rarity and value at a glance. Soon, the traffic police arrived at the scene. As soon as Lin Sa and I got out of the car, the woman rushed over like she had grabbed a lifeline and started to blame us. "Comrade police officer, you're here?" This guy intentionally blocked my parking space, and that guy suddenly braked when the light turned green, so I bumped into him. "They're trying to scam me." The traffic police was stunned when he heard her say that. He thought he had misheard. How could someone rear-end another person and still want to deny it? In order to clarify the situation, the traffic police checked the surveillance and driving recorders and quickly restored the truth. The woman forced a lane change and rear-ended the car, and the responsibility was entirely hers. "Ma'am, you are fully responsible for this accident." The traffic police made a decisive conclusion. The woman exploded on the spot. "What? Full responsibility? You guys are in collusion. If my husband comes, you're all doomed." She was so emotional that she threatened the traffic officer to lose his job. Just as she was shouting, "My husband is here to teach you a lesson," a Land Rover stopped nearby, and a big bald man wearing a gold chain got out. The woman immediately pounced on him and acted coquettishly, saying something so disgusting. "Husband, they bullied me. You have to stand up for me." The bald man hugged her and said angrily, "Don't worry. I'm here. No one dares to bully you." But when he saw the BMW M8, his face changed instantly, as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. "Mr. Lin." The bald guy widened his eyes and was so shocked that he almost fell down. It turned out that he knew Lin Sa. Lin Sa said with a smile, "Why, Wang Laosan, you still want to pretend in front of me?" Wang Laosan's face turned pale. He pushed the woman away and trembled with fear. "You actually provoked young Master Lin. Are you crazy?" The woman covered her face and continued to cry out for justice. "You hit me? You hit me for someone else. We're done." Before he could finish his words, Wang Laosan slapped him again and roared, "If you continue to make trouble, we will get divorced." After saying that, he turned to Lin Sa with a smile on his face and said, "Mr. Lin, my wife is not sensible. Please don't argue with her. I will bear all the losses." Lin Sa glanced at me and said, "It's a pity that she didn't just offend me." Wang Laosan followed his gaze and looked at me. At first, he wanted to assess my identity, but when he saw the Wolf Cub supercar behind me, he seemed to be electrocuted. "Damn, Wolf Cub." His legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees, his face turning green. He immediately begged me humbly, "Brother, that woman doesn't know her worth. Please be magnanimous and let me go as if it was just a fart." The woman then said stubbornly, "It's just a sports car. What's so great about it?" Wang Laosan was going crazy after hearing this. "You know shit. This is a Wolf Cub. There are only 7 of them in the world, and they cost over 60 million. It's hard to even qualify to buy this car. I just watched this funny couple perform a real farce." In the end, the woman's legs went weak and she knelt on the ground, completely losing her arrogance. "I was wrong. Please forgive me and let me go." The woman cried and slapped herself. Her voice trembled and her face was full of fear. I sneered and stood there watching coldly. "I'm not a bully. Everything is done according to procedure. But if it was an ordinary person today, wouldn't you have bullied him to the end?" I didn't have a shred of sympathy for her, not even a glance. Lin Sa also came over and patted Wang Laosan on the shoulder, saying meaningfully, "It's not easy for you to make some money. Don't let this stupid woman squander it all." Wang Laosan quickly nodded and agreed. Mr. Lin is right. But as soon as he returned to the woman, his attitude immediately changed. He slapped the woman again, knocking her to the ground, and then said coldly, "Divorce." The woman hugged his legs in fear and begged, "Husband, we can't get a divorce. We can't be separated." But Wang Laosan didn't listen at all and kicked her away. He knew very well that if Lin Sa was unhappy, his business would be over. He has a clear distinction between interests and marriage. "Wang Laosan, don't go too far. Isn't it embarrassing to do this in public?" Lin Sa frowned and reminded him, "Let's deal with family matters when we get home." Wang Laosan nodded repeatedly, and then even took the initiative to stay and be Lin Sa's driver, being as humble as a dog. Before leaving, he gave me a business card. Wang Qiangxing, general manager of the Urban Construction Group. Jiangxing's local tyrant was surprisingly humble in front of Lin Sa. After putting away the business card, I suddenly had an idea and drove to the Jiangqing orphanage. I'd been wanting to do this for a while, and today was the perfect time. The Wolf Cub supercar sped off like an arrow and soon reached its destination. But the scene at the orphanage gate left me stunned. 5 or 6 excavators blocked the gate. Director Jang and several volunteers looked nervous, and the children were crying with fear. "We don't agree to the demolition," Mother Jang shouted outside the door while holding a loudspeaker. But the man in the white helmet ignored her and responded arrogantly. "Old woman, 8 million is too little? We must demolish this orphanage." In fact, the orphanage almost went bankrupt before, but fortunately it received a donation of 5 million not long ago and was able to recover. But the 8 million yuan in demolition compensation was not even enough to move to a new place. Mother Jiang was of course unwilling to agree, but this group of people came to make trouble every day like a dogskin plaster. The demolition team member sneered. "We are from the urban construction group. Don't force me to use force, or I won't even get compensation. Let's see how you live." After he finished speaking, someone next to him raised a shovel and smashed the iron gate hard, sparks flying everywhere. Mother Jiang was so scared that she took several steps back. I couldn't stand it any longer and stood up angrily. "What are you doing? Are you trying to demolish it? Where did you come from, kid? Why do you have the right to interrupt?" The man glared at me and immediately called his men to chase me away. "Are you from the urban construction group?" "Wang Laosan's men." I frowned and took out the business card I had given him before. When he heard me say the 3 words, Wang Laosan, the other party was obviously stunned for a moment and then looked at me carefully. He was wearing ordinary clothes and had a handsome face, but he didn't look like a rich man at all, and he didn't have any aura. Mother Jiang quickly spoke up. "Xiao Feng, don't worry about this. You can't afford to offend them." In her mind, I am just an ordinary employee of Jiangqing Group. I definitely cannot suppress these people. If I stand out, I will only hurt myself. Mother Jiang's words further confirmed the man's judgment that I was just bluffing. He snorted coldly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you call our general manager by his name? Come on, kick him out. You'd better think carefully before you take action." Wang Laosan wouldn't dare to speak like that in front of me. I spoke coldly with a sharp look in my eyes. At this time, a worker came over and whispered to him, "Boss, he doesn't seem to be simple. Look at that car." The man looked back and saw the Wolf Cub supercar parked steadily on the side. His face turned pale. I took out Wang Laosan's business card, and the man's legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, my younger brother helped him up. "Sir, are you a friend of our boss?" He immediately changed his tone and asked with an apologetic smile. I nodded calmly. "I know him." "Then, should I call the boss and ask for instructions?" he asked cautiously. I nodded, and he quickly took out his cell phone and started dialing. It took him several tries before he got through. As soon as the call was connected, Wang Laosan's explosive voice came out. "Huangpi, I'm accompanying Lin Xiao. If you bother me again, I'm done." "Boss, it's something," Huangpi hurriedly explained. "We ran into someone at the demolition site who said he knew you and had your business card. I need to confirm it." As soon as I mentioned my name, Huangpi immediately relayed it to Wang Laosan on speakerphone. Before he could react, he said, bewildered, that he didn't remember the name, his tone dripping with disdain. Clearly, in his eyes, I was just an insignificant figure. Huangpi felt emboldened when he heard Wang Laosan say, "I don't remember." He glanced at me with a relaxed expression, probably already convinced I was bluffing. His expression made me feel sick, as if I were just a toy being played. But I just replied coldly, "Wang Laosan, have you forgotten me so quickly? We just saw each other on the road." As soon as I said this, the person on the other end of the phone fell silent. After a second, Wang Laosan responded to me with a trembling voice. "Mr. Chun, it's you." Wang Laosan suddenly changed his expression and apologized profusely, saying that he had been confused and had not remembered my name. His attitude changed 180 degrees, and his words were full of respect and apology. He even asked if one of my men had offended me, and if he should deal with it immediately. I coldly replied, "I heard you use drastic methods in demolition. Why, in a society ruled by law, are you still resorting to forced demolition?" My voice was thick with anger, and I had no intention of saving his face. "Oh, Mr. Chun, you've misunderstood. I'm a law-abiding citizen." Wang Laosan quickly explained with a smile, saying that they had all the necessary procedures for the demolition, the compensation was reasonable, and there was absolutely no forced demolition. This humble attitude struck me as ridiculous. I bluntly told him that Director Jang of the orphanage disagreed with the demolition and that they should forget about owning the place. My tone was firm, leaving him no room for negotiation. Wang Laosan nodded immediately. Okay, Mr. Chun, your words are final. I'll have them withdrawn immediately." He immediately patted his chest and promised that such a small business deal wasn't worth offending me. He truly understood the importance of seeking profit and avoiding harm, and his reaction was faster than anyone else. Huangpi saw that the boss had backed down, so he naturally didn't dare to act arrogant anymore and quickly told everyone to leave. But the moment he turned around, I said calmly, "Wait." This sentence made him freeze. He looked back at me and his face paled. The previous phone call had made him realize that I wasn't someone he could mess with. He bowed his head and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Chun, I was ignorant. I was really wrong." After saying that, he slapped himself, tears streaming down his face, but he still forced a smile, trying to please me. I replied coldly, "It's good that you admit your mistake, but don't harass the orphanage again. Do you understand?" Huangpi nodded immediately. Of course, Mr. Chun, we will never disturb this place again, don't worry." He did not forget to get close to me, saying that he didn't expect the orphanage had anything to do with me, and that the flood washed away the Dragon King temple. My eyes turned cold. Even if you don't have this relationship with me, you can't carry out forced demolition. You have to know this in your heart. He made assurances again and again, and his attitude was more respectful than that of a grandson. Only then did I tell them to get out. But just as I turned around, I remembered something and reminded him, "Wait, you broke the door. You have to take responsibility for it." Huangpi was startled. Yes, Mr. Chun, we will fix it right away." He turned around and asked people to work, but I stared at him. "I let you fix it yourself." As soon as these words came out, Huangpi's face turned green, and he stammered that he couldn't fix it. He could only manage people. I sneered. "If you don't know how, then learn. If you can't fix it, don't even think about leaving." He nodded repeatedly in fear and quickly asked someone to teach him how to weld the door. I turned and walked into the orphanage. Behind me, I could still hear his wailing as he was burned by sparks. After entering the yard, Zhang's mother pulled me back with a worried look on her face. "Xiaofeng, how did you get involved with their boss? They're so respectful to you. Did you take the wrong road?" Her eyes were filled with motherly worry. In her eyes, the demolition workers were nothing but hooligans. Since I could make them admit their mistakes, she naturally thought I was more capable than them. I quickly explained, "Don't worry, Mama Jiang. I didn't do anything wrong. I just know their boss. Besides, forced demolition is illegal. As long as we don't give in, they can't do anything." I said this with a calm heart. All of this was just supported by the power of the system. But Mother Jiang still had some doubts. She glanced at the sports car at the gate, her eyes filled with worry. "Xiaofeng, tell the dean the truth. Now that you've suddenly become rich, have you done anything you shouldn't have done?" I smiled and shook my head. "Mother Jiang, this is a long story. Anyway, I found my biological parents. They are very rich. I am now considered a second-generation rich." I couldn't tell her that I started my business with the system, so I could only make up this excuse. When Mother Jiang heard this, her eyes suddenly turned red and she held my hand tightly. That's good, as long as you haven't turned bad." She suddenly seemed to think of something and asked me, "By the way, that 5 million yuan donation a while ago, was it you who wired it in?" I nodded and admitted with a smile, "Yes, Mother Jiang, you can't hide anything." Mother Jiang patted my shoulder gently, her tone full of relief. "Good boy, the dean was right about you." Her eyes were so gentle that it warmed my heart. Just as we were sighing with emotion, a sharp cry broke the silence. "Hey, what do you want to do?" A little girl jumped out of the taxi and angrily pointed at the workers who had not yet completely dispersed. She shouted that she would call the police and ran to Huangpi. But Huangpi just glanced at her impatiently, not bothering to pay attention, and then turned around and walked away, completely ignoring her. The girl became even more anxious and stood in front of him and asked, "Did you hear me?" Huangpi responded lazily, saying that they were carrying out legal construction and there was no forced demolition. She also asked her if she was hoping they would demolish the house. The girl was clearly confused, standing there bewildered, completely different from what I'd heard on the phone. I recognized her as Fong Xiao, a child from an orphanage. "Fong Xiao, don't be nervous." Mother Jiang called her over. "The orphanage is fine now and it won't be demolished." Fong Xiao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing her say that, but she got angry the next second. "Luo Xiaohua." Fong Xiao pulled the little girl out of the crowd. "Didn't you say this place was going to be demolished? I even asked my manager for leave to come here. Do you know how hard it was for me to find this job?" The little girl shrank her body and whispered, "I don't know either. Those people were so fierce just now, but they were scared away by the big brother." As she said that, she glanced at me secretly. Fong Xiao sighed deeply, her tone dejected. "Okay, I can only go back and apologize to the manager, hoping to keep my job." Her job as a chef's assistant, with a 5-figure monthly salary, is not easy to find. It's clear that Fong Xiao Sha truly wants to help the orphanage. Even though she's struggling financially, she still sends money to the orphanage every month. Hearing her thank you, I nodded. You're welcome. I came from here, too. This is what I should do. Hearing me say this, she looked at me in surprise, obviously not expecting that I also came from an orphanage. This shared background created an inexplicable resonance between us. Looking at her, I felt a fondness for her. Though not tall, this girl possessed a certain resilience. The fact that she always cared about the children in the orphanage showed that she had a kind heart. You are both children I am proud of. Mother Jang looked at Fong Xiao Sha and me, feeling deeply moved. If you have nothing to do tonight, why don't you all stay here? The children are craving the food Xiao Xiao cooks. Of course, who can refuse my cooking skills? Fong Xiao Sha raised her chin proudly, ran into the kitchen, and soon brought out a table of simple but delicious meals. Shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with green peppers, tofu soup, all home-cooked dishes, but she cooked them with such gusto. As I ate, I sighed. This is the real taste of home, warm and substantial. After dinner, we washed dishes and swept the floor together and chatted with the volunteers in the hospital. Mother Jiang was also busy running around, just like the caring and loving mother in my memory. I slept exceptionally soundly that night. At dawn, a system notification suddenly rang in my mind. On the third day after filing for divorce, I will be rewarded with full control of the Marcel restaurant group. I was stunned. This time, the reward wasn't just the restaurant in Jiangcheng, but controlling stakes in all 18 stores across China. Yesterday, I wanted to order takeout, but now I'm the boss. I gave a wry smile. This system is really good at making arrangements. They're worried that I'll go hungry, right? Now that I'm the head of a restaurant group, it's just a matter of asking the head chef to come and prepare a private dinner for me. After washing up, I walked out of the room, said goodbye to Zhang's mother, and prepared to leave. As soon as I reached the door, I saw Fong Xiao Sha standing on the side of the road, anxiously looking at the taxi app on her phone. The orphanage is located in a remote area, so getting a taxi in the morning is not easy. I walked over and said with a smile, "Where are you going? I'll take you there." Her eyes lit up when she heard it. "Really? Thank you so much. I had a fight with my manager yesterday, and if I'm late again today, I won't be able to keep my job. If you can keep your job, I'll treat you to a big meal," she said as she got into the car, her words full of sincerity. But when she saw the sports car I was driving, she was completely stunned. Her expression changed from shock to caution, and she joked, "If I wreck your car, I can't afford the compensation." I smiled and helped her fasten her seatbelt. "Be careful. If you accidentally hit me, I won't ask you to pay for it." Seeing her sitting down nervously and seriously, I felt inexplicably soft in my heart. "Where are you going?" "Marcel's," I asked. She nodded and said yes, proudly saying that she was a kitchen helper there and that the head chef spoke highly of her and said she had a bright future. "I thought the food you cooked yesterday was amazing." I complimented her sincerely. "I'm hoping you'll treat me to a meal if you keep your job. But if your manager really gives you a hard time, I can still help." I said this lightly, but she obviously didn't take it seriously. She just waved her hand and said with a smile, "Then I'll leave it to you." Little did she know that I was the new owner of her restaurant. Fong Xiao Sha thought, no matter how capable I am, I can't possibly influence her manager's decision. She felt uneasy, hoping to explain herself today and ask for leniency from her manager. After all, this job is too important to her. Not only does it pay well, but it also provides stable support for the orphanage. She didn't say much along the way, and I didn't disturb her. We both kept silent. When they were almost at Marcel's, before the car even came to a complete stop, Fong Xiao Sha got out and slipped through the back door into the kitchen. Her plan was simple. If she could get away with it, that would be the best. If not, she would admit her mistake. But she had barely taken a few steps into the kitchen when she was caught red-handed by the sharp-eyed manager Gua. "Miss Fong, leaving your post without permission yesterday violated the rules. I have no choice but to follow the rules and fire you," he said without mercy. It turned out that the head chef had taken leave yesterday, and the entire kitchen depended on her, but she left without a second thought. Fortunately, Manager Gua temporarily borrowed some staff from another restaurant. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Manager Gua was known for his ruthlessness. Even if he admired her craftsmanship, he wouldn't tolerate anyone challenging the rules. He announced on the spot that she would be paid and resign immediately, showing no mercy. "Manager Gua, I know I was wrong." Fong Xiao Sha lowered her head, her tone as low as she could be. "I really cherish this job. Please give me another chance, even without the salary." But Manager Gua remained calm and responded, "The rules are the rules. We can't break them because of personal feelings. I'll pay you an extra month's salary and give you a letter of recommendation, but I can't guarantee you'll stay." After hearing this, Fong Xiao was completely stunned, her eyes dimming. I could see she was really disappointed, so at that moment, I said, "Let her stay." She looked up and saw me standing at the kitchen door, with a look of surprise on her face. "Why are you here?" She seemed to remember that I said I would help her last night, and now she began to seriously consider whether I was serious. Manager Gua smiled politely and said, "Mr. Chun, you are a distinguished guest, so I must take your feelings into consideration. However, this is our internal matter, so please bear with me." "Yes, as a guest, it's difficult for me to interfere." I nodded. "But I'm not here as a diner today, but as the owner of the Marcel Restaurant Group." The kitchen fell silent as soon as these words were spoken. Manager Gua was stunned, and after a long moment, he managed to dry. "You are the boss?" His voice was filled with disbelief. "You can call and confirm," I said calmly. He quickly took out his cell phone and called the headquarters board of directors. A few minutes later, his face changed. The person on the other end of the line confirmed. The equity of the Marcel Catering Group had just changed, and I was the new major shareholder and actual controller of the group. Manager Gua immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He recalled the scene when I came to dinner yesterday and went over every detail in his mind, fearing that he would say something wrong and I would retaliate against him later. "Manager Gua, have you confirmed this?" I coughed lightly, and he quickly stood up straight, his tone becoming much more respectful. "Mr. Chun, it's a great honor to welcome you to our Jiangqing store for guidance. In that case, I think there's no reason for a capable and responsible employee like Fong Xiao to be fired," I said, adding, "Firing her would be a loss for us." Of course. Manager Gwen nodded hurriedly. "I'll take your advice. Fong Xiao will stay on. Our restaurant welcomes her to stay and continue to shine." I then asked, "By the way, who was the chef who cooked yesterday? His cooking was very good and suited my taste." Manager Gua immediately responded with a smile. "You really have good taste. It was Fong Xiao Sha." "Xiao, why are you still standing there? The boss is praising you." Manager Gua turned around and shouted, and Fong Xiao came back to her senses and stood there in shock. She obviously hadn't digested this information yet. The friend who drove her to work in a sports car yesterday had turned into her immediate boss today. This was too dramatic. "Mr. Chun, it's my greatest honor that you like my cooking." She immediately bowed in thanks, her voice tinged with excitement. I smiled and replied, "Just call me Chin Fong. I'm too lazy to eat takeout, so I'll leave my 3 meals a day to you from now on. I'll give you an extra 20,000 yuan salary every month. Is that okay with you?" I said while looking at her expression. She was stunned for a moment. Her eyes gradually lit up, and then she nodded heavily. "No problem. I will do it seriously and make sure you enjoy your meal every day." There was a hint of pride and satisfaction in her tone. I turned and walked towards the box, and before leaving I said, "Remember to prepare breakfast for me." She agreed and stood there with a silly smile. The scene was quite interesting. Manager Gua accompanied me into the private room and asked me quietly, "Mr. Chun, were you satisfied with my hospitality yesterday? If there were any shortcomings, please point them out." I patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Xiao Gua, you've done a great job. Remember what I said yesterday? I actually admire your rebellious attitude. Just go ahead and do it. I don't plan on making any major changes to this place." After I said that, he immediately straightened his back, resumed his professional yet somewhat arrogant demeanor, and continued to inspect the entire restaurant. When Manager Gua returned to the kitchen after his inspection, my breakfast was already ready. He walked over, patted Fong Xiao on the shoulder, and said seriously, "From now on, you will be primarily responsible for Mr. Chen's meals. If it is inconvenient for Mr. Chen to come to the store, you should take the initiative to cook for him at his home, and I will reimburse the commuting expenses." Fong Xiao frowned slightly and hesitated after hearing this. "But that would affect my work at the restaurant," she asked tentatively. Manager Gua shook his head and said, "Taking care of Mr. Chun is our top priority. Even if you don't come to the restaurant, you'll still get your salary." Although Fong Xiao was surprised, Manager Gua was firm, so she didn't say anything more and nodded in agreement. Manager Gua then personally brought my breakfast into the private room and told me the good news. While drinking the steaming hot seafood porridge, I nodded in satisfaction. "Xiao Gua, you're doing a good job. I'm relieved to leave this store to you." Hearing what I said, Manager Gua couldn't help but smile, and even laughed softly when he left the box. After breakfast, I decided to take Fong Xiao for a tour of my villa so that the security guards would remember her identity and facilitate her future access. Manager Gua, of course, fully cooperated and even prepared some high-quality ingredients from the restaurant for her to take with her. In the future, the food will be delivered directly to my house by the restaurant, so Fong Xiao won't have to carry it herself every day. I offered to help her get the food, but she smiled and dodged, saying, I'm from an orphanage, too. I'm not a spoiled girl. Besides, you're the boss. You feel comfortable letting me take things, but I'd feel guilty letting you take things. She said playfully, raising her eyebrows. I could only smile and give up. We had just walked to the door of the restaurant when a man in a suit suddenly rushed over and looked at Fong Xiao Sha with eager eyes. Xiao Xiao, why did you come out? He looked like he had been waiting for a long time. Fong Xiao Sha immediately took a few steps back, cautiously keeping a distance, and said with a frown, Wu Wenming, please don't call me Xiao Xiao anymore. We are not familiar with each other. Her expression was full of helplessness. Wu Wenming, however, did not give up at all. Holding the rose in one hand, he said affectionately, as long as you promise, I will treat you well for the rest of my life. It was obvious that he was used to pestering her. But Fong Xiao Sha was firm. The relationship between us is only that of a chef and a guest. I don't like you and I can't accept you. Don't bother me anymore. Obviously, this was not the first time Wu Wenming had pestered her. Wu Wenming still didn't give up, and his tone turned to pleading. Xiao Xiao, I won't give up. I believe you will be moved one day. His obsession was annoying. I frowned and reminded him. Sir, she's made it very clear. Please don't bother her anymore. He sneered at me and said, Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you, but in on our business. Fong Xiao Sha quickly stood up and spoke for me. Wu Wenming, please be more respectful. But Wu Wenming's face changed, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Xiao Xiao, are you in love with this pretty boy? I've been pursuing you for so long, and you didn't agree, but now you're being mean to me for him? You're such a cheap woman. He threw the rose to the ground, his words full of anger and humiliation. Fong Xiao Sha immediately retorted, I have nothing to do with you. It's none of your business to tell me who I want to be with. She has never been used to people who bully others by taking advantage of their power, and her attitude is extremely tough. Seeing that soft tactics weren't working, Wu Wenming simply threatened, My dad is in charge of the logistics of all the high-end ingredients in Jiangqing. If I ask him, I can have my manager fire you and even ban you. As long as you be my girlfriend, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you'll never make it in the Jiangqing catering industry in your life. His true face was finally exposed. Fong Xiaoxiao's face flushed red, and she was furious. Don't use your dad to pressure others. Without your family's background, who are you? I'd rather give up this job than submit to a scumbag like you. Seeing this, I said coldly, You just said that with just one word, Marcel Restaurant will no longer be supplied by your company? He nodded arrogantly. Yes, what? You want to control it. As I was speaking, Manager Guo rushed over. Seeing my unfriendly expression, he immediately became alert. Boss, what's going on here? I turned to him and asked, Xiao Guo, are our current ingredients supplied by their company? Manager Guo nodded and replied, Yes, boss. I immediately ordered in a cold voice, then replaced them immediately. Yes. Manager Guo nodded without hesitation. While changing the supply chain would slightly increase costs, it wouldn't significantly impact restaurant operations. And no matter how big the Wu family's company was, it wasn't a monopoly to the point of being irreplaceable. After hearing the conversation between Manager Guo and me, Wu Wenming's confidence finally shattered, and he was completely stunned. He hadn't expected that I could sever his family's cooperation with this restaurant with just one sentence. He stood there stupidly, his face suddenly pale, and the arrogance he had just shown was gone. At that moment, he finally realized that he had offended the wrong person. Before leaving, I added, By the way, put Wu Wenming's name on the blacklist and don't let him set foot in the restaurant from now on. Manager Guo nodded immediately and personally directed the security guard to ask him to leave. I took Fong Xiao Sha into the car and drove to Yulongbei Villa. She looked back at me, holding the bag of ingredients, with a sincere look in her eyes. Thank you so much this time. It's just a piece of cake. I smiled. If he dares to bother you again, just tell me and I'll solve it for you. She nodded, a relaxed and bright smile on her face. She had already made up her mind in her heart. She must repay me with her best cooking skills. She felt very lucky to be protected by such a responsible man. Meanwhile, Wu Wenming, who had been driven away, felt incredibly uncomfortable. Especially after experiencing Manager Guo's cold and indifferent attitude, he knew he was in trouble. Marcel Restaurant was an important cooperative client of his company. He originally just wanted to scare Fong Xiao Sha, but he didn't expect that he would be kicked out and the cooperation was completely cut off. Just as he was panicking, his cell phone rang. Looking at the word Dad on the note, his face turned pale and his fingers were shaking. He hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. What did you do, you beast? Wu's father roared angrily over the phone. Marcel Restaurant just called to inform us that we're terminating our partnership. Do you know what this means for you? Dad, he was about to explain when he was interrupted. Shut up. Come to my office within half an hour, or you'll get out of Wu's. Father Wu angrily hung up the phone. Wu Wenming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he rushed to the car, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. There was only one thought in his mind: how to protect himself in front of his father. Wow, Qin Fong, you actually live in Yulong Bay. Fong Xiao Sha exclaimed after getting off the car. This place is so luxurious. You really hit it well. It's not that I'm amazing. It's that my rich parents finally found me. I made up an excuse and brushed it off. She was a little skeptical, but she didn't pursue the matter further. The security guard at the door registered Fong Xiao Sha and confirmed her identity before letting her in. We entered the villa together, and she was so shocked that she was speechless even at the entrance. I took her to visit the kitchen, which was fully equipped with all the necessary kitchen utensils, all of which were high-end custom-made. The equipment alone was as good as that at the Marcel restaurant where she had worked. Fong Xiao Sha immediately went into the kitchen to show off her cooking skills, and soon she brought out several delicious dishes. I took a bite, and it was indeed delicious. Xiao Xiao, since you will be responsible for my 3 meals a day, and sometimes also for midnight snacks and afternoon tea, why don't you pick a room and live here directly? She hesitated a little. Boss, this treatment is too good, isn't it? I smiled and said, this is so that you can serve me at any time. Living outside is actually inconvenient. Of course, I have no objection if you can come whenever I call. I said it naturally, but she lowered her head and thought for a while, and finally nodded. My monthly rent is quite a bit, so living with you will save me some money, and I can also donate more to the welfare home. She nodded gratefully as she spoke. You're welcome then. Welcome. I nodded with a smile. She looked up at me and suddenly teased. By the way, boss, you're so rich. Why are you dressed like an office worker? Do you also want to be like the protagonist in the novel, pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face? She asked seriously with her head tilted. I was stunned after hearing it, and then laughed. To be honest, I really hadn't had time to dress properly. The system reward came so quickly that I hadn't even reacted yet. Her reminder was quite timely. Okay, you can go shopping with me later, and I'll get you some work clothes. I said. She smiled and said, Boss, you're so generous, I won't hesitate. As I was talking, my phone rang and a strange number popped up. I frowned and answered the call. Hello, Mr. Chun. I'm Wu Qingshan, president of the Wu Group. A deep male voice came from the other end of the line. My son was rude today. I will make him apologize. I hope we can continue to work together. His tone was as if he was lecturing me, sounding more like he was doing me a favor than an apology. Children are ignorant. You're not really going to argue with him, are you? I sneered inwardly at his tone. He actually had this forgive my son attitude, as if I were making a big deal out of nothing. Is this your way of apologizing? I asked back, my tone calm but undeniable. Wu Qingshan obviously didn't expect me to respond like this. What did you say? He seemed to not believe his ears, and his tone immediately turned cold. Young man, don't be so ungrateful. We, Wu Group, are responsible for the logistics of food ingredients for so many high-end restaurants in Jiangqing. Do you think it's that simple to just switch suppliers? He continued to warn me in a condescending tone. I'm speaking to you in a nice tone today to give you face. You'd better be careful with your attitude when speaking. I didn't bother to talk nonsense and replied coldly. Why are you barking like a dog? Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me? Then I want to see what you have to do to me. After saying that, I hung up the phone without hesitation. This guy really has a good opinion of himself and thinks the whole world revolves around him. Talking to this kind of person is a waste of my time. On the other end of the phone, Wu Qingshan was stunned for a few seconds after hearing the busy tone. Suddenly, he roared angrily and threw the phone to the ground, smashing it into pieces. His face turned blue with anger. In Wu Qingshan's view, even if I owned Marcel restaurant, what good was it? Without his company's supply, the restaurant wouldn't be able to survive. He felt that a newbie like me didn't understand the rules of the industry. He thought he'd given me enough face, but I didn't give him any, which naturally made him furious. He planned not only to punish me, but also to use this incident to criticize his peers throughout Jiangqing and reaffirm his dominance in the logistics supply field. I had no idea at the time that he was secretly plotting all this. I was driving Fong Xiao Sha straight to the mall, ready to buy some new clothes and pick out some work clothes for her. We went to a high-end luxury goods store. Although I was not dressed well, the employees in the store were very friendly and welcoming. After all, I drove in a Wolf Cub supercar. This car has become a legend in Jiangqing recently. Employees in almost all high-end venues have received advance reminders. The owner of the Wolf Cub supercar is a VIP and must be given the best possible reception. Sure enough, as soon as I entered the store, the manager came up to me with a smile on his face. Sir, how can I help you? I looked at Fong Xiao Sha and nodded. I want to buy some clothes and pick out some for her as well. Okay, please follow me. The manager turned around and arranged for other employees to temporarily close the store to provide exclusive service to me. They had already prepared a response plan for customers like me. But just as the shop was closing, an argument broke out outside. A sharp female voice rang out. What do you mean? Why won't you let me in? A woman outside the door tried to force her way in but was stopped. The clerk patiently explained. Miss, the store is currently receiving VIPs and is not accepting other customers. But the woman was clearly not buying it. I spent nearly 300,000 yuan in your store, and you treat me like this? She yelled, banging on the door and threatening to complain. The manager nodded and apologized, then went to deal with the problem. Selena, go help Mr. Chin pick out some clothes first. He arranged for a stylish salesperson to come over. I waved my hand. I want to watch the fun first. Selena stood beside me obediently, silent. Please comply with our store closing regulations. The manager tried to persuade the woman at the door again, but she responded even more arrogantly. What can you do if I don't comply? Do you want to block me? You, a lousy waiter, dare to threaten me? Let me tell you, my boyfriend is Chun Qingyun from Jiangqing Group. She looked like she was relying on her power. Hearing this familiar voice, I involuntarily walked towards the door. Sure enough, the person standing there making trouble was my ex-wife Wang Mei. Even with thick foundation on, her dark circles could not be concealed, and she looked haggard. It seemed that she had not had an easy time recently. She spotted me, and her tone immediately became sharp. Chen Feng, why are you in a place like this? I sneered in response. If someone like you can come, why can't I? But judging from your condition, your younger brother Xin Chen is doing well, right? I said in a sarcastic tone, and she was so angry that she jumped to her feet. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this mess. Her anger instantly erupted, and she roared angrily. Ultimately, she still blamed me for her current misfortune. Her eyes swept over Fong Xiao Sha beside me, and her expression became even uglier. Humph, so you already have a new love. No wonder the divorce was so abrupt. Fong Xiao Sha was stunned for a moment and asked me curiously, who is she? I didn't want to argue any further and said calmly, she's not important. Let's continue shopping for clothes. Wang Mei was furious and screamed, Chen Feng, you unfaithful man. I'm going to sue you for our property. Don't even think about taking all the joint property we had when we got married. She had a plan in mind. She was going to use the marriage as an opportunity to get half of my fortune, thinking that this way she could get back together with Chun Qingyun and marry into a wealthy family. I responded coldly. You want to sue me? Fine, then let's settle our previous accounts together. I still have to ask you for mental compensation. I was kicked out of the house, and now she's trying to blame me? That's a good idea. I'll take this opportunity to get the house back and settle the matter with Qin Xiaodian as well. She glared at me with gritted teeth, and I had already walked into the store with Fong Xiao Sha. The clerk immediately closed the door and asked the security guard to persuade Wang Mei to leave. She stopped making a fuss and went straight to contact a lawyer, intending to file a formal lawsuit. She thought that if she could really take half of my property, she would be on equal footing with Qin Qingyun and even become Mrs. Chun. It's true that clothes make the man. After I put on the clothes that my manager and Fong Xiao Sha had chosen, my whole demeanor changed. Even looking in the mirror, I felt refreshed. Fong Xiao Sha was watching with her eyes wide open. When I came out of the fitting room, her face was flushed unconsciously. It seemed that this outfit was quite a success. I didn't hesitate and bought all the clothes I tried on. The clerk arranged for someone to deliver them directly to my villa. Just as I was about to leave, Fong Xiao Sha asked in surprise, You've already bought everything. Why aren't you leaving? I looked at her and smiled. Did you forget? I told you I'd buy you some work clothes. I turned and told the manager, Pick out some suitable clothes for this young lady. The manager naturally knew who the real customer was and immediately took the shopping guide to start choosing for Fong Xiao Sha. When she heard this, she waved her hands repeatedly. Chen Feng, this is too expensive. It's not suitable. You are not serious? She was a little panicked. I responded seriously, I never joke. She tried to refuse. A single piece of clothing from this store costs almost as much as my monthly salary. If you really want to give it to me, why not just give me the money? I can even buy something for the orphanage. I waved my hand. Let's deal with the money separately. If you do a good job, I will naturally give you a raise. As for this dress, you must buy it today. My tone was unquestionable. Fong Xiao Sha murmured, Oh, and finally gave in and chose only one dress. When she put it on, she couldn't believe it herself. The fresh and elegant fairy in the mirror turned out to be herself. We went shopping for a while and bought some daily necessities before returning to the villa. As soon as we got home, she immediately went into the kitchen and got busy preparing dinner for me. As soon as the food was served, I was enjoying my meal when she couldn't help asking me, "Who was that woman you met at the mall just now?" I replied calmly, "My ex-wife." She exclaimed, "Ah," with surprise in her eyes. Although she'd probably guessed it, hearing it from me was still a shock. Clearly, she hadn't imagined I'd been married and divorced. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Can you tell me what happened between you?" I was silent for a moment and finally nodded, poured a glass of wine and handed it to her, starting my story. I briefly recounted the past between Wang Mei and me. As she listened, her expression gradually became complicated, and she even grew angrier the more she listened. "This woman is too shameless." "Chen Feng, burp, don't worry. If she dares to bother you again, I will help you tear her mouth apart." Fong Xiao's alcohol tolerance was obviously not good. After a few drinks, she started burping, but her tone was very serious. I listened to her dazed but protective look, and I felt a lot more relaxed. After she finished talking about her worries, I felt a lot more relaxed. I walked Fong Xiao Sha, who was already drunk and staggering, to the guest room and tucked her in under the quilt before returning to the bedroom. That night, I slept exceptionally peacefully. The next day, I opened my eyes to the daybreak. Just as I was about to turn over, the system notification chimed in. 4 days after filing for divorce, reward, Jixian Cold Chain Logistics Company. I was stunned by this reward. Although this company wasn't the industry leader, it was still a heavyweight in Jiangxing, definitely on par with the Wu family's logistics company. I just rejected the Wu family's cooperation yesterday, and today the system sent me a stronger logistics company. This rhythm is too considerate. As I was thinking about it, I noticed that there were more than a dozen missed calls on my phone, all from Manager Gua. I was about to call back when he called again. "Boss, you finally answered the phone." Manager Gua said hurriedly on the other end of the line. I frowned and asked, "What happened? Didn't we break off cooperation with the Wu family yesterday? I found new suppliers, but they all refused to cooperate with us this morning. I've inquired, and it's the Wu family behind the scenes who's putting pressure on us and creating a monopoly." He spoke more and more anxiously. I checked the time. "How many days can the restaurant's ingredients last?" 3 days at most, he said. I nodded. "That's enough. From now on, all supplies will be handed over to Jixian Cold Chain. I'll send you their contact information later." "Got it." Manager Guo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, he was used to my quick response. After hanging up, I immediately sent him the contact information for the East China region manager for Jixian Cold Chain. At the same time, I called the Jixian Cold Chain headquarters and said only one sentence. "The wind is blowing. It's time to bankrupt the Wu family." At this time, in the office of the president of Wu Group, the secretary walked in hurriedly with high heels. Wu Qingshan was drinking tea and tending to his teapot when he heard the voice. He looked up and asked, "What's going on? Did Marcel come to ask for peace?" The secretary looked nervous. "Chairman, that's not true. Our business has been completely suppressed by Jixian Cold Chain. In just a few hours, we've lost a lot of customers, and the company's stock price has also begun to plummet." Hearing this, Wu Qingshan's hand trembled, and the scalding tea spilled directly onto the back of his hand. He reacted and flung his hand away, causing the purple clay cup to fall to the ground and shatter into pieces. "What? Say that again." Wu Qingshan looked incredulous. He suddenly took out his mobile phone to check the stock market, only to see that the company's stock price seemed to have plummeted and hit the limit down as soon as the market opened. His vision went dark and he nearly fainted. Fortunately, his secretary was quick to give him a blood pressure medicine, which helped him to stabilize. After recovering a little, he immediately started making frantic phone calls, trying to figure out why Jixian Cold Chain suddenly targeted him. He made more than a dozen calls in a row, but no one answered. He was like a plague god, and whoever answered the phone would be unlucky. Finally, someone answered the phone, and the other party's tone was complicated. "Old Wu, take care of yourself. Jixian Cold Chain has said that your company will go bankrupt. Don't contact me anymore. I don't want to be implicated." After saying that, the other party hung up. Wu Qingshan held the phone, his mind blank. Who did I offend? His mind raced, eliminating all possibilities, and finally only one name remained. Chen Feng. Yes, it was the young man whom he thought was just SOSO yesterday, the head of the Marcel restaurant group. He may be young, but to be able to manage a company of this scale, is it possible that he doesn't have some skills behind the scenes? How could he have overlooked this at the time? At this time, the secretary whispered, "Boss, I just confirmed the news. The actual controlling shareholder of Jixian Cold Chain has changed. The current controlling shareholder is Chen Feng." Hearing this, Wu Qingshan collapsed in his chair, his heart completely chilled. How could he have provoked such a powerful figure? But he quickly shifted the blame to someone else. It was all that incompetent Wu Enming's fault. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Call that rebellious son over here." As soon as I walked out of the room, I smelled the aroma coming from the restaurant. Fong Xiao Sha was already preparing breakfast, and as soon as I sat down, she came over with the steaming hot meal. "Boss, were you the one who sent me back to my room last night?" She said in a low voice, her eyes evasive. I nodded, yes. She bit her lip and asked, "I was drunk last night. I didn't do anything weird, did I?" I suddenly felt like joking. "Oh, Xiao Xiao, if you don't know how to drink, don't drink anymore." "Last night." I shook my head and sighed, pretending to be deep. Her face turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at me. Her head was almost buried in the bowl. I guess the 8 o'clock drama was playing in her head. I couldn't hold it in any longer, so I smiled and waved my hands. I was kidding. "You fell into a deep sleep after drinking, and you didn't do anything." She breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly reacted. "Are you kidding me?" She puffed up her face and made a gurgling sound in her throat, like a teased puppy. "What's wrong?" I pretended to be stupid. She gritted her teeth and finally said, "It's okay." I looked at her deflated look and couldn't help laughing again. Her personality is really interesting. After I finished my meal, she skillfully put the dishes into the dishwasher, then picked up her bag and prepared to go out. "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing?" "Going to work," she said as a matter of course. I raised an eyebrow. "Actually, you don't have to go." She immediately shook her head. "Cooking is my hobby. But I can see that this is more than just interest." Fong Xiao Sha grew up in an orphanage and has long been independent. She won't put all her eggs in one basket. Marcel's work is her foundation. If one day I don't need her anymore, she can still make a living with her cooking skills. I nodded and didn't try to persuade him any further. "Okay, I'll take you there. I also need to go see Manager Gua." She answered softly. We were just about to go out when the doorbell rang. I turned on the surveillance camera and saw 2 people standing outside the door. One was Wu Wenming, who had spoken wildly to me yesterday, and the other was a middle-aged man, who should be Wu Qingshan, the head of the Wu family. I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. I turned around and said to Fong Xiao Sha, "Looks like we'll have to leave later." I took her to the door and stood there through the iron gate. I had no intention of opening the door for them. "Mr. Chun, it's my fault that I, Wu Qingshan, was blind and offended you." He lowered his head, holding the iron door with his hand, and spoke humbly. "Please show mercy and give me a way out." I didn't say anything, just watched quietly. Compared to the control of Jishin Cold Chain, Wu Qingshan was more afraid of me living in a top-tier villa area like Yulong Bay. This is not a place where ordinary people can just stay. At this moment, he no longer had the aura of a Jiangxing logistics tycoon. I watched Wu Qingshan begging for mercy outside the iron gate and sneered inwardly. This wasn't just any villa, it was Yulong Bay number 9. How could someone who lives here only have a restaurant group and a logistics company behind them? Wu Qingshan then realized that he had hit a wall. He now only regretted that he had not left Wu Wenming, the rebellious son, on the wall. He never expected that this kid would bring him such a catastrophe. I said coldly, "Mr. Wu, didn't you say you wanted to shut down my restaurant? What's going on today?" "Dad, he's just a restaurant owner. Why are you being so servile?" Wu Wenming had a look of disdain on his face, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. "Huh." Wu Qingshan slapped Wu Wenming hard. Wu Wenming covered his face and was completely stunned. His ears were buzzing, and he couldn't even stand steadily. "Are you crazy? You hit me just for him? I'm going to tell my mom." Wu Wenming was so angry that he jumped up and down. "You idiot." Wu Qingshan's facial muscles twitched. "Do you know how big a mess you've made? One decision from them can bankrupt our family." Wu Wenming looked bewildered. How could he know what had happened at the company that morning? He was usually too busy having fun to care about the company's operations. I watched their father-son drama and said impatiently, "Mr. Wu, I don't see that you are here to apologize. Have you had enough of this? I have something else to do." I turned around and prepared to take Fong Xiao Sha away. Wu Qingshan gritted his teeth, suddenly raised the crutch in his hand, and smashed it hard on Wu Wenming's knee. There was a crack sound that made my teeth ache. Wu Wenming screamed and fell to his knees, hugging his legs and wailing. The next second, Wu Qingshan also knelt down with a plop. "Master Chun, our Wu family has done something wrong. Please forgive us and give us a way out." He kowtowed and begged, and I smiled coldly. "Aren't you arrogant? Why are you kneeling in front of me now?" "He's quite powerful when he talks tough, but I haven't seen his methods," I said with no emotion. Wu Qingshan rested his forehead on the ground, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. "Mr. Chun, it's all because of my arrogance. I was wrong. As long as you speak, the Wu family will listen to you." I looked at his pale face and said calmly, "There's no need for Wus to continue to exist. Jishin Cold Chain will acquire you. You will hand over all your channels and cooperate fully. Either you surrender the company, take some money and leave in style, or I'll crush you and leave you with nothing." Wu Qingshan's body trembled slightly in the wind. He wanted to refute, but he knew clearly that every word I said was true. If you delay, you will end up with nothing left. After a few seconds of silence, he responded in a low voice. Listen to Master Chun and do everything. After saying this, his waist bent completely, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. Okay, you guys can go now. The buyer will come to you soon. I waved my hand, turned around, and took Fong Xiao Sha to the garage. In the car, I suddenly asked, do you think what I did just now was cruel? Fong Xiao Sha was stunned for a moment, then shook her head firmly. If you're not cruel enough, you'll be the one being stepped on. Her voice was serious. Growing up in an orphanage, she knew too well how cruel the world was. She was not an ignorant little girl, so she knew that sometimes kindness was useless. She also became more and more curious about who I was that could make Wu Qingshan kneel on the ground and break his own son's legs to apologize. Chen Feng, how rich are you? She finally asked the question in her heart. I smiled and said, I don't know either. Anyway, he's quite rich. I envy you for finding rich parents. She said with emotion. I nodded. I envy myself too. If the system hadn't suddenly awakened, I would have been trampled under the feet of Wang Mei and Chen Qingyun, that pair of dogs. Now everything has just begun. Next up, it's Chen Qingyun's turn. Jiangxin Group? Expect bankruptcy. Fong Xiao Sha seemed to sense the ruthlessness in me and could not help but call out softly, Chen Feng. I turned around and smiled, returning to my usual gentle demeanor. Xiao Xiao, do you have a driver's license? I suddenly asked. Yes, but you don't want me to drive your car, do you? I dare not. She waved her hands quickly, her face a little nervous. I'm going to buy you a car, so it will be convenient for you to buy groceries. I said lightly. She got anxious when she heard it. That's too expensive. No. The car will be registered in my name. You can just drive it normally. It will be convenient for me to ask you to cook. My tone was calm, but it did not tolerate refusal. Oh, you are too good at exploiting people. She muttered, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. There's nothing I can do. I'm a rich exploiter, I said proudly. Little cook, just follow my instructions. Yes, boss. She responded in a deliberately coquettish tone. Before we knew it, the depressing atmosphere just now was left behind, and our car was parked steadily in front of the Marcel restaurant. Fong Xiao Sha went straight into the kitchen, while I walked towards Manager Guo's office to prepare for the next arrangement. The next morning, I opened my eyes, and the familiar system notification chimed in again. 5th day after filing for divorce. Reward. Chillin building. My lips curled up slightly. This was the office space I rented when I started my business, and now it's completely mine. Going back to my old company to collect my things today was going to be fun. After breakfast, prepared by Fong Xiao Sha, I drove to Chillin building. As soon as I entered my former company's floor, my most annoying supervisor jumped out, taunting me with a sarcastic tone, saying I'd been kicked out and was now a scrap collector. He'd been simmering down to humiliate me, and today was clearly the day for him. I crossed my arms, watched his performance, and replied calmly, Didn't you ask me to come? My colleagues pricked up their ears. Seeing my stubbornness, my supervisor immediately snapped, calling me uneducated and even mocking me for being an orphan. Hearing this, I couldn't hold back any longer and slapped him in the face. With a snap, he froze in shock, his face swollen like a pig's head. Shocked, he called for the security guards to arrest me, but I calmly replied, The Chillin building is mine. Try to touch me. This stunned the security guards, who dared not act rashly and could only stand aside and watch awkwardly. I picked up the phone and called the building manager. This is Chen Feng, on the 18th floor, come right over. The manager sneered, saying I was putting on airs. He even claimed the Forbidden City was his, and continued to mock me. I watched him, like a clown, insisting on his owning. I felt both ridiculous and pathetic. He thought I was crazy and threatened that as long as I stayed in the industry, I would never find a job again and would be forced to live on the streets and become a beggar. I remained calm and said coldly, It turns out you can't do anything except talk big. You've reached this point in your life. You're a complete failure. Seeing I didn't show any anger, he flew into a rage and demanded I kneel down and apologize. In the heat of his words, I made a move toward him. He was so frightened that he stumbled backward, tripped and fell, spilling a cup of hot coffee on himself. He screamed in pain from the burn, and his entire white shirt turned brown. He struggled to stand up, not forgetting to vent his anger. Who told you to drink coffee at your workstation? Whoever drinks it in the future will have his salary deducted. But his embarrassed look, coupled with his leaky mouth, made people laugh. The office burst into laughter in an instant, and everyone was laughing so hard that they bent over, without any concealment. At that moment, he finally realized that he had become a laughing stock, and all of this was caused by me, whom he had always looked down upon. His face flushed as he roared at me for being arrogant, saying that I would not have enough to eat, but he did not realize that he could no longer exploit me. I looked at him calmly, as if I were looking at a clown who had completely lost control. As soon as I said, "The truth is the sharpest sword," my supervisor felt like he'd been struck in a sore spot. He completely lost his temper. He roared and charged at me, secretly winking at his colleagues, trying to get them to hold him back, feigning a frenzied attitude. After all, with his potbelly, I'd be the one to beat him in a fight. As the elevator doors opened, Xia Sudong, the head of Qilin Building, rushed in breathlessly. He was initially quite displeased with my call, but then he remembered the building ownership transfer notice he'd received today, which bore the name of Qin Feng. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing I was up to no good, and rushed over immediately. As soon as I walked in, I saw the supervisor rushing towards me like a mad dog. Xia Sudong shouted angrily, "Security, stop that psychopath!" But the security guards didn't understand what was going on and surrounded me instead. Xia Sudong's face turned green with anger. "I told you to stop that fat guy over there, not our boss." At the word boss, the air froze for a few seconds. The supervisor froze, still trying to maintain his composure. "Manager Xia, you've got the wrong guy? He's Qin Feng, the man we fired. He's a psychopath." His face, so distorted, made me blush for him. "Manager Xia, I'm the one who just called you. You should have received the notice of the change of ownership," I said calmly and decisively. Xia Sudong's face straightened, and he immediately bowed and apologized, reprimanding the security guard for negligence. Then I asked, "How long do they have left on the lease?" He immediately replied, "For months. Get out when the contract expires." "I don't need a company like this in my building," I said coldly. The manager finally realized he'd hit a wall. He was stunned. Qilin Building was the core office building in Jiangxing. Relocation was no easy feat. He had taken the blame for the company's inability to move. His lips trembled as he changed the words. "Boss Chun, it's a misunderstanding. I took care of you before. I lost control for a moment. Please forgive us this time. We are innocent colleagues in the company. Please be merciful." As he spoke, he forced an expression as if he was about to cry, and even begged me to let him go in a humble manner. I sneered. "I only remember that you said I had no manners and was an orphan, and you said you would forgive me if I knelt down and slapped yourself. Am I remembering it right?" His face turned pale, and he nodded desperately to apologize. He gritted his teeth, knelt down on the spot, and slapped himself hard with both hands, making his face red and tears streaming down his face. His so-called self-esteem and authority collapsed completely in the face of my words in a property document. Qian Jiqiang's sudden kneeling and slapping of himself shocked the entire office. Everyone looked at him as if his ego had collapsed. I snorted, "Did I force you?" He quickly denied it, trying to please me. "I'm a jerk. Please forgive me." I nodded and smiled. "I forgive you." Hearing what I said, he perked up and asked if we didn't have to move. I kept my face cold and said, "You still have to move." He instantly collapsed, yelling at me for breaking my promise. He even wanted to rush over, but seeing my bodyguards behind him, he immediately backed off. He once again adopted a flattering tone, humbly begging for mercy. I interrupted coldly. "I do forgive you, but what I hate is Jiangxing Group. Remember, get out as soon as the lease expires. Also, say hello to Qin Qingyun for me." After that, I turned and left. Xia Sudong and the security guards carefully escorted me away, staring at Qian Jiqiang vigilantly, afraid that he would suddenly go crazy. Qian Jiqiang stood there, frozen in place, as if nailed to a pillar of shame. He angrily yelled at his employees to stop watching, threatening to deduct their performance bonuses. But he knew deep down that he was finished. Before he could lose his temper, the general manager of Jiangxing Technology stormed back in, his roar silencing the entire room. "Qian Jiqiang, get back here." The general manager angrily scolded him for ruining the cooperation and causing the company to lose the lease of Qilin Building. Qian Jiqiang was trembling with fear and tried to defend himself, but the general manager said, "Don't explain. Young Master Chen will be here soon. You explain to him." When he heard, "Young Master Chen," Qian Jiqiang's face turned pale, and the smile on the corner of his mouth was uglier than crying. "Is it too late for me to get out now?" The general manager sneered. "You still have parents and family, right? Go to the office and wait, so as not to make things too embarrassing." After he said that, he walked into the office without looking back. Not long after, Qin Qingyun, wearing golf clothes and a baseball cap, walked into the company with bodyguards. His smile was as gentle as a neighbor's brother's. "Thank you for your hard work. I'll treat you to milk tea and half a day off today." In an instant, the employees were impressed and thought they had met a good boss. After everyone left, Qin Qingyun winked at the bodyguard, locked the door, and walked straight into the general manager's office. Qian Jiqiang sat there like a lost soul, sweating profusely when he saw my brother come in. Chen Qingyun said with a smile, "What are you afraid of? Do I look like a bad guy? Come, have a cup of milk tea and relax." He handed over the milk tea, and Qian Jiqiang took it with a surprised look, drinking it in big gulps. Unexpectedly, the next second, Chen Qingyun suddenly asked, "Did you offend Chen Feng?" This question made him cough repeatedly. Chen Qingyun continued to laugh. "Don't be nervous. I have offended him too, and it seems that we get along well." Qian Jiqiang immediately found hope, believing he was standing up for young Master Chen. He patted his chest and said flatteringly, "That blind bastard Chen Feng not only beat me, but also dared to go against you. He bullies others by taking advantage of his power, and I will never let him go." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Qingyun's smile turned dangerous. "Manager Qian, how's the milk tea? Do you want some more toppings?" he asked with a smile. Qian Jiqiang quickly refused. No, no, it tastes great. No need to add more." Chen Qingyun's tone turned cold. Huh. Sensing something was wrong, he immediately changed his tone. Yes, yes, yes. It's my honor to add toppings. Okay, I'll add some ingredients for you myself." Chen Qingyun's smile changed completely, like the king of hell walking out of hell. That day, as soon as I walked into the office, I heard that Chen Qingyun had caused a show in the company. His bodyguards suddenly took action, grabbed Qian Jiqiang's head, and pressed him to the ground like a dead dog, leaving him no chance to resist. Chen Qingyun picked up the scissors from the table and walked towards him slowly, with an indescribable look of evil humor. "Aren't you loyal? I'm just adding some spice to your meal." As he spoke, he cut off a strand of hair with his own hands, cut it into small pieces, and sprinkled it into the milk tea. He actually handed the special drink to Qian Jiqiang with an especially gentle smile. But behind that gentleness, there is only malice. Qian Jiqiang was so scared that he begged for mercy desperately and struggled, but he was ultimately unable to escape the bodyguard's grip. Chen Qingyun continued to threaten, "It's okay not to drink it. Your wife and daughter might like this taste." I know he likes to use this method to push people into the abyss of despair. In the end, Qian Jiqiang gritted his teeth and drank the cup of milk tea with added ingredients. Those tiny pieces of hair slid down his throat into his stomach, cutting his internal organs like a knife. I can imagine the tearing pain, but he didn't dare to stop and could only endure it and pour it into his stomach. After drinking it, he forced a smile and said, "It tastes good." But Chen Qingyun became more and more demanding and said with a smile that he wanted to play a game with him again. He took out a golf club and said he wanted to play a round of golf, and the hole was set in Qian Jiqiang's mouth. When I heard this, I thought this guy was crazy. Qian Jiqiang instinctively closed his mouth and refused to cooperate, but his jaw was dislocated by the bodyguard, and he could only open his mouth weakly to meet the ball. With a crisp sound, the golf ball hit his mouth and almost broke his teeth. Chen Qingyun excitedly shouted "Eagle," as if he had hit a wonderful shot. After doing these things, he dusted off his clothes, threw down his club, and left without looking back. The bodyguard followed him, carrying the unconscious Qian Jiqiang as if he were a dead object. Before leaving, Chen Qingyun said lightly, "Is this kind of person worthy enough to offend the same person as me?" The tone sounded like a mockery, but also like a declaration of war. A few hours later, I was in the office on the top floor of Qilin Building and had just finished listening to Xia Sudong's report. This person is quite sensible. He knows that my identity is not simple and said that he would personally handle the lease issue with Jiangxing Technology. I didn't say much, just sat in the boss chair, looking at the city scenery outside the window, but what I was thinking about was the scene just now. Just then, the secretary came in and said that Chen Qingyun had arrived. My heart moved and a sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. I want to see, is he coming to me to protest or to seek peace? After a while, he walked in, and the bodyguard behind him was carrying the dog that had drunk the milk tea. As soon as the bodyguard let go, Qian Jiqiang fell to the ground, and the man woke up from the pain. He didn't dare to make a sound, enduring the pain all over his body, just wanting to make his presence as low as possible. Chen Qingyun, however, acted like an old friend and said with a smile, "I heard that this idiot offended you, so I taught him a lesson for you." I snorted coldly. "Should I thank you then?" He continued with a smile, "Don't be hostile to me. There's actually no grudge between us. If you're really unhappy, I'll give Wang Mei to you. She's just a toy now. You can do whatever you want with her." As he spoke, he took out a few photos from his pocket and laughed even more wildly. I stared at the photos, my heart boiling with rage. Not only is he mentally twisted, he also tries to test my bottom line in the most disgusting way. Chen Qingyun took out his cell phone with a smile and handed a photo to me. I took a casual glance and instantly saw Wang Mei's appalling appearance. She was covered in wounds and was put in a shameful posture. However, there was no anger in her eyes. Instead, she seemed to be trying to please someone. I felt a surge of sarcasm in my heart, but it seemed like she got what she wanted. Hadn't she once worked so hard to climb up the ladder just to get closer to this kind of life? Now, she finally got what she wanted and was played to pieces. I really don't know how I could have been so blind as to waste 6 years on such a jerk. Fortunately, I woke up not too late and kicked her out of my life, which meant I regained my freedom. Thinking of this, the corners of my mouth unconsciously rose. Seeing my reaction, Chen Qingyun immediately relaxed and said smugly, "How about it? This is my sincerity." He blamed all the problems on Wang Mei and said that I could take it out on her anytime I wanted revenge. It was really disgusting. "Chen Qingyun, you really are a complete scumbag." I responded coldly, but instead of getting angry, he smiled and even nodded as if I was praising him. I stopped talking nonsense, picked up my phone, and called the police in front of him. "Someone is maliciously injuring someone on the top floor of Qilin building. Please send the police as soon as possible." As soon as he hung up the phone, Chen Qingyun's face darkened. "Chen Fong, just for such a small matter? Do you know who I am? I'm backed by the Jiangxing Group. As long as you and I cooperate, there's no need to embarrass each other about how much money we can make, right?" He simply couldn't understand why I wasn't afraid of him. I looked at his condescending attitude and laughed out loud. "Jiangxing Group? Is it that powerful? To me, it's just a bunch of numbers." The anger on his face finally couldn't be suppressed. "Why do you look down on Jiangxing Group? A powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. If you dare to touch me in Jiangxing, you will die." I leaned back in my chair and said calmly, "Then I'll wait here and see how you turn the world upside down." As soon as he finished speaking, the police arrived. After all, Qilin building is right in the city center and the police station is not far away, so they rushed over as soon as they received the report. One of the heroic female police officers walked in and swept a cold gaze over everyone present. When Chen Qingyun saw her, he smiled frivolously. "Isn't this Sister Qingxue from the Song family? She's having such a hard time these days, isn't she? She still has to run errands." He didn't take her seriously and spoke in a cynical tone. But when Song Qingxue heard this, her face turned cold on the spot. It was obvious that she had already known about Chen Qingyun's reputation. "Now is not the time for you to be so frivolous, Chen Qingyun," she scolded without any politeness. Facing her anger, Chen Qingyun looked relaxed. He turned to look at Qian Jiqiang on the ground, trying to clear his name through him. "Manager Qian, tell me the truth. Did anyone hit you?" Qian Jiqiang shook his head subconsciously. "No, it was all an accident. I fell by myself." But he spoke too quickly, which aroused Song Qingshue's suspicion. "I didn't hit you. So why did you mention Chen Qingyun in the first sentence? Anyway, it wasn't him who did it. I fell accidentally." Qian Jiqiang spoke quickly with a panicked look on his face. When Song Qingxue heard this, her expression became even more disdainful. "What are you afraid of? As long as you tell the truth, I will make the decision for you." But Qian Jiqiang became even more agitated. "You are a police officer. Don't you understand human language?" I fell down by myself. "Don't force me to wrongly accuse a good person." Chen Qingyun then interrupted with a smile. "Look at Sister Qingxue. She's still too serious. I'm a good citizen who always abides by the law." That expression was extremely arrogant. Song Qingxue looked at the situation and didn't know what to do for a moment. Seeing this, I said calmly, "If you need evidence, I can provide it." I told Xia Sudong to retrieve the surveillance footage. He quickly projected the image onto the tablet, clearly showing the entire process of Chen Qingyun torturing Qian Jiqiang with a golf club. After watching the video, Song Qingxue no longer hesitated and took out handcuffs and handcuffed Chen Qingyun. She was clean and efficient, not giving the other party a chance to react. Another officer also took Qian Jiqiang away, but he was still struggling and shouting, "Officer, this is all a misunderstanding. Young Master Chen didn't hit me. I fell down by myself." Obviously, he was extremely scared, fearing that he would implicate Chen Qingyun. After Chen Qingyun was handcuffed, he turned around, glared at me, and said through gritted teeth, "Chen Fong, you're very good. But do you really think that this little trick can defeat me? How naive." I stood up, clapped my hands lightly a few times, and said calmly, "Of course I know this is not enough. But do you think news like the heir to the Jiangxing Group assaulted a subordinate and was taken away by the police is worth hundreds of millions? What will your father think of your disappointing son?" I stared into his eyes, watching the expression on his face gradually lose control. I have always known that Chen Qingyun is a fearless man, But there is only one thing that can make him scared from the bottom of his heart. That is the crutch in Chun Jianjun's hand. In Chun Jianjun's eyes, Jiangqing Group is his lifeblood. He will never tolerate any hidden dangers that may affect the group, even if it is a mistake made by his own son. This time, Chun Qingyun was severely beaten with a cane by Chun Jianjun just because he offended me. This is not a family matter, but a manifestation of the group's interests being above all else. If the stock price of Jiangqing Group really fluctuated because of the trouble he caused, he didn't even dare to think about what would happen to him. I didn't bother to care about him, but he roared at me like a madman in front of everyone. Qin Feng, if you dare to touch me, I will kill you. Song Qingxue subdued him without any hesitation. Her slender body could easily subdue Qin Qingyun, which showed that she was not an ordinary police officer at all. And which of the bodyguards he brought with him dared to take action? They didn't even dare to lift a finger when facing the police. I felt particularly relaxed watching this scene. I smiled and said to Song Qingxue, "Officer, he just threatened me. Please handle this for me." She nodded in response with a cold face, but also reminded me not to provoke the suspect. It was obvious that she didn't like either of us. "No problem, I will fully cooperate." I responded easily. As I watched Qin Qingyun being dragged out cursing, I already started thinking about my next step. "Manager Xia, you should have heard what I just said clearly, right?" I turned to Xia Sudong beside me and ordered, "Spread the news, the sooner the better." He was obviously hesitant. "Boss, are you sure you really want to do this? That's Jiangqing Group." It was not a wise move to offend them in this area, but I didn't have time to explain it to him. "If you can't do this, I can find someone else to be the person in charge of Qilin Building." I responded coldly. "Jiangqing Group is nothing in my eyes." This sentence completely disrupted his psychological defenses. His eyes changed from hesitation to struggle, and then slowly to shock. He was obviously weighing in his mind whether I was stupid or confident, and finally concluded that I didn't take Jiangqing Group seriously at all. Looking at my calm expression, he understood. It's not that I don't understand how powerful Jiangqing Group is, but in my eyes, it is not worthy of my fear at all. He began to breathe rapidly, with the nervousness of being about to place a big bet. "Manager Xia, if you don't want to do it, I won't make things difficult for you. I will give you the N+1 compensation." My tone was not harsh, but every word carried a compelling aura. I patted his shoulder and continued, "Opportunities don't come often. The choice is yours." He looked up at me, his eyes gradually becoming firm, as if he had made up his mind. "Boss, I'll make the arrangements." After he said that, he immediately set off to carry out the order. I smiled slightly. Someone had done what needed to be done, so it was time for me to go have dinner with my little cook. I wonder what delicious food she will make this time. Just thinking about it makes me hungry. At the same time, in the chairman's office of Jiangqing Group, the atmosphere was suffocatingly depressing. The secretary rushed in with a panicked tone and reported, "Chairman, the young master was taken away by the police on charges of malicious wounding." It was Miss Song Qingxue from the Song family who did it. She even uploaded the video online, which attracted a lot of attention. The PR department is handling this matter urgently, but the news spread too quickly and the company's stock price has already dropped 3 points. Chun Jianjun's expression remained calm, and he gave a concise and decisive order. "Tell the Ministry of Justice to find a way to bring him out immediately. The negative public opinion must be suppressed. We will buy back as much as there are people selling in the market. Stabilizing the stock price is our top priority." As soon as the secretary left, he threw the teacup in his hand to the ground, and his anger could no longer be suppressed. Anger burned in his eyes, not the anger of a father towards his son, but the alertness of an entrepreneur that his group was being plotted against. He knew in his heart that this was no accident and that someone was targeting Jiangqing Group. All enemies of Jiangqing Group deserve to die. He gritted his teeth and said to himself coldly. With the intervention of the Ministry of Justice, Chen Qingyun and Qian Jiqiang were quickly released. Song Qingxue stood at the door of the police station, looking at Chen Qingyun's back, her eyes full of anger, and secretly made up her mind that one day she would send this scum to jail. Chen Qingyun was not as relaxed as he seemed. He knew very well that the real storm had just begun. As soon as he stepped into Chun Jianjun's office, his face changed instantly, and he knelt down without hesitation. "You're here." Chun Jianjun held the report materials in his hand, his tone frighteningly calm. "Yeah." Chen Qingyun responded in a low voice, like a child who had made a mistake. "Do you remember what I asked you to do?" Chun Jianjun's tone was very light, but the sense of oppression was very strong. "Let me apologize to Chen Feng and resolve the conflict." Chen Qingyun lowered his head and answered in a low voice. "Then what did you do?" A roar sounded, and the teacup hit his forehead heavily, and blood flowed down his face. "Now the whole of Jiangsheng is laughing at us." The stock price has dropped 3 points. Is this what you call an apology? Chen Jianjun stood up, his anger completely erupting. His long-suppressed emotions were like a completely enraged lion, roaring and ready to devour everything. I don't know how many times Chen Qingyun received a beating in Chen Jianjun's office. I only heard that the cane left a lasting afterimage, and then, not satisfied after the beating, he whipped out the belt and lashed him again. He knelt and endured it, his lips bruised, but he didn't say a word, ultimately not daring to resist. Chen Jianjun said harshly, "Jiangqing Group is not for losers. You better behave yourself." Chen Qingyun agreed, but as soon as he went out, he rushed to the mountain villa. There was the tool for him to vent his anger, a woman named Wang Mei. He locked her in a cage like a dog, with a collar around her neck, and denied her food or water. I heard the first thing he did when he got home was drag her out by the collar and whip her. He was so cruel. Wang Mei knelt and cried for mercy, but he forced her to bark like a dog. As for me, I was completely oblivious to all this. I was sitting in my newly purchased villa, enjoying a meal cooked by Fong Xiao Sha. She asked me if everything went well today, and I casually replied, "Dealing with a mad dog." Clearly, I was referring to Chen Qingyun. Just then, the doorbell rang. I checked the surveillance footage and saw it was Song Qingxue, whom I had seen earlier. She had changed into casual clothes, and I didn't recognize her at first, until she said, "Chen Qingyun has been released." She was very direct, and asked me to help her find evidence before sending Chen Qingyun back to jail. I asked her why, and she smiled and replied, "You want to send him in too?" That resonated with me. I agreed, and we added each other's contact information. Then she turned and left. Looking at the direction, I realized she was also an owner of Yulong Lake. I had a vague feeling this woman wasn't just approaching me for Chen Qingyun. The Song family has deep connections, especially within the military and police. If she'd uncovered anything, she wouldn't have let me off the hook either. Justice? Oh, these people never show mercy. But I wasn't afraid. I slept soundly that night. The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, the system notification chimed. 6 days after filing for divorce, reward, Longhu Manor. I couldn't help but laugh. This place is Jiangqing's top club, with connections comparable to half the business world. Honestly, the rewards from the system have already transformed me, but this manor is what truly gives me the confidence to confront the Jiangqing Group head-on. Chen Qingyun, just wait to be trampled under my feet. I was basking in the joy of acquiring Longhu Manor when the phone rang. Xia Sudong told me that all the tenants in Qilin building had quit. Clearly the Jiangqing Group was behind the plot. I shrugged it off. Their petty actions wouldn't scare me. I told him to continue managing the building and arranged for him and Gao Huan to meet at Marcel Restaurant. Gao Huan and Xia Sudong arrived on time for breakfast. I announced directly, relocate Jixin Cold Chain's East China branch to Qilin building. They were stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. I was allocating resources for internal circulation. External blockades would have no effect on me. My two subordinates also saw my true strength. I enjoyed Fong Xiao's breakfast while they discussed the details. Although both companies were my assets, the process had to be professional and transparent. My silence only served to further their efforts. By the time the deal was finalized, it was lunchtime, and Manager Guo arrived, his expression unsettling. I asked him what was wrong, and he said with a bitter face that the restaurant had been empty all day, and even reservations had been canceled. I immediately understood that the Jiangqing Group was behind this again. But even this little trick wouldn't scare me. Manager Guo blamed himself, and I reassured him that the problem wasn't his, but the enemy's pettiness. To counter this blockade, I simply canceled the membership system at Marcel Restaurant and opened it to the public. While this decision would lower the restaurant's profile, it effectively circumvented the Jiangqing Group's control. Manager Guo was surprised, but he still complied. After all, I was the boss. Now that I've dealt with this, it's time to strike back. If Jiangqing Group dares to touch my restaurant, then I'll target their most proud social circle, Longhu Manor. I plan to personally take over the assets and revoke their membership. Don't forget, Longhu Manor is the social center of Jiangqing's upper class. Come with me. I took Gao Huan, Xia Sudong, and Manager Guo to Longhu Manor. When the car pulled into the manor, everyone was surprised. Manager Guo asked tentatively, "Boss, is this also your property?" I nodded calmly. "I just acquired it, and I'm bringing you to see it." They looked at each other, their faces filled with shock. No one had imagined I could even take over a landmark like Longhu Manor. At that moment, they finally realized that Jiangqing Group's tactics were no match for me. Without a word, I changed the rules of the game. That same day, all members of Longhu Manor received a notice. The ownership had changed, and the new owner would host a welcome dinner 2 days later. The news sent Jiangqing's upper class into a frenzy. They were all wondering who would have the financial resources to take over Longhu Manor. The news of Longhu Manor's change of ownership instantly sent shockwaves through Jiangqing's upper echelons. Chun Jianjun, even hearing the news, immediately decided to attend the dinner. He knew that this place was not only Jiangqing's only golf course estate, but also a symbol of power and resources. Offending the new owner would have disastrous consequences. Lin Sa was also shocked when he heard the news. My image inexplicably surfaced in his mind, and then he chuckled to himself. How could I possibly be the owner of the manor? But he still felt a strong curiosity about this new owner, wanting to see for himself what kind of power lay behind him. On the Song family side, Old Master Song took the situation very seriously, asking Song Qingxue to represent the family at the dinner and make sure to investigate the background of the new owner of Longhu Manor. She agreed immediately, a scrutinizing glint in her eyes. This policewoman was clearly not just investigating. She wanted to uncover the secrets behind me. At this moment, I was enjoying a breakfast meticulously prepared by the manor's chef while listening to my butler, Wang Quanqing, report on the progress of the preparations. All the invitations for the dinner had been sent out, and the guest confirmation rate was close to 100%. This dinner would be my true declaration of purpose on the Jiangqing stage. Manager Gua stood aside, watching the professional and composed Wang Quanqing, feeling the pressure mount. He realized that if he didn't push himself, he would sooner or later be outdone. I could see he was secretly determined to use the Marcel restaurant's reforms to completely transform himself and prove his continued value. The system prompt sounded again. 7 days after filing for divorce, reward to Elephant Guild. My eyes lit up. This is the largest MCN agency in the country, boasting dozens of influencers with tens of millions of followers. The public opinion and commercial value generated by this traffic far outweighs the monetary value. I immediately called the person in charge and asked them to organize Jiangqing's influencers to visit Marcel restaurant and check in. This would be the first step in the restaurant's transformation, a battle of traffic against resource blockade. Seeing the traffic build up, other influencers would naturally flock to the restaurant. I asked Manager Gua to discuss the details with the person in charge, while Fong Xiao Sha and I headed to the restaurant to prepare for the traffic storm. Just after breakfast, the front desk attendant announced that the first influencer had arrived. I asked her to bring them in, but the moment I saw them, I was stunned. It was her, the internet celebrity I'd told her to pay for her ride last time, the one who'd gotten off the sports car. She recognized me, too, and stood at the door, bewildered. The smile on her face was uglier than tears, and she called out in a trembling voice, "Boss." I couldn't help but chuckle. The fun had just begun. "It's you." I looked at Xiao Tsong and nodded. She smiled a bit flatteringly and quickly explained the misunderstanding. I didn't feel like playing along with her, so I said directly, "Aren't you just a gold digger?" She was stunned, but took the opportunity to flatter me for my sharp eyes, which actually made me feel a little funny. I told her to go shoot the video and to find Xiao Gua if she needed anything. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, clearly just trying to protect the Elephant Guild's resources. But as soon as she left, she turned back and put on a coquettish attitude. "Boss, if you have any other requests, I can satisfy them." I remained expressionless and said one word, "Get lost." At noon, she edited the video and sent it to me for review. I was a bit surprised after watching it. Xiao Tsung's content and rhythm were very good. No wonder she has 3 million followers. After praising her, I still asked her to leave the room. I didn't want to have any personal relationship with such a woman. In the afternoon, several more influencers from the Elephant Guild came to check in and take photos. The restaurant gradually became popular, and customers began to come in the evening. Seeing the effect was good, I was about to leave, but as I walked to the door, I heard a familiar and piercing voice. "Chen Feng? What are you doing here, you loser?" I turned around and saw Wang Mei's younger brother, Wang Yao. He was hugging a woman with a plastic surgery face and making sarcastic remarks about me, mocking me for being left penniless, without a house or car, and unable to afford even a meal. He even thought I was applying for a waiter job, and his constant provocations were hilarious. He arrogantly threatened to complain to the manager, but Manager Gua came over and gave him a cold response. He took himself too seriously, claiming I had violent tendencies and threatened to fire me or refuse to consume at his restaurant. Manager Gua mocked him for being mentally unstable and asked him to leave. He immediately flew into a rage, threatening to expose our restaurant. He even threatened to bring up Chen Qingyun, claiming he was the brother-in-law of the Jiangqing Group's heir. The woman chimed in, demanding an apology from Manager Gua. I said coldly, "Xiao Gua, why are you talking to a psychopath? Get out." Several security guards immediately stepped forward. Wang Yao tried to resist, smashing a vase. Did he break anything? My face darkened and I ordered in a cold voice. Send him to the police station, make him pay, and lock him up for a few days to calm down. Send me in? You're bullying us. Wang Yao pulled out his phone and started filming, boasting about his 500,000 followers and wanting to expose Marcel restaurant. He also demanded an apology and a free meal. The woman next to him was also smug, thinking we were intimidated by her limited following. I sneered, Xiao Guo, tell them whether I am the boss or not. Manager Guo replied expressionlessly, Mr. Chun is the owner of our restaurant, and the vase you broke is worth 80,000 yuan. Before he finished speaking, Manager Guo had already called the police, and I sat aside and watched the show. When Wang Yao heard the price of the vase was 80,000 yuan, his face turned pale. He accused us of extortion and turned to leave. But several black-clad bodyguards stepped forward to stop him. He immediately backtracked and accused us of illegal detention. His girlfriend also started crying and even tried to film a video to set the tone, but the whole audience laughed at her. Don't forget, the crowd was almost entirely filled with influencers from our own Elephant Guild. The video was filmed, but the source material was mine. The more she cried, the more invested she became. She was actually trying to gain followers by playing the victim's role, but she had no idea she'd already become the butt of everyone's jokes. This move was truly self-deprecating. When the police arrived, I immediately recognized a familiar face, Song Qingxue. Wang Yao immediately rushed over to complain, accusing our store of extortion and illegal detention. Manager Guo calmly handed over the surveillance footage and receipts. After reviewing the evidence, Song Qingxue immediately declared, You are suspected of insulting and intentionally destroying property. Please cooperate with the investigation. Wang Yao was furious, accusing us of colluding to frame him. He also shouted that the vase was fake and questioned how I could possibly be the boss. His girlfriend also jumped in and stabbed Song Qingxue in the face with her phone, recording a video, full of provocation. Song Qingxue swung the phone back, sending it crashing to the ground. She instantly exploded. She screamed and lunged at Song Qingxue, only to be tackled and pinned to the ground, still shouting, Brother Wang Yao, save me. Wang Yao, enraged, attempted to rush forward to save her, but as soon as he raised his foot, he was pinned to the ground by two other police officers. The entire audience was silent, and the onlookers were stunned. Chen Qingyan, another jumping clown. Song Qingxue snorted coldly and handcuffed them personally. Take them away. I watched from the side and thought to myself, this pair of jumping clowns don't even know who I am, yet they dare to come to provoke me. They deserve to be taken away and killed on the spot. Chapter 34. You're just a money loser. Why don't you rescue your brother now? There was clearly surveillance video before, but the pervert Chen Qingyan still escaped, which made Song Qingxue feel very angry. Now that she heard that Wang Yao actually dared to use the name Chen Qingyan to bully others, Song Qingxue was even more furious. Perhaps the name Chen Qingyan is still useful in other places, but mentioning it in front of Song Qingxue will only arouse Song Qingxue's inner hatred. You stinky bitch. I'm waiting for you to apologize to me and beg me to come out. Chen Fong, you lousy waiter. Wait until I tell my brother-in-law, and you'll be in trouble too. Even though he was handcuffed, Wang Yao still kept cursing as he was dragged out. Officer Song, everything is done according to the law. We will not forgive such people. Chen Fong spoke. We will follow the rules and regulations. Song Qingxue spoke, and then left with the other police officers. After these people left, Chen Fong asked the internet celebrities who had filmed the materials in the store to quickly make new videos. The title was decided as, A Domineering Man Caused a Scene in a Restaurant, shouting that my brother-in-law is Chen Qingyun. I believe this will bring some public pressure to Jiangxin Group. Chen Fong will not miss any opportunity to bring trouble to Jiangxin Group. In the interrogation room, Wang Yao, who was chained to a chair, was stunned when he learned that he might face a prison sentence of more than 5 years for intentionally damaging huge amounts of property. Impossible. I just broke a vase. How could it really cost 80,000? I can't go to jail. I absolutely can't go to jail. Wang Yao struggled frantically, causing the chains to creak. Quiet. This is not the place for you to throw a tantrum. Song Qingxue said sternly. You must be the one trying to harm me, you stinky bitch. I want to see my sister. As long as my brother-in-law helps, nothing will happen. When mentioning his brother-in-law, Wang Yao seemed to gain confidence all of a sudden. We have already notified your family. I want to see how Chen Qingyun plans to take you away in front of me. But I'd like to know if Chen Qingyun would make a special trip just for you. Song Qingxue snorted coldly and spoke. Wang Yao looked at Song Qingxue's attitude and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. After being tortured by Chen Qingyun for 2 days, Wang Mei was finally released from the mountain villa with her body covered in scars. Wang Mei is just one of Chun Qingyun's many toys. After playing enough with Wang Mei, Chun Qingyun naturally goes to find other toys to pass his time. Wang Mei had just finished treating her injuries in the hospital when she received a call from her mother. Wang Mei had just picked up the phone, and before she could speak, she heard a series of roars coming from the other end of the phone. "Where have you gone, you money loser? Your brother was sent to the police station by your damn ex-husband. Yaoer is the root of our Wang family. You must bring Yaoer out of the police station." After hearing her mother's roar, Wang Mei immediately went to the police station where Wang Yao was detained to find out what happened. As soon as Wang Mei arrived at the police station, she saw her mother's old face full of wrinkles. The old face became distorted with anger the moment he saw Wang Mei. The queen mother rushed to Wang Mei, raised her hand, and slapped Wang Mei hard in the face. "You money loser. Why are you here so late? Your brother has suffered in there for so long. You're still hanging around outside. Do you have any conscience?" After slapping her, Wang's mother continued to reach out and pinch Wang Mei. Wang Mei was already covered in bruises from Chun Qingyun's torture and was further tortured by Wang Mu's attack, causing her to scream in agony. Wang Mei's reaction not only failed to make Wang's mother feel better, but made her even angrier. "Okay, you money loser. And you're acting with your mother. I only used a little bit of strength, and it looked like I was killing you. Why, now that you're older, your mother can't teach you a lesson." The queen mother cursed while increasing the strength of her hands. If the police had not pulled them apart in time, Wang Mei might have been tortured to the point of fainting by her mother. "Mom, Wang Yao is your child. Am I not your child too?" Recalling the abuse she suffered at the hands of Chun Qingyun over the past 2 days, and thinking of her mother's attitude towards her, Wang Mei suddenly felt extremely aggrieved and cried. The queen mother did not hesitate at all and started to reprimand. "Bah, how can a money loser like you be compared to your brother? I think it's because I haven't disciplined you in the past few years that you've become wild. Hurry up and bring my baby son out, or you'll be in trouble." As the queen mother spoke, she broke free from the police's control and rushed forward, intending to teach her wild daughter a lesson. "Okay, Mom, I understand the situation now. Please don't hit me." Wang Mei quickly admitted her mistake. But when Wang Mei learned that her brother might face a prison sentence of more than 5 years for intentionally destroying property in huge amounts, she felt a black screen before her eyes. The queen mother cried out to the sky for help. It was already a big deal for Wang Yao to be detained in the police station. If he was not imprisoned in jail, it would be like the sky falling. "You money loser, why don't you save your brother? You're already hooking up with young Master Chun. Hurry up and get him to come out and rescue my precious son." The queen mother hit Wang Mei with her fist and cursed. Thinking of Chun Qingyun, Wang Mei felt the scars on her body ache again. Wang Mei clearly realized that she was just a plaything of Chun Qingyun. When Chun Qingyun is happy, you can ask Chun Qingyun for help and maybe Chun Qingyun will help you. But Chun Qingyun is in a bad mood now. If he calls Chun Qingyun for help, not only will Chun Qingyun not help him, he will also torture him even more. "You're a money loser. What are you standing there for? Call now. Do you just want to watch your brother continue to be locked up in there?" As the queen mother spoke, she pinched Wang Mei's thigh flesh again, squeezing her tears out. "Hit me, Mom. I'll hit you right away." Wang Mei gritted her teeth and prepared to call Chun Qingyun. But Wang Mei made several calls in a row but couldn't get through. The policeman standing by couldn't help but feel sympathy for Wang Mei when he saw this scene. As long as you compensate for the damages and gain forgiveness, your brother doesn't have to be imprisoned. Upon hearing that her son might be released, the queen mother continued to boss Wang Mei around. "Hurry up and call that loser Chin Fong. Tell him not to pursue responsibility and let my precious son out." Chapter 35, Stop Fighting. "I'll go and beg Chin Fong. Mom, stop hitting me. I'll call right away." Wang Mei begged for mercy again and again. Only then did the queen mother temporarily let Wang Mei go. Wang Mei quickly called Chin Fong. Not long after, Chen Feng's call was connected. "Chin Fong, who gave you the guts to send my brother to the police station? Let my brother out now." Wang Mei roared into the phone. In Wang Mei's opinion, everything that happened to her during this period was because of that bastard Chin Fong. If Chin Fong hadn't interfered, he would never have fallen to this point. The long-term exploitation of Chin Fong made it impossible for Wang Mei to recognize her mistakes. She only blamed everything on Chin Fong. "Originally, I said your brother is even dumber than you. I overestimated you. It seems you are even dumber than your brother." Chin Feng's voice was very cold. Such an attitude further angered Chin Fong. "Chin Fong, what gives you the right to say that to me? I'm warning you. Quickly explain to the police that this is all a misunderstanding, and then release my brother. Otherwise, I'm not done with you." Wang Mei's tone became even more excited. In the past, whenever he was angry, Chen Feng would definitely do what he wanted. But Wang Mei still didn't realize that Chen Feng was different from before. In the past, Chen Feng only indulged Wang Mei because of his guilt and love for her. But now Chen Feng has seen Wang Mei's true face. Chen Feng will only destroy Wang Mei completely and let her reflect on her past for the rest of her life. How could he continue to accommodate Wang Mei? Wang Mei, I want to see what a toy like you, who is being toyed with at will, can do to me. Oh, maybe you don't know. Chen Xingyan showed me some photos of you to apologize to me. I didn't expect you to be so resistant to beatings and have such good flexibility. Chen Xingyun even prepared to let me play with you at will in order to please me. Unfortunately, Chen Xingyun is as disgusting as you, and I don't have the same bad taste as Chen Xingyun. Of course, I'm also afraid that if I hit you too hard, you'll get the pleasure. Chen Feng's tone was frivolous. Wang Mei's eyes turned red when she heard Chen Feng's words. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xingyun would never do this to me. You lied to me. You must lie to me. Wang Mei's tone became even more excited. At this time, Wang Mei was on the verge of collapse. Wang Mei could accept her own incompetence in front of Chen Xingyun, but she could not let Chen Feng see her incompetence. That would make Wang Mei lose the confidence to be arrogant in front of Chen Feng. Even though she knew that her choice was wrong, Wang Mei would never admit it. She would rather pretend that she knows nothing and continue to make mistakes. But now Chen Feng ruthlessly tore off her fig leaf. He. Chen Feng did not answer Wang Mei directly, but just sneered. Chen Feng, I don't care what you know. Anyway, let my brother out right now. Otherwise, wait for me to sue you and take all your property away. Don't even say half. I won't leave you any. Now Wang Mei is like a paranoid madman who has completely lost her mind. Idiot. You should worry about yourself. I have another gift for you. You should receive it soon. After leaving these words, Chen Feng ignored the crazy Wang Mei and hung up the phone directly. Money-losing bastard. What does that coward Chen Feng say? Can my baby son be released? The Queen Mother spoke quickly. But now Wang Mei's mind was full of Chen Feng's words. Gift? What gift? How could Chen Feng prepare a gift for himself? He didn't hear what the Queen Mother said at all. This attitude of ignoring her made the Queen Mother furious. The Queen Mother raised her hand and slapped Wang Mei hard in the face. Money loser. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? This slap knocked Wang Mei to the ground. Mom, I'm your daughter too. How could you do this to me? All the grievances she had suffered during this period of time flooded into Wang Mei's heart. Tears flashed in her eyes, and she asked unwillingly, You're such a money loser, and you're still installing it. Tell me how your brother is doing. If your brother doesn't come out, I'll beat you to death, you money loser. The Queen Mother doesn't care about Wang Mei's aggrieved look. It will only make her more angry. That bastard Chen Feng won't let go and won't release Wang Yao. Wang Mei spoke with a desperate look. Then go ask Chen Feng for help. Kneel before him and beg Chen Feng to release your brother. Do I need to teach you this kind of thing? What are you still doing here? As the Queen Mother spoke, she pulled Wang Mei up from the ground. Mom, you want me to beg that loser Chen Feng? Wang Mei couldn't believe her ears. What else? Do you still want to see your brother being locked up in there? How can you be so cruel, you money loser? This is your brother. The Queen Mother said confidently. Mom, don't I have any self-respect? Wang Mei is still making her last attempt. What nonsense are you talking to me, you money loser? Your worthless self-esteem is not as important as your brother. Go. The Queen Mother's voice became sharp, and she raised her hand and hit Wang Mei on the head. Mom, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I'll go and beg Chen Feng now, please stop fighting. Wang Mei was beaten so badly that she begged for mercy repeatedly. Jiangqing Group, Chairman's Office. After targeting Chen Feng, Chun Jianjun asked his secretary to pay attention to Chun Feng's response measures. The secretary is now reporting to Chun Jianjun. Madness. Do you think that canceling the membership system will solve the problem? Giving up the upper-end market will only lower the brand value and lead to an early exit. Chun Jianjun snorted coldly, disdaining Chen Feng's response. Originally, Chun Jianjun regarded Chen Feng as his biggest concern, but now it seems that he is just a young man who knows nothing and is not worth mentioning at all. Find some counterfeiters and go to Marcel's restaurant. I've informed the market supervision and food safety departments. They're conducting a small inspection every 3 days and a large inspection every 7 days. I want to see how his restaurant can survive. If you offend our Jiangqing Group, forget about staying in Jiangqing. As for the Qilin building, I want to see who dares to continue renting it. Chun Jianjun's tone was cold, and it was obvious that he had already planned Chen Feng's ending in his mind. Just when Chun Jianjun was feeling proud, the office door was pushed open. Chairman, something happened again. The public relations director looked anxious. Chapter 36. 8th day after filing for divorce, rewarding Golden Shield Security Company. Is it related to that evil boy again? This thought suddenly came to Chun Jianjun's mind, and his tone suddenly turned cold. It does have something to do with young Master Chun. The public relations director did not dare to hide anything and spoke. Then he handed the tablet in his hand to Chun Jianjun. Chun Jianjun frowned and watched the video playing on the tablet. The video content is exactly the scene of Wang Yao shouting in the Marcel restaurant. Who is this person? No matter who he is, he has nothing to do with our Jiangxing group. Call that evil bastard Chun Qingyun over here. Chun Jianjun roared. Chun Qingyun, who was playing the special art of the island country with a few beautiful girls in a mountain villa, suddenly received a phone call, which ruined his interest. Just when Chun Qingyun was about to get angry, he learned that it was his father looking for him. Chun Qingyun immediately put on his clothes and rushed to Jiangxing Group. Kneel down. As soon as Chun Qingyun entered the door, he heard Chun Jianjun's majestic voice. Chun Qingyun fell to his knees as if by reflex. You evil son of a bitch. Didn't I tell you to behave yourself recently? Why are you causing trouble for me again? Chun Jianjun's voice was cold. Dad, what did I do? I've been staying in the villa obediently recently. Chun Qingyun looked confused. Show him, and tell me, who is he? Chun Jianjun's tone was cold. After watching the video, Chun Qingyun had the same question in his mind. Who is he? I'm not even married, so where does the brother-in-law come from? Dad, trust me, I don't know him. He must be using my name to scam people. Chun Qingyun spoke quickly. Chun Qingyun didn't want to feel the pain of Chun Jianjun's crutches again. You don't know who he is, so let me tell you who he is. This is Wang Mei's younger brother. I don't need to tell you who Wang Mei is. I can't control my crotch. Chun Jianjun snorted coldly and spoke. Dad, I'm going to deal with this bitch right now. How dare you use my name? Chun Qingyun was furious and completely lost his mind. Go away, and remember, don't cause me any more trouble. Chun Jianjun warned. Chun Qingyun left Chun Jianjun's office angrily. He had just taken out his cell phone and was about to call that bitch Wang Mei to find out where she was, but he received a message from the property management of Yulong Lake Community. This bitch Wang Mei actually blocked the entrance of Yulong Lake Community. Chun Qingyun immediately drove to Yulong Lake Community. He was determined to teach that bitch Wang Mei a lesson. At the entrance of Yulong Lake Community, Wang Mei was going crazy at the security guard. Why won't you let me in? You've seen me and young Master Chen go in together. Why don't you get out of the way? Wang Mei roared. Now Wang Mei feels that everyone in the world is against her. Wang Mei was already feeling extremely ashamed that she was forced by her mother to apologize to Chen Fong, but now she couldn't even enter the gate of Yulong Lake Community. They are just some stinky security guards. How dare they bully me? Ma'am, we've made it very clear that we can't let you in without the owner's consent. The security guard spoke. Ever since Wang Mei had a conflict with Chen Fong at the gate of the community last time, the security guards have had no good feelings towards Wang Mei. If Wang Mei was accompanying Chun Qingyun, they would turn a blind eye and let Wang Mei in. Now that Chun Qingyun is not with Wang Mei, it is naturally impossible for these security guards to let Wang Mei in and risk offending Chen Fong. Ms. Wang, if you must go in, please call Mr. Chun and ask him to take you in. The security captain spoke. Wang Mei simply ignored these words. After arriving at the community, Wang Mei called Chen Fong more than once, but Chen Fong directly blocked Wang Mei's number, so the call could not be connected at all. As for calling Chun Qingyun, Wang Mei didn't dare to do that now. Whenever Wang Mei thought of Chun Qingyun, the scars on her body would ache slightly. Wang Mei. Just as Wang Mei and the security guard continued to stalemate at the door, a familiar voice sounded behind her. Wang Mei turned around and saw Chun Qingyun's face distorted with anger. Qingyun, you are here like this. Wang Mei was so panicked that she didn't know where to put her hands. Chun Qingyun will not indulge Wang Mei. Because of this bitch in front of him, he and Chen Fong became enemies. Because of the bitch in front of him, he was scolded by his father again and again. It's all the fault of this bitch in front of me. Chun Qingyun strode forward, grabbed Wang Mei's hair, and pulled her into his car. Wang Mei, who was covered in wounds, had no strength to resist Chun Qingyun. She struggled with her hands and feet, but was still pulled into Chun Qingyun's car. During this process, Wang Mei cried and begged for mercy. Mr. Chun, is there any misunderstanding? Please let me go and stop pulling. Wang Mei's plea for mercy only made Chun Qingyun more annoyed. Chun Qingyun clenched his fist and hit Wang Mei's lower abdomen hard. After several punches, Wang Mei was beaten so hard that she couldn't utter a word. She just kept whimpering and became obedient. It's all your stupid-ass brother's fault. Do you know how much trouble he got me into? He even called me his brother-in-law. You are nothing but a toy of mine. How dare you say you are my woman? Who gave you the guts? I'll deal with you first, and then I'll deal with your useless brother. Chen Qingyun dragged Wang Mei into the car and said sternly. These security guards had no intention of stepping forward to stop Chen Qingyun's brutality. They are just security guards, so how can they be qualified to interfere in Chen Qingyun's affairs? What's more, they were extremely dissatisfied with Wang Mei, a woman. When they saw Wang Mei being beaten up by Chen Qingyun, they could only cheer in their hearts. How could they possibly lend a helping hand to a snobbish woman like Wang Mei? At this time, Chen Feng knew nothing about the conflict that occurred at the entrance of the community and had already fallen into a sound sleep. When Chen Feng opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. The familiar system prompt sounded in Chen Feng's mind, and Chen Feng felt that the sound was extremely pleasant. Bite. On the 8th day of filing for divorce, reward to Golden Shield Security Company. Golden Shield Security Company is one of the best security companies in China. The bodyguards inside are basically retired special forces soldiers. With control of such a security company, Chen Feng no longer has to worry about his own safety. Now Chen Feng has directly broken off relations with Jiangxin Group, and no one knows whether Jiangxin Group will take action against him. It is indeed a good thing for Chen Feng to receive such a reward during this period of time. Chapter 37, Magic. Chen Feng also learned through the system that the bodyguards sent to him by the Golden Shield Security Company had arrived at the gate of the community. Chen Feng called the security guard at the door and let the 3 bodyguards in. Brother, what do you think our new boss will be like? It's been so long, and you still haven't learned not to ask questions that you shouldn't ask. A Hummer slowly drove towards Chen Feng's villa, with 3 energetic men with crew cuts in the car. Boss. The 3 men with crew cuts took the initiative to greet Chen Feng after seeing him. Then he took the initiative to introduce himself to Chen Feng. Zhou Weiguo, Wang Peng, and Wu Yuan are all retired from a special forces unit in East China. After retiring, he joined the Golden Shield Security Company and was the most capable person in the company. Chen Feng was also very satisfied with the 3 gold medal bodyguards in front of him. After all, these 3 people have the word professional written all over them from head to toe. Not to mention the mission records performed by these 3 people that Chen Feng retrieved through the company. To put it bluntly, as long as Chen Feng doesn't go to some dangerous areas and commit suicide, he doesn't have to worry about his safety in China with the protection of these 3 people. Chen Feng got directly into the Hummer driven by Zhou Weiguo and his team, and went to the Marcel restaurant with Fong Shia Sha. An old woman had been squatting at the door of Marcel restaurant for a long time. This person is Wang Mei's mother. Last night, after Wang Mei was taken away by Chen Qingyun, Wang's mother called Wang Mei more than a dozen times, but none of the calls went through. This made the Queen Mother so angry that she couldn't sleep well all night. In the eyes of the Queen Mother, Wang Mei, this money-losing girl, has really grown too powerful. He actually dared not answer my call. He must be enjoying himself secretly. Doesn't this money loser know that his brother is still suffering in the police station? If I had known this would happen, I should have drowned her when I gave birth to this money-losing girl. Wang Mei, a money-losing girl, cannot be relied upon, so Wang's mother had to focus her attention on Chen Feng. The Queen Mother didn't know that Chen Feng lived in Yulong Lake community. But after making inquiries from many sources, Queen Mother found out that Chen Feng actually worked as a waiter at the Marcel restaurant. So the Queen Mother came to the Marcel restaurant early in the morning and started yelling as soon as she stepped into the restaurant. Chen Feng, where's Chen Feng, you little beast? How dare you, you bastard, send my son to the police station? You will die a miserable death. The Queen Mother's yelling and cursing naturally attracted everyone's attention at the first moment. The Queen Mother was directly expelled from the restaurant. There was no way to catch Chen Feng in the restaurant, so the Queen Mother caught him at the door of the restaurant. As long as this little beast Chen Feng dares to show his face, I will make sure he pays. The Queen Mother looked around with her cunning eyes. Don't let go of anyone suspected to be Chen Feng. After squatting at the door of Marcel restaurant for more than half an hour, Queen Mother finally saw Chen Feng getting out of the Hummer. The Queen Mother immediately took out the state she was in when she was grabbing eggs in the supermarket and rushed towards Chen Feng. The Queen Mother rushed forward while shouting and cursing. Chen Feng, you damned bastard, you finally dare to show your face. You damned little bastard. You're the one who tricked my Wang Yao into being in the police station. God, please open your eyes and take you away, you conscienceless beast. Seeing the crazy old lady suddenly appear, Zhou Weiguo, Wang Peng, and Wu Yuan also perked up. Today is their first day as the boss's bodyguards. They must not make any mistakes at work, otherwise the boss will doubt their professional abilities. Zhou Weiguo took a step forward and straightened his chest. The Queen Mother bumped headfirst into Zhou Weiguo's thick chest muscles, fell backwards, and crashed to the ground. This fall caused the Queen Mother to see stars. And in the footage from the Hummer's dash cam, it was clear that the Queen Mother deliberately bumped into Zhou Weiguo, and she ended up falling down while trying to steal the chicken. The Queen Mother fell to the ground, and it took her a lot of effort to recover from the dizziness. That's unjust. You're bullying the old man. The Queen Mother fell to the ground, crying and shouting, looking like she had been badly bullied. Wang Peng frowned slightly as he looked at the Queen Mother lying on the ground and throwing a tantrum. Wang Peng flicked his finger, and a flash of silver light penetrated into the acupuncture points on the Queen Mother's body. For a moment, the Queen Mother could not make any sound and could only struggle continuously, as if she was performing a funny pantomime. Wu Yuan skillfully called the police. Soon, the police arrived at the scene and took away the Queen Mother who was lying on the ground and struggling. Wang Peng found a gap and pulled out the silver needle that had been inserted into the Queen Mother's body. The Queen Mother, who was still mumbling, finally regained her voice. Monsters. Police comrades, they are monsters. You have to make the decision for me. The Queen Mother began to wail, and her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Chen Feng and the others. At this time, Wu Yuan had already handed over the video clip of Wang Mu trying to attack Chen Feng to the police. After seeing what Wang Mu did, the police took her away directly. Sitting in the police car, Queen Mother actually felt a little more relieved. Now we are finally away from those scary monsters. Wang Peng, what were those two you just saw? Chen Feng was very curious about Wang Peng's previous methods. Boss, I'm a fan of traditional Chinese medicine. Wang Peng replied. Besides making people mute, does it have any other effects? Chen Feng became even more curious. If you encounter someone with a weak constitution at a particular time, you can induce a heart attack and death in them, and it's not impossible for them to cause blood clots. After thinking carefully for a while, Wang Peng gave his answer. Now Chen Feng kept sighing in his heart that he had found a treasure. If Wang Peng has such good skills with silver needles, Zhou Weiguo and Wu Yuan must have their own skills as well. When I have some free time later, I will need to learn more about them. At the police station, the Queen Mother finally got her wish and met her beloved son. The only drawback was that they met in the place where they were detained. Mom, how did you get in? Where's my sister? Why hasn't she rescued me yet? Wang Yao looked at his mother with a look of disbelief. My son, your mother, have such a miserable life. That money-losing idiot didn't answer my calls, so I went to talk to that damn Chen Feng, but ended up running into a monster with witchcraft skills, and then I was sent right here. The Queen Mother's voice was shrill. Chapter 38, Is Chen Feng worthy of attending our cocktail party? That bitch Wang Mei. Now that she's in a powerful position, she actually dares to ignore me. Hearing what the Queen Mother said, Wang Yao became furious. Wang Yao was furious when he thought about how he was suffering in the police station while that bitch Wang Mei was enjoying the good life with Qin Qingyun. That damned money loser. If I had known, I would have drowned her when she was born. The Queen Mother echoed viciously. Wu Xiaofan, you can go out now. The police's voice came. After all, Wu Xiaofan is old now and has not caused any actual damage, so criticism and education should be the main focus. After some handling, Wu Xiaofan was released. Wang Yao also took this opportunity to speak to Wu Xiaofan. Mom, you can't be soft-hearted towards that bitch Wang Mei. Isn't Xiaodian still at home? I can't bear it. How could Qin Qingyun and Wang Mei be so cruel as to not want their own son? After hearing Wang Yao's words, Wu Xiaofan felt her eyes light up. Okay, son, just hold on in there a little longer. Mom will get you out right away. Wu Xiaofan promised. Wu Xiaofan was already thinking about it in her mind. He used Qin Xiaodian to threaten Wang Mei and Qin Qingyun, not only to rescue Wang Yao, but also to demand a large sum of money from Qin Qingyun. Of course you need a car and a house too. Wang Mei has given birth to a child for Qin Qingyun. The Qin family is so rich, how can they not give them this little thing? Wang Yao is getting married. It won't do if you don't have a house, a car, or savings. A fierce look flashed across Wu Xiaofan's eyes. As for causing trouble for Chen Feng again, Wu Xiaofan doesn't dare to do that now. The people around Chen Feng all know magic. If he gets killed by them, he will suffer a great loss. But when Wu Xiaofan walked out of the police station, she found passers-by on the street pointing at her. Look at the whole person. Is he the one in the video? Yes, it's her. The one who throws tantrums and even performs pantomime. You don't even have any dignity at this age. What's going on now? The old people have become bad. What are you talking about? It's obviously just that the bad guys have grown old. Wu Xiaofan put her hands on her hips and walked towards the girls. You little slut, your mother didn't teach you to respect the elderly, did she? You are not worthy enough to point fingers at me behind my back. Who are you trying to seduce by wearing so little? You can tell he's not a decent person. He must be a prostitute. Wu Xiaofan put her hands on her hips and cursed. How could the little girl be a match for a shrew like Wu Xiaofan? Don't scold her until your eyes turn red and you look so aggrieved. Just when Wu Xiaofan was feeling proud, several middle-aged women came out. You old rascal. You're relying on your foul mouth to bully little girls, aren't you? You don't even let anyone tell you about the shit you did. Like mother, like son. The son was sent to jail for throwing tantrums, and he showed up at the door the next day. Is your mother going to crawl out of her grave and come to your house to make trouble tomorrow? You really bring shame to us old people. Several aunts kept arguing with each other, leaving Wu Xiaofan helpless. Even though Wu Xiaofan is extremely capable, she cannot defeat many enemies alone. Someone in the crowd took the lead in shouting, "Old witch," and everyone started shouting at Wu Xiaofan in unison. The embarrassed Wu Xiaofan ran away like a rat crossing the street. And all this was done by Chen Fong. The scenes of Wu Xiaofan throwing a tantrum in the Marcel restaurant, trying to scam Zhou Weigua, rolling on the ground, and being taken away by the police were all edited together and made into a short video that was released. The relationship between Wu Xiaofan and Wang Yao was also marked in the short video. The short video generated quite a bit of buzz as soon as it was released. Today, everyone on the internet is discussing this strange mother and son. The only thing that made Chen Fong feel regretful was that he had not produced a video of Wang Mei and was unable to make the family complete. However, Chen Fong doesn't have time to worry about this problem now. He has more important things to deal with. Boss, we're here. Zhou Weigua spoke after parking the car in the parking lot of Longhua Manor. Well, let's go. Chen Fong nodded. Tonight, Chen Fong will meet with the respectable people in Jiangxing Circle as the owner of Longhua Manor. Of course, the most important thing is to say hello to Chen Jiangwo and his son Chen Qingyun. Behave yourself tonight and don't cause any trouble. Chen Jiangwo warned Chen Qingyun beside him. Originally, Chen Jiangwo did not plan to let Chen Qingyun come along. However, even if Chen Jiangwo was disappointed with Chen Qingyun was still Chen Jiangwo's only heir. For such an important occasion, Chen Jiangwo still had to bring Chen Qingyun along. Dad, I understand. Chen Qingyun nodded and acted like an honest child. Chen Jiangwo nodded, picked up a glass of wine, and went to socialize with some partners. Mr. Chen, it's been a long time since we last met. I heard that recently a young man in Jiangshang who didn't have much eyesight offended you. Isn't that just provoking the gods? Yes. I heard that too. Now the tenants of Qilin Building are not renewing their contracts, and Marcel Restaurant has even canceled its membership system. Now they are trying to win over the common people. I'm sure it won't be long before he's kicked out of Jiangxing. Chen Jianjun also smiled in response to his business partner's flattery. You guys are talking like I'm some kind of bully. Chen Jianjun joked. Mr. Chen, what are you talking about? It's obviously that young boy who doesn't know the seriousness of the situation. Mr. Chen is teaching him a lesson, letting him know the cruelty of society. He should pay Mr. Chen some tuition. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for teaching him a lesson. Ha ha ha. Old Wu, please stop flattering me. I think the project cooperation in the West City is pretty good. You guys should submit a plan in the next 2 days, and we can finalize the details. Chen Jianjun nodded, his face full of satisfaction. Okay, Mr. Chen, when doing business in Jiangxing, how can we avoid your Jiangxing group? It seems that young man's surname is also Chen. They both have the surname Chen, so why are they so different? After getting the promise of cooperation, Lao Wu flattered even more diligently. Right in this shop, a somewhat discordant voice emerged from the crowd. Do you think this kid named Chen Fong will show up at this dinner party today? Before Chen Jianjun expressed his opinion, Chen Qingyun spoke first. Chen Fong? Who the hell is he? It's just that I don't know where I got some money from, which is enough to qualify to participate in our circle's cocktail party. Chen Qingyun's tone was full of disdain. Chapter 39. Are you Chen Jianjun? Mr. Chen is right. Chen Fong is just a poor man who suddenly became rich. How can he be qualified to attend our dinner? Yes. All the people attending the dinner today are people of status and position. I have never heard of a member like Chen Fong in Longhua Manor. I don't think that young brat Chen Fong is even qualified to enter Longhua Manor, let alone attend the dinner hosted by the new owner. If that ignorant fellow Chen Fong sneaks in, we must drive him out. This is not a place where they can cause trouble. Everyone also gave face to Chen Qingyun, the prince of Jiangxing Group, and praised him one after another. Evil boy, when is it your turn to say such things? Why don't you just behave yourself? Chen Jianjun looked serious and scolded Chen Qingyun. However, at this time, Chen Jianjun fully agreed with what Chen Qingyun said. Chen Qingyun was right. Even if Chen Fong suddenly had so many assets, he would not be qualified to attend tonight's dinner. Mr. Chen, what Mr. Chen said is not wrong. Don't blame the child. Old Wu spoke. Several others also tried to persuade him. Obviously, Everyone present has already determined that Chen Fong is not qualified to attend the dinner tonight. But speaking of this, Mr. Chun, you've always been well informed. Do you know the identity of the new owner of Longhu Manor? Old Wu took the opportunity to ask. Upon hearing this, everyone present focused their attention on Chen Jianjun. After learning that the identity of the owner of Longhu Manor had changed, all members were very curious about this mysterious new owner. Because of this, they were also very curious about Chen Jianjun's answer. Old Wu, you really overestimate me. How would I know the identity of the new owner of Longhu Manor? But to be able to take charge of Longhu Manor, he must be an extraordinary person. Besides, everyone will know tonight. Chen Jianjun said with a smile. Yes, Longhu Manor has a strong background. The person who can take charge of Longhu Manor must be a great figure. Old Wu agreed repeatedly. The other guests present were also increasingly impressed by the powerful identity and background of the owner of Longhu Manor. Even Chen Jianjun couldn't get even a little bit of information. Fortunately, this mysterious new owner will show up tonight. They must work hard to improve the favorability of this new owner with a powerful background. In this way, their future in Jiangxing will definitely be easier. However, not everyone was attacking Chen Fong. Lin Sa and Song Qingxue were two exceptions. At the same time, Lin Sa was also looking forward to Chun Feng's appearance at this dinner. Although Chen Fong appeared very late, the fact that he could drive that Wolf Cub supercar showed that Chen Fong was not an ordinary person. What's more, through subsequent investigations, Lin Sa learned that Chen Feng's residence was Villa Number 9 in Yulong Bay. You know, even his own father couldn't afford that villa. How could Chen Fong, who lived in that villa, be just an ordinary person? As long as the new owner of Longhu Manor has a bit of brains, he will definitely invite Chen Fong to attend today's dinner. It is definitely not a wise move to make enemies with such a mysterious and powerful person. Because of this, Lin Sa looked at those guys who belittled Chen Fong and praised Chen father and son with a cold look. There was no need to cooperate with such people who could not see the situation clearly. They can cooperate with bad guys because they know what common interests are. But you can't cooperate with fools. They'll just be smart and mess everything up. In Lin Sa's eyes, those who agreed with Chen's father and son were all idiots. Just then, there was some noise from the crowd. Here it comes. Everyone quickly turned their eyes towards the entrance. 3 men in black suits and with crew cuts entered the banquet hall first. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the shield embroidered with gold thread on the black suit. I've seen this badge before. It's the bodyguard of the Golden Shield. And they're not just ordinary bodyguards. Only the highest level gold medal bodyguards have their shield badges embroidered with gold thread. It seems that the person who came this time is indeed the new owner of Longhu Manor. Hearing this, everyone became even more excited, looking forward to the appearance of the new owner of Longhu Manor. After the 3 bodyguards stood on both sides, a man with a handsome face slowly walked into the venue. This man is much younger than everyone imagined. Chen Fong, why is it you? Today is a banquet hosted by the new owner of Longhu Manor. Do you think you can be looked up to by paying a fortune for bodyguards from the Golden Shield Security Company? You are stealing the show. You will only make the new owner of Longhu Manor hate you if you do this. Just wait to be kicked out of Jiangxing. When Chen Qingyun saw Chen Fong, he immediately walked out of the crowd and spoke. After hearing what Chen Qingyun said, the admiring and flattering looks that everyone had towards Chen Fong gradually turned into disgust and contempt. Young people really don't know their place. How can you mess around in a place like this? Get out now. So as not to let the new owner of Longhu Manor think that we are bad guests who don't know etiquette. Old Wu snorted coldly and spoke. Now Old Wu has firmly stood on the side of Chun and his son, so naturally, he has to express his attitude clearly. Yes, but we can't let you affect the influence of the new owner of Longhu Manor on us. He really has no manners at all. I don't know how his parents taught him. Haven't you heard? He's an orphan. He's been without parents since he was little. He must have just been found by his parents, and that's how he made a fortune. Everyone was talking about it. Chen Fong didn't take these gossips to heart. Anyway, after today, these people will not be eligible to enter Longhu Manor again. Chen Fong focused his attention on Chen Jianjun. Chen Fong used to work at Jiangxing Technology, so he had naturally seen the photo of this chairman. Chen Jianjun looked energetic in the photo, but now seeing him in person, he was no different from an ordinary old man. If we must say what is so special about Chen Jianjun, we can only say that in Chen Feng's eyes, Chen Jianjun is like a greedy old dog. It's obviously just an old dog, but it pretends to be a lion. It's really out of place. Are you Chen Jianjun? Chen Fong looked at Chen Jianjun and spoke, his tone filled with indescribable contempt. Chen Fong, you are not worthy of speaking to my father like that. Chen Qingyun was obviously angered by the tone of Chen Feng's voice. He raised his fist and rushed towards Chen Fong. Chapter 40. My name is Chen Fong, the new owner of Longhu Manor. Chen Qingyun has always respected and feared Chen Jianjun. Chen Jianjun started from scratch and founded Jiangxing Group, the largest group in Jiangxing, over the past few decades. All the privileges that Chen Qingyun obtained came from his father Chen Jianjun, who was extremely capable. Even though this father would beat Chen Qingyun violently at every turn, causing Chen Qingyun's psychology to be distorted, Chen Qingyun would never allow anyone to insult his father. Chen Feng's contemptuous tone had already stepped on Chen Qingyun's minefield. Chen Qingyun, the spoiled child, obviously forgot that Chen Feng was surrounded by 3 gold shield gold medal bodyguards. How could they allow Chen Qingyun to hurt their boss? Zhou Weiguo took a step forward, grabbed Chen Qingyun's hands as soon as they met, and pressed him to the ground. Zhou Weiguo grabbed Chen Qingyun's hands and pulled them back. Gabba! And everyone present heard an extremely crisp sound. Then came Chen Qingyun's scream. Chen Qingyun's hands hung limply on the ground. With one encounter, Zhou Weiguo dislocated Chen Qingyun's hands. Chen Feng, you are so brave. How dare you lay hands on my son? Chen Jianjun looked at Chen Qingyun, who was lying on the ground howling like a ghost, and spoke viciously to Chen Feng. In Chen Jianjun's opinion, Chen Feng should kneel in front of him and beg him to spare him. Who gave him the courage to challenge him face to face and let the bodyguards remove his son's hands? This is simply a slap in his face. Your son? Is he amazing? Chen Feng's tone was full of disdain. Chen Feng walked to Chen Qingyun, raised his foot, and stepped directly on Chen Qingyun's head. Then he leaned down and slowly spoke to Chen Qingyun. Hey, are you amazing? Everyone present was shocked by Chen Feng's behavior. Is Chen Feng really just a kid without any foundation? If Chen Feng did not have a powerful background, how could he dare to do such a thing in front of Chen Jianjun and Chen Qingyun? Chen Jianjun's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Chen Feng, let go of my son. Chen Jianjun gritted his teeth and spoke, his tone full of hatred. At this moment, Wang Quanqing, the housekeeper of Longhu Manor, also walked in. Mr. Wang, someone is causing trouble at Longhu Manor. I think you should be held responsible for this matter. Chen Jianjun snorted coldly and spoke. The people below were also talking about it. Chen Feng is probably doomed. He caused such a big incident at the first banquet of the new owner of Longhu Manor. He must have offended the new owner. Yes, no matter how powerful Chen Feng's background is, he has offended both Jiangxing Group and Longhu Manor in Jiangxing. There is absolutely no way he can continue to gain a foothold in Jiangxing. What a pity. Chen Feng looks like a big shot. Unconsciously, everyone's attitude towards Chen Feng had changed slightly. Of course, if someone dares to cause trouble at the first banquet hosted by the new owner of our Longhu Manor, it is a provocation to our Longhu Manor, and we will not let him go. Wang Chuanqing's tone was cold. Hearing this, Chen Qingyun, who was being stepped on by Chen Feng, became arrogant again. Did you hear that, Chen Feng? You are done. You are simply a brainless lunatic. You have offended both our Jiangxing Group and Longhu Manor. Just wait to be kicked out of Jiangxing. As Chen Qingyun spoke, he burst into crazy laughter. Your smile is really ugly. Chen Feng frowned and stuffed the tip of his shoe directly into Chen Qingyun's mouth. Chen Qingyun's crazy laughter disappeared instantly, and Chen Feng's frown gradually relaxed. Okay, it's quiet now. Chen Feng still looked so arrogant. Wang Quanqing, why don't you take action? Chen Jianjun became even more furious when he saw Chen Feng's increasingly arrogant attitude. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, we will deal with the troublemakers right away. As soon as Wang Quanqing finished speaking, several bodyguards in black came in, picked up Chen Qingyun, who was lying on the ground, and carried him out. Originally, everyone thought that Chen Qingyun was going to be sent to the hospital first. But looking at the attitude of the bodyguards, it didn't seem like they were rescuing a wounded person, but more like throwing away a piece of trash. Wang Quanqing, what exactly do you mean by Longhu Manor? Didn't they say they were going to deal with the troublemakers? Why did they carry my son away? And yet that lunatic Chen Feng is still here. Chen Jianjun began to question. In a rage, Chen Jianjun no longer cared about his dignity and roared at Wang Quanqing. Wang Quanqing still spoke politely. Mr. Chen, we did nothing wrong. We have dealt with the troublemaker. The dinner can continue. Looking at Wang Chuanqing's calm tone, Chen Jianjun became even angrier. Wang Quanqing, are you saying that my son is the troublemaker? Chen Jianjun laughed out of anger. That's right, Mr. Chen. It seems you have understood. Wang Quanqing nodded, agreeing with Chen Jianjun's statement. Okay. Wang Quanqing, I don't know what benefits Chen Feng promised you to make you stand on his side. Do you think everyone here is blind? You are just a steward. I am your master's guest. Who gave you the courage to offend me? When I meet the new owner of your Longhu Manor, you're done for. Chen Jianjun threatened. Mr. Chen, the new owner of our Longhu Manor has arrived. If you are dissatisfied with anything, you can tell our new owner. Wang Quanqing still had a professional smile on his face. After hearing Wang Quanqing's words, everyone present began to look around, obviously looking for the new owner of Longhu Manor that Wang Quanqing mentioned. As for the dispute between Chen Jianjun and Chen Feng, it was temporarily put aside by them. Okay, where is your master? I want to see if you can maintain your composure when I mention this to your master. Chen Jianjun stared at Wang Quanqing intently. Then Wang Quanqing turned around and bowed in the direction of Chen Feng. Everyone present was shocked when they saw this scene. Then, an extremely bold idea came into their minds. Could it be that Chen Feng is the new owner of Longhu Manor? How is this possible? Chen Feng was just an unknown young man not long ago. It was a blessing for him to be invited to tonight's banquet. How could he be the owner of Longhu Manor? Under the surprised gaze of everyone, Chen Feng spoke loudly. Good evening, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Feng. I'm sure you all know me. But tonight, I am meeting you all as the new owner of Longhu Manor. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, the entire venue fell into deathly silence. Chapter 41. Killing the Chicken to Frighten the Monkeys. Chen Feng's voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. How could Chen Feng be the new owner of Longhu Manor? In an instant, those who had previously spoken out against Chen Feng in order to flatter the Chen father and son changed their expressions. They actually offended the new owner of Longhu Manor. These guys all turned their eyes to Chen Jianjun. If they didn't want to please Chen Jianjun, how could they possibly offend Chen Feng? But soon, they withdrew their resentful gazes. In Jiangcheng Group is a behemoth, and it is definitely not something that people like them can afford to offend. They had no choice but to swallow this loss. The most they could do was find a chance to explain to Chen Feng that they were merely misled by Chen's father and son, and hope that Chen Feng would be magnanimous and forgive them and not pursue their faults anymore. Chen Jianjun looked at Chen Feng with an extremely solemn expression. It was not until this moment that Chen Jianjun finally realized that Chen Feng's background was even more profound than he had imagined. Mr. Chen, I think there is some misunderstanding between us. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, we can still benefit from each other and make the business bigger and stronger together. Chen Jianjun smiled and spoke. There is no doubt that Chen Jianjun is a very qualified businessman. For Chen Jianjun, the development of Jiangxing Group is the most important thing. In front of Jiangxing Group, personal honor is nothing at all. After learning about Chen Feng's background, choosing to resolve the conflict with Chen Feng and achieving mutual benefit and win-win results is indeed the best option. Okay. After hearing Chen Jianjun's words, Chen Feng suddenly applauded. No wonder Mr. Chen was able to single-handedly create the Jiangxing Group and expand it to such a large scale. I am really ashamed of myself for having such a broad mind, Chen Feng said with a smile. Chen Jianjun's expression eased a lot. The other guests present also had smiles on their faces. Even the tense atmosphere was completely resolved. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng and Chen Jianjun were able to reconcile. But this is a very good thing. In this way, these small fry won't be caught up in the vortex of the fight between Chen Feng and Chen Jianjun. Just when everyone's faces showed joy, Chen Feng's next words once again brought the atmosphere in the venue to freezing point. I even had your son's arm removed, and you still want to cooperate with me. You're really willing to sacrifice your own skin for cooperation. With such shamelessness, it's no wonder Jiangxing Group has grown so big. I don't know how many people Mr. Chen has bowed to and given in to during the development of Jiangxing Group. You didn't care if your son was bullied. Did you also not care if your wife was bullied? Oh, I see. Is it because Chen Qingyun is not your child at all, so you don't feel sorry for him at all, Mr. Chen? Chen Feng's tone was full of sarcasm. Chen Jianjun's smile froze on his face. Chen Feng was so angry that his hands were shaking constantly, as if he had Parkinson's syndrome. I'm not some old bastard who can pretend nothing happened even if I'm bullied. Since Jiangxing Group has taken action against me, there will be a fight to the death between me and Jiangxing Group. Get this eyesore out of here. Longhu Manor will never host the Jiangxing Group again. Chen Feng's tone was cold. Upon hearing this, several bodyguards immediately lifted up Chen Jianjun and pushed him out. Let me go. I can walk by myself. Chen Jianjun struggled frantically, but he was already old and frail, so how could he be a match for the bodyguards? He was dragged out like this, without even a shred of the dignity of the chairman of Jiangxing Group. Soon, Chen Jianjun's voice completely disappeared in the conference hall. Okay, it's finally quiet. Then it's time to talk about our business. I heard that everyone present here has some opinions about me, Chen? Chen Feng said this, scanning the people present with a dangerous look. Those who had spoken ill of Chin Fong felt uneasy and uneasy. In their eyes, the current Chin Fong is not a young boy who is ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, but a ruthless man who drove Chun Jianjun out without even giving him a name. Let's start with you. Xingchen Construction Company, Wu Qingcheng. You just said you were happiest, right? Chin Fong directly called Wu Qingcheng's name. In order to obtain the opportunity to cooperate with Jiangqing Group, Wu Qingcheng had spared no effort to flatter Chun and his son and spoke rudely to Chin Fong. What Chin Fong has to do now is to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. After dealing with the Chin father and son, Wu Qingcheng would be the most suitable fat chicken. Wu Qingcheng was already nervous, and his face turned pale when he heard Chin Fong call his name. Mr. Chun, it's a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. Wu Qingcheng forced a smile and spoke. As long as you use the same insulting words to greet Chin Jianjun and Chin Qingyun again, I can pretend that nothing happened. Chin Fong gave an understanding smile. But in Wu Qingcheng's eyes, this smile was more terrifying than the devil's smile. Wu Qingcheng is not a child. He would not believe that Chin Fong was willing to forgive him. He has already offended Chin Fong. If he continues to insult Chun Jianjun and Chin Qingyun, his company will no longer be able to operate in Jiangqing. Now Wu Qingcheng only has one last choice, which is to stand firmly by Jiangqing Group and hope that Jiangqing Group can defeat Chin Fong. Chin Fong, you are just a young boy. I wasn't the only one scolding you just now. Are you planning to offend all of us? Wu Qingcheng spoke. But after saying this, Wu Qingcheng found that no one agreed with him at all. Now Wu Qingcheng was like a clown who was performing hard. Well, now that you've made your decision, get out of my manor. Wang Peng, show him out. As soon as Chin Fong finished speaking, Wang Peng walked towards Wu Qingcheng. Wu Qingcheng had already thought of the very undignified scene when Chun Jianjun was carried out before, and he quickly began to struggle. What do you want to do? I can walk by myself. Wu Qingcheng struggled frantically, using his hands and feet. Wang Peng simply flipped the back of his hand, and a silver needle shot into Wu Qingcheng's body. Wu Qingcheng couldn't utter a word afterwards, and even his body lost the ability to resist. Only his eyes kept rolling around, looking extremely terrified. Then Wu Qingcheng was taken out by Wang Peng like a puppet. Looking at the extremely strange scene before their eyes, the venue fell into silence again. Chapter 42, Multi-Party Cooperation. Targeting Jiangqing Group. Everyone, don't be so nervous. I'm not Chin Qingyun, the psychopathic mad dog, nor am I Chun Jianjun, the sinister old dog. I will deal with those who are against me. I don't have any conflicts with anyone. We were all deceived by Chin Qingyun and Chin Jianjun. I don't intend to pursue anything. Today I am only meeting you as the new owner of Longhua Manor. I hope you have a great evening. Chin Fong said this and raised his glass. After hearing Chin Feng's words, the anxious guests finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then there was toasting, and both the host and the guests were having a great time. After enjoying the attention of the guests, Chin Fong saw Lin Sa in the crowd and walked towards him. Then the two of them walked towards an empty terrace together. Zhou Weigua and the other two stood guard to prevent anyone from interrupting their conversation. I didn't expect you to be the new owner of Longhua Manor, Lin Sa said with a smile. I didn't expect that, actually. Chin Fong said this sincerely, but to Lin Sa, this sentence sounded like a joke from Chin Fong. Are you really planning to take action against Jiangqing Group? Lin Sa got to the point. Of course, Jiangqing Group and I are irreconcilable. Chin Fong spoke frankly. If you really want to bring down Jiangqing Group, I can help you. Lin Sa raised his glass, clinked it with Chin Feng's, and spoke. Who are you to say this to me? Is he the owner of the Speed Racing Club, or the son of Mayor Lin? Chin Fong asked. During this period of time, Chin Fong also learned about Lin Sa's identity and background. Lin Sa is the child of the mayor of Jiangqing. Both. Lin Sa was not surprised that Chin Fong knew her identity. If Chin Fong still doesn't know his true identity, then there is a problem. Can you tell me why? Chin Fong asked. Although Chin Fong also hopes to get more assistance, he must know the reason. Jiangqing Group has done too many outrageous things. But Jiangqing Group is too large and provides too many jobs. Jiangqing Group cannot go bankrupt, but it can be acquired. That's what my father meant. Lin Sa emphasized the last sentence. Why do you think I can swallow up Jiangqing Group? Chin Fong continued to ask. Owning a Wolf Cub supercar. I live in Villa number 9 in Yulong Bay. In the past few days, we have acquired Marcel Restaurant Group, Jixin Cold Chain, and Shilin Building, and now we have become the new owner of Longhua Manor. Even my father doesn't know your background. Chin Fong, can you tell me which family's hidden heir you are? Lin Sa did not answer Chin Feng's question, but raised her own questions. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question for you. Chin Fong shook his head. It's okay, I understand. Those big families always have some inexplicable rules. Lin Sa nodded, obviously misunderstanding what Chen Fong meant. Chen Fong had no intention of explaining, so it was better to just go with the flow. Not to mention that Chen Fong, who has the system, will definitely not be inferior to those so-called big families. In that case, in your opinion, where should I start to deal with the Chen family? Chen Fong asked Lin Sa for his opinion. Since Lin Sa proposed cooperation, it means that Lin Sa already has an idea. Jiangqing Group recently set its sights on a piece of land in the west of the city and plans to open a real estate development there. I can tell you that within 3 years, the city government offices will be relocated to the west side of the city. If possible, I hope you can take this piece of fat meat from their mouths. It seems that Jiangqing Group intends to cooperate with Wu Qingqing's Qingqing Group on this project. Lin Sa said, I don't have a real estate company right now. How can you be sure that I can acquire this piece of land? Chen Fong asked back. If I don't have it today, what if I have it tomorrow? When we first met, I couldn't believe that you would be the owner of Longhum Manor now. Lin Sa smiled. Okay, if I have the ability, I will definitely take that piece of land. Chen Fong spoke. By the way, you said before that you would invite me to watch the car race. Why hasn't it started yet? After finishing the main business, Chen Fong also changed the topic. There's a game tomorrow night if you're interested. But Chen Fong, it seems that someone else wants to see you now, so I won't disturb you and the beautiful lady. After leaving these words, Lin Sa raised his glass and left. Chen Fong looked in the direction where Lin Sa left and saw Song Qingxue wearing a cheongsam. Cheongsam is extremely suitable for the body shape of Oriental beauties. When wrapped around Song Qingxue, it further highlights her graceful figure. Whether it is the dotted lines of her convex front and back, or her pair of long legs, they are all extremely eye-catching. Not to mention Song Qingxue, who was wearing a cheongsam tonight. She lacked the heroic air of a police uniform, but instead had the gentle grace of a Jiangnan beauty. Miss Song, what do you want to talk to me about? Chen Fong spoke politely. Mr. Chun, I didn't expect that I still underestimated you. You are actually the new owner of Longhum Manor. My purpose in coming to see you today is the same as before. If you find any evidence against Chen Qingyun, please let me know. Of course, if you find any evidence against Chen Jianjun, you can tell me. Song Qingxue had a business-like attitude. It's natural. Cooperating with the police is every citizen's responsibility. But I think as a police officer, I don't have the power to sanction the Jiangqing Group. So, Miss Song is now asking me for cooperation on behalf of the Song family. Chen Fong asked back. I can only represent my own attitude. Song Qingxue's answer made Chen Fong feel a little regretful. But it makes sense. The demands of the military and police are different from those of the political circles, so it is normal that Lin Sa and Song Qingxue have different attitudes. Chen Fong would just ignore Song Qingxue's request. With Song Qingxue's ability alone, it is impossible to cause actual damage to Jiangqing Group. If he could really find evidence, handing it to Song Qingxue would only alert the enemy. It would be better to continue following Lin Sa's path and let Lin Sa's father take action, which would be more effective. Chen Fong, do you doubt my ability? Song Qingxue noticed the change in Chun Feng's attitude, frowned, and spoke. No. Miss Song, you misunderstood me. I know you are a good police officer who is dedicated to serving the people. If I have any clues, I will definitely contact you in time. Chen Feng spoke quickly. Song Qingxue was quite satisfied with Chen Feng's answer. She nodded and turned to leave. Chapter 43. Resolve the Assassination Crisis. Reward Physical Fitness Improvement Card. After the banquet, Chen Feng got on the Hummer and drove towards the Yulong Bay Villa. Chen Feng drank a little too much tonight and felt a little dizzy sitting in the back seat. At this moment, a voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind, which lifted Chen Feng's spirits, and even his drunkenness completely disappeared. Bite. Random mission has been triggered. Resolve the assassination crisis. Task reward. Physical fitness improvement card. Boss, we're being followed. Zhou Weiguo's voice sounded after the system prompt sounded. He is truly worthy of being the gold medal bodyguard of Golden Shield Company. Are you sure you can handle them? Chen Feng spoke. Don't worry, boss. We are professionals, but we need your cooperation. Zhou Weiguo's tone was firm. Since it concerns his own life and death, Chen Feng naturally would not have any opinion. At this time, Chen Feng also took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hey, Officer Song, my bodyguard told me that I seem to be being targeted. I'm seeking your help. Chen Feng went straight to the point. Share the location. I'll be there soon. Song Qingxue didn't waste any time and directly shared the location with Chen Feng and rushed towards Chen Feng. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng was extremely nervous. This was the first time he had ever been assassinated. Even with Zhou Weiguo and the other two protecting him, Chen Feng was still very uneasy. As for the assassination attempt on himself, it was definitely the work of the Chun family father and son. Even in Chen Feng's opinion, it was probably done by the mad dog Chen Qingyun. If it were the shrewd Chen Jianjun, he would definitely not be so anxious. Boss, hold on tight. As soon as Zhou Weiguo finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and the Hummer sped away at full speed. The road from Longhu Manor to Yolonga Villa is relatively remote. After Zhou Weiguo sped up, Chen Feng also saw an SUV following behind them. The SUV also suddenly increased its speed, obviously staring at them. Don't worry, boss. It's an amateur. Zhou Weiguo spoke. Hearing this, Chen Feng relaxed a little, and at the same time, he became more and more convinced that this was definitely Chen Qingyun acting on his own initiative. Even if Chen Jianjun wanted to assassinate him, he would never be so careless. Although the opponent was not a veteran, the three assassins did not let down their guard. The Hummer quickly entered an intersection. At this moment, a dump truck suddenly roared over and crashed straight into the Hummer that Chen Feng was riding in. Just when Chen Feng felt that his life was about to come to an end, Zhou Weiguo turned the steering wheel hard, and the Hummer drifted on the spot, thus avoiding the impact of the dump truck. Judging from Zhou Weiguo's posture, he had obviously made preparations to prevent being hit. He is truly a professional. As for the dump truck, it crashed heavily into a big tree on the green belt, and black smoke came out of the cab. As for the black SUV that had been following the Hummer, it also stopped. Just at this moment, the sound of sirens rang out. Freeze, police. An Audi SUV with police lights on also arrived at the scene, and it was Song Qingxue who got out of the car. When Song Qingxue received Chen Feng's call, she immediately rushed to Chen Feng. He even witnessed the thrilling scene of a dump truck crashing into Chen Feng's car. Fortunately, Chen Feng's bodyguards were professional enough. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Under Song Qingxue's coercion, a man in black also got out of the black SUV. Officer, I was just driving home. Is that wrong? The man's face was full of surprise. Wait here and follow me back to the police station for investigation. Song Qingxue didn't care about the man's slick talk and said sternly. Soon, several police cars and ambulances arrived at the scene, sent the driver of the dump truck to the hospital, and took the man in the SUV back to the police station. Zhou Weiguo cooperated with the police and went to the police station. Wang Peng and Wu Yuan escorted Chen Feng back to Yulong Lake Villa. At the same time, in order to protect Chen Feng's safety, the two of them also stayed in the guest room of the villa. Chen Feng, what happened? Fong Xiao Sha noticed that the atmosphere was not right. It's okay, this is their professional habit. Chen Feng comforted. Then Chen Feng went straight back to his room. The assassination crisis has been resolved and the system's reward has arrived. Chen Feng directly used the physical fitness improvement card rewarded by the system. In an instant, an intense pain spread throughout Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng felt that all the muscles in his body were torn in half, and it seemed that even Chen Feng's bones were crushed and reassembled. Chen Feng subconsciously wanted to shout, but he found that he had lost control of his body. He could not make even a sound, and his body could not move at all. If Chen Feng screamed, it would definitely attract the attention of Wang Peng and Wu Yuan, and then it would be difficult to explain. Fortunately, this kind of pain did not last long. After more than a minute, Chen Feng finally regained control of his body. At this moment, Chen Feng discovered that his entire body was covered in a layer of black dirt, which was as foul-smelling as if he had rolled in the mud. These dirt are exactly the impurities in Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng also personally experienced what it means to cleanse the essence and marrow. Chen Feng quickly took a shower, and as for the clothes he was wearing before, he just threw them away. There was no need to wash them at all. After Chen Feng washed off the dirt on his body, he found that his skin had become exceptionally white and he looked younger. More importantly, Chen Feng could feel that his whole body was filled with endless energy. My physical condition has indeed improved a lot. However, the specific level of Chen Feng's physical fitness still needs to be professionally evaluated. Chen Feng also plans to ask Zhou Weiguo and others to help him with the test tomorrow. After all, they are professionals in this area. At the police station, Song Qingxue had already learned that the man who got out of the black SUV was named Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang's resume was very clean, and it seemed that he really was on his way home, just as he said. As for the driver of the dump truck, he died on the spot, and the hospital was unable to save him because there was a large amount of alcohol in his blood. Song Qingxue continued to communicate with the driver. As for Zhao Yang, although Song Qingxue was reluctant, she had no choice but to let him go. Chapter 44. Divorce filing on the 9th day. Reward. Heyue Real Estate. Evil boy, you ordered someone to assassinate Chen Feng. Are you crazy? At the Chen family, Chen Jianjun slapped Chen Qingyun mercilessly. There are no secrets in Jiangxing. The news that Chen Feng was almost hit and killed by a dump truck on his way home has spread throughout the circle. Who made Chen Feng so arrogant? He dares to say anything and do anything. I just hate that dump truck didn't hit him to death. Chun Qingyun spoke viciously, his expression looking particularly ferocious at this moment. Where did you find that person? Chun Jianjun's expression became even gloomier. I just mentioned it casually. He was the one who approached me. He said he would only charge me if the job was done. Don't worry, I won't be held responsible. Chun Qingyun said proudly. Not surprisingly, what awaited Chun Qingyun was a slap in the face from Chun Jianjun. However, once it was confirmed that there was no financial transaction between Chun Qingyun and the uninvited killer, Chun Jianjun could insist that they did not know the killer, and the matter would be left unresolved. Chun Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. Bite. 9 days after filing for divorce, rewarded with 60% of Youve real estate shares. Youve Real Estate is not well known in the country, but it is an old real estate company in Jiangxing. To put it bluntly, most of the real estate projects in Jiangxing have been acquired by Youve Real Estate. Even the Yulong Lake community where Chun Feng currently lives is a property under the name of Youve Real Estate. It was just that a few years ago, the CEO of Youve Compensation Company had an accident, and there were huge changes in equity within the company, which led to the weakness of Youve Real Estate in recent years. However, now that Chun Feng has acquired 60% of the company's shares, he has become the company's largest shareholder. Chun Feng did not expect that Lin Sa had just mentioned to him the matter of the land in the west of the city yesterday, and today the system rewarded him with such a real estate company. Chun Feng even suspected that if he stayed in Jiangxing for a while longer, the whole city would belong to him. Not long after, a phone call came. It was Lu Zhihui, CEO of Youve Real Estate, who called. On the phone, Lu Zhihui first congratulated Chun Feng on becoming a major shareholder of Youve Real Estate, and asked Chun Feng when he would be free to visit the company and give instructions on their work. The current Chun Feng is no longer the unknown boy before. Since Chun Feng became the owner of Longhu Manor, Chun Feng has become one of the most important figures in the Jiangxing circle. Lu Zhihui also hopes that Youve Real Estate can restore its former glory under the leadership of Chun Feng. I will go to Youve Real Estate today. Chun Feng made a decision immediately. This matter should be done sooner rather than later, and Youve Real Estate should also make preparations early and take over the land in the west of the city in one go to officially announce their return. After hanging up the phone with Lu Zhihui, Chun Feng also found that he still had many missed calls. Among them, Chun Feng was particularly concerned about the calls from Lin Sa and Song Qingxue. Chun Feng first called Song Qingxue back. Chun Feng, please be careful recently. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. Song Qingxue went straight to the point. Is this matter related to Jiangxing Group? Chun Feng directly raised his questions. I also hope that this matter is related to them, but there is no evidence. All we can say is that this was an accident caused by a drunk driver. We can't find any evidence of any crime against the man who was following you yesterday. Song Qingxue spoke. Oh, Chun Feng responded softly. Chun Feng, you have to trust us. We will try our best to find the problem. Song Qingxue obviously noticed something wrong in Chun Feng's tone and spoke. Well, I believe you. Chun Feng's tone became even more perfunctory. Chun Feng didn't expect that this matter could be traced back to Jiangxing Group. It was enough to know that they did it. Chun Feng, my grandfather invites you to visit our home. What time? Tomorrow night. I'll be there on time. Chun Feng naturally would not refuse the invitation from the old man of the Song family. After hanging up the phone, Chun Feng called Lin Sa again. Lin Sa, can you find out if this matter is related to Jiangxing Group? As soon as the call was connected, Chun Feng asked. Nothing can be found. From all aspects, this is an accident. In short, you should be careful during this period of time. Lin Sa's tone was also somewhat helpless. Yeah, I understand. Also, I have good news for you. Youve Real Estate is now mine. I need to get more information about the land in the west of the city. After hearing Chun Feng's words, Lin Sa was obviously stunned for a moment. Dude, you're amazing. What big family are you the heir to? Don't worry, I'll send the information to your phone in a moment. The land in the west of the city will definitely be yours. Lin Sa spoke. As soon as he hung up the phone, Chun Feng received a file from Lin Sa. As soon as Chun Feng went out, he saw Wang Peng and Wu Yuan. Has Weigua not returned yet? Chun Feng looked around but didn't see Zhou Weigua. The boss went to follow Zhao Yang. Wang Peng spoke. By the way, Wang Peng and Wu Yuan, I need you to do a physical fitness test for me. Besides that, I also hope you can teach me some fighting skills so that I can at least be able to protect myself. Chun Feng spoke. Neither Wang Peng nor Wu Yuan had any intention of refusing Chun Feng's request. In their opinion, most rich young men like Chun Feng cannot endure hardship. It is just a whim now. Once they experience the hardship of training, they will naturally give up. Chen Feng's villa has a dedicated gym equipped with a variety of professional equipment. Chen Feng's physical fitness test was naturally carried out in this gym. Fong Xiao Sha was also very curious about the test results, so she followed the others into the gym. In order to perform better, Chen Feng took off his shirt and wore only a pair of sports shorts, revealing his strong muscles. Originally, Chen Feng only had some muscle lines, but after last night's cleansing of his essence and marrow, Chen Feng's figure had undergone a complete change. Chen Feng's muscles, all over his body, looked like they were cast from steel. Although his muscles were not big, they looked extremely powerful at first glance. When Wang Peng and Wu Yuan saw the muscles on Chen Feng's body, their impression of Chen Feng changed. The explosive power and endurance of this muscle are immeasurable. This is the type of muscle that Special Forces soldiers in the military have. Chapter 45 Wang Qiangxing. Be honest, please let me go. Fong Xiao Sha couldn't help but feel dazed when she saw Chen Feng's strong muscles. By the time Fong Xiao Sha came to her senses, her face had turned as red as an apple. Chen Feng's handsome face and strong body made it impossible for Fong Xiao Sha to resist him. Under the guidance of Wang Peng and Wu Yuan, Chen Feng conducted a test on his physical fitness. During the entire test process, Wang Peng and Wu Yuan's expressions became more and more surprised. Boss, your physical fitness has reached the standard for Special Forces selection. Boss, have you undergone any systematic training? After the test was completed, Wang Peng gave the answer. No, I just go to the gym on a regular basis. Chen Feng's expression was indifferent. After hearing this answer, the expressions of surprise on Wang Peng and Wu Yuan's faces became even more difficult to suppress. Talented players are so hateful. Originally, Wang Peng and Wu Yuan just wanted to perfunctorily deal with Chen Feng, but now that they have discovered that Chen Feng's physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people, they also plan to give Chen Feng formal training. At this moment, Zhou Weiguo, who had disappeared earlier, came back. Boss, why are you back? When they saw Zhou Weiguo appear, a look of confusion appeared on Wang Peng and Wu Yuan's faces. They were all prepared to take turns keeping an eye on Zhao Yang. Zhou Weiguo shouldn't be here until someone takes over. Sorry, boss, I lost him. My judgment was wrong. Zhao Yang is absolutely professional. He just deliberately let us find out last night. Boss, we need to increase the security level around you recently. Zhou Weiguo's eyes were solemn. Wang Peng and Wu Yuan's expressions were equally serious. They knew very well the abilities of their big brother. Even Zhou Weiguo is more embarrassed than others, so don't be simple. Although they didn't know why this kind of person targeted Chen Feng, it was absolutely necessary to increase the level of protection. Just do as you say. Questions arose in Chen Feng's mind. Was it a mistake in my judgment? Can Chen Qingyan really find such a powerful person in a short time? Could it be that what happened last night was instigated by Qin Jianjun? How could that old dog Qin Jianjun be so reckless? This matter was weird from beginning to end. But it's always better to be careful. After receiving this news, Wang Peng and Wu Yuan decided to train Chen Feng well. With Chen Feng's physical fitness and systematic training, even if some accidents occur, Chen Feng will be able to save his life. Boss, this time the goal is not as simple as you said. Don't worry, I will find an opportunity to do it. After accepting the mission, I must be worthy of the bounty. At this time, Zhao Yang, who had shaken off Zhou Weiguo, was sitting in a dark room and making a phone call. 5 identical Hummers set out from Chen Feng's villa and headed for Heyue Real Estate's headquarters, Heyue Building. Zhou Weiguo and the other 2 mobilized a security team of 12 people to be fully responsible for Chen Feng's safety. The employees of Heyue Real Estate received the news that the chairman was coming to inspect early in the morning. When they saw such a large fleet of Hummers, they were sure that this was the chairman's car. When Chen Feng and his group entered the building, the company receptionist, who had already got Chen Feng's photo, came up to greet them with a charming body. Chairman, let me take you upstairs. The receptionist spoke sweetly. At the same time, I felt emotional in my heart. The chairman's photo is handsome enough, but I didn't expect that he is even more handsome in person. He also exudes a special temperament. He is simply a domineering president who walked out of a novel. I just don't know if the chairman has a partner. It would be great if I could become the chairman's girlfriend. Even if I can't become the chairman's girlfriend, it would be worth it to be able to spend a night with him. Chen Feng nodded and was led to the general manager's office by the receptionist. Chairman, please wait here for a moment. The general manager is meeting with an important guest in the conference room. I'll see you after the general manager has dealt with his issues. This is my business card. If you have any questions during this time, you can contact me. The receptionist's tone was unconcealably coquettish, and she then left, twirling her peachy hips. Chen Feng casually threw the business card in his hand into the trash can beside him. Chen Fong now has no interest in this kind of woman who comes to him actively. Chen Fong had not been sitting in the office for long when Lu Zhihui, the general manager of Youve Real Estate, returned to the office. Lu Zhihui is a steady middle-aged man in his 40s dressed in a suit and tie. The moment Lu Zhihui saw Chen Fong, he greeted him enthusiastically. "Chairman, I'm glad you came to review the company," Lu Zhihui said with a smile. "Did you encounter something difficult to solve? Is it related to that guest?" Chen Fong didn't care about Lu Zhihui's smile, but focused his attention on Lu Zhihui's brows, which had not yet relaxed. Li Zhihui seemed a little hesitant. "I am now the chairman of Youve Real Estate, and I have the right to know information about the company," Chen Fong emphasized. "Chairman, the guest in the reception room is Wang Qiangxing from the Urban Construction Group. Our company has had some friction with the Urban Construction Group on the project. We have not yet reached a consensus with the Urban Construction Group," Lu Zhihui spoke. "Due to internal problems of Youve Real Estate in recent years, Youve Group has shown signs of decline. The Urban Construction Group has been making great strides in real estate in recent years and naturally has its eyes on a big piece of fat meat like Youve Real Estate. This is why there is the current conflict. Wang Qiangxing? I'll just go see him." Chen Fong said this and stood up. Lu Zhihui saw that Chen Fong looked so confident, and also because of Chen Feng's current identity. If Chen Fong comes forward, perhaps he can really solve the current problems of Youve Real Estate. Lu Zhihui hurriedly led the way. As soon as Lu Zhihui opened the door of the reception room, Chen Fong saw Wang Qiangxing sitting in his seat with a bold gesture. To be honest, Wang Qiangxing's appearance and behavior make it hard to believe that he is the general manager of a large company. He looks more like the boss of some criminal gang. "Manager Lu, I'm still waiting for your answer," Wang Qiangxing spoke in a firm tone. But when he raised his eyes and saw that the person who walked in was Chen Fong, he was frightened. Wang Qiangxing immediately stood up and stood aside obediently, like a well-behaved primary school student, fearing that he would do something wrong and offend the big Buddha in front of him. Chapter 46: Acquisition of Urban Construction Group. As the general manager of the Urban Construction Group, Wang Qiangxing was naturally qualified to attend the dinner at Longhua Manor last night. Wang Qiangxing also knew that the young man in front of him, with whom he had had a conflict on the road, was the new owner of Longhua Manor and was also a ruthless man who could pick up Chen Qingyun and Chen Jianjun, father and son, and throw them out. "Fortunately, I kicked that spendthrift woman out early on, otherwise I would have been in big trouble." "Mr. Chen, why are you here?" Wang Qiangxing spoke modestly, without any of his previous tough attitude. "This is the chairman of our Youve Real Estate." Lu Zhihui, who was standing next to Chen Fong, spoke. "Mr. Chen, look, the flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." Wang Qiangxing spoke quickly. Wang Qiangxing was already wondering in his heart whether he was in conflict with Tai Sui this year. Why was he so unlucky? "I hope Chen Fong doesn't hold a grudge against me today, otherwise I won't be able to survive in Jiangxing." "Boss Wang, don't leave so quickly. Is there any conflict between you and our Youve group? Tell me about it." Chen Fong showed a kind smile on his face, but this smile was so scary in Wang Qiangxing's eyes. "Mr. Chen, I've already said it. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't understand the situation. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. Our Chengjian group will never become the enemy of the Youve group." Wang Qiangxing spoke quickly, looking as if he was about to swear. Looking at Wang Qiangxing, who is now humble, there is no trace of his previous arrogance and domineering attitude, as if he has already taken over the Youve group. Lu Zhihui couldn't help but sigh inwardly that Mr. Chen was indeed Mr. Chen. In the hands of Mr. Chen, Youve Group will definitely be able to restore its former glory. "Oh, Boss Wang, are you really willing to be my friend?" Chen Fong said with interest. "Certainly." Wang Qiangxing spoke quickly, fearing that he would miss such an opportunity if he spoke too slowly. "In that case, I want to acquire the Urban Construction Group." Chen Feng's words were like a bolt of thunder, striking Wang Qiangxing directly on the head. "Mr. Chen, you are not kidding, right? I just did something wrong. You shouldn't kill me." Wang Qiangxing's voice trembled a little, and his hands clenched subconsciously. The Urban Construction Group is Wang Qiangxing's hard work. If Chen Fong wants to seize it by force, I will fight him with my own hands. "Boss Wang, don't you want to hear the price I propose for acquiring the Urban Construction Group?" Chen Fong stretched out his hand to suppress it and spoke. "Mr. Chen, please speak." Wang Qiangxing controlled his emotions and spoke. 10% of the shares of Youve Group. Chen Fong directly stated his conditions. "Mr. Chen, you are not kidding me. Although my Urban Construction Group is not large in scale, it has shown great growth momentum in recent years. This is something that cannot be acquired with just 10% of the shares of the Youve Group." Wang Qiangxing's tone became a little tougher. Of course, 10% of HUE Group's shares isn't enough now, but after a year or two, it will be a completely different story. Chen Feng's tone was meaningful. Mr. Chun, I'm a rough man, so please don't beat around the bush. Wang Xiangxing said with a bitter face. Chen Feng didn't intend to keep the secret any longer and directly revealed his trump card. Mr. Lin and I have reached a cooperation agreement. Young Master Lin Sa will cooperate with me to seize the land in the west of the city and suppress the Jiangqing group. Wang Xiangxing, I'm giving you a chance to become one of my own. Do you dare to bet on this game? As Chen Feng spoke, he threw a document on the table. Chen Feng's words were like a sledgehammer, hitting Wang Xiangxing's heart hard. Chen Feng's attitude towards Chen Qingyun and Chen Jianjun last night has already made it clear that Chen Feng and Jiangqing group have been at war for a long time. There is no possibility of peaceful coexistence between them. Chen Feng's background was already mysterious, but within just a few days, he owned many industries in Jiangqing and even became the owner of the Dragon and Tiger Manor. And today, it directly took over the HUE group, which had been involved in a share dispute for several years. The energy Chen Feng possesses is self-evident. What's more, Chen Feng now has the help of Lin Sa, which is equivalent to having official support. Although Jiangqing Group is indeed the largest group in Jiangqing now, in Wang Xiangxing's opinion, Jiangqing Group may not be a match for Chen Feng, who has received help from Lin Sa. Just as Wang Xiangxing was hesitating, Chen Feng made a video call. On the other side of the video, Lin Sa's face suddenly appeared. What's wrong? Are you in trouble? Lin Sa asked. Mr. Lin, this time you didn't run into any trouble, but you met an acquaintance. As Chen Feng spoke, he pointed the camera at Wang Xiangxing. Hello, Mr. Lin. Wang Xiangxing quickly greeted him. In front of Lin Sa, Wang Xiangxing was just a driver, so he naturally didn't dare to be arrogant. Tell me, you idiot, are you harboring any evil intentions? This was caught red-handed by Chen Feng. Lin Sa's tone became a little colder. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. If I knew that HUE real estate was Chen Feng's property, how could I have come here? Wang Xiangxing said with a smile. Mr. Lin, aren't we planning to take action against the Jiangqing group? What do you think of Wang Xiangxing? Chen Feng directly stated his purpose. Old Wang is indeed a bad guy, but he is still loyal to his friends. We can give him a chance. Old Wang, what do you think? Lin Sa asked. Mr. Lin, Mr. Chun, I'm grateful for your support. I'll join you. Wang Xiangxing spoke quickly. Lin Sa and Chen Feng have already said this to this extent. If I refuse again, it would be really ungrateful. Rather than making these two feel dissatisfied, it is better to join them on your own initiative. What's more, in Wang Xiangxing's opinion, Chen Feng is very likely to defeat Jiangqing Group and replace their position. At that time, I can also get a piece of the pie, and the achievements I get will definitely be difficult to achieve in my lifetime. Although Wang Xiangxing made his choice somewhat passively, he did not regret making such a decision at all. He was even glad that Chen Feng called Lin Sa and allowed him to take this step. Okay, this information was given to me by young Master Lin. Study it for yourself. Young Master Lin has inside information. The government departments will be relocated to the west of the city. We must acquire this piece of land. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, there was a gleam in the eyes of Lu Zhihui and Wang Xiangxing. Such inside information is worth a fortune. With this relationship with Lin Xiao, why would Jiangqing Group fight against them? Mr. Chun, what about the acquisition of Urban Construction Group? Wang Xiangxing took the opportunity to bring it up. No rush. Let's sign a contract first and don't transfer the equity for now. In the eyes of others, we are not yet a family. Chen Feng spoke. Mr. Chun, I understand. I understand. A wicked smile appeared on Wang Xiangxing's face. Chapter 47. Even your dad wouldn't dare talk to me like this. In the evening, Chen Feng drove a Hummer to the speed racing club on the outskirts of the city. As for the Wolf Cub supercar, it was driven by Wu Yuan. Chen Feng, who was being targeted, naturally could not drive this kind of sports car in a high-profile manner. The modified Hummer could give Chen Feng more sense of security. If Lin Sa's friends had not been interested in this Wolf Cub supercar and had mentioned it many times, Chen Feng would not have asked Wu Yuan to drive over. Chen Feng, you are really a big shot when you travel now. Lin Sa looked at Chen Feng and joked. I can't help it. I'm being targeted. I'd better be careful. Chen Feng shrugged. Today our club invited many drivers to hold a competition. You are lucky today. Well, do you want to go out and run for a bit? Lin Sa was in high spirits. I don't have this hobby, but I can let Wu Yuan drive my car down. Chen Feng spoke. Okay, I'll put your name in. Lin Sa also agreed immediately. At this time, Wu Yuan had already gotten off the Wolf Cub supercar and handed the Wolf Cub's key to Chen Feng, who then handed the key to Lin Sa. Aren't your friends interested in this car? Just return the keys to Wu Yuan before the race. Chen Fong, you are really nice. Don't worry. Lin Sa took the key handed to her by Chen Fong and sighed. This is a supercar worth more than 60 million yuan, and it was handed into my hands. Should we say that Chen Fong is rich and powerful, or should we say that Chen Fong believes in himself? Lin Sa took the key and went to the club members to test the supercar with them. Wu Yuan, I'll need you to run a car race later. The ranking is not important, just run as fast as you can. Chen Feng's tone was casual. Trust me, boss. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Wu Yuan's eyes sparkled. Wu Yuan doesn't think he will lose to others in racing. Chen Feng found a random seat and sat down, watching the sports cars gradually gathering around. These luxury sports cars that were once out of reach are now just toys to Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng's attention was attracted by a fiery red Ferrari. To be more precise, what attracted Chen Feng's attention was not the car, but the beauty who walked out of the car. The beauty is wearing a racing suit, which makes her curvy figure look even more sexy. The heavy makeup on her face is both wild and charming, and her beautiful facial features make her look even more beautiful. More importantly, the beauty who got out of the Ferrari was Gao Huan, the head of the East China region of Extreme Cold Chain and Chen Feng's subordinate. As soon as Gao Huan appeared on the stage, he attracted a lot of attention. Those who can afford sports cars are naturally rich young men. They tried their best to get married with the beautiful woman in front of them. But unfortunately, none of them could capture the beauty's heart. Gao Huan directly dispersed these annoying pursuers and walked straight towards Chen Feng. Boss, I didn't expect to meet you here. Why, boss? Are you also interested in racing? Gao Huan asked with a smile. I just received an invitation from a friend to watch a game. You look like you're getting ready for the next game? Chen Feng spoke. Yeah, there aren't many things I enjoy in my life, and racing is one of them. I hope I can have a good time tonight. Gao laughed wantonly. For a moment, Chen Feng was a little confused as to which side of Gao Huan was the real one. At this moment, a discordant voice was heard. Beauty, are you also participating in tonight's competition? I see you're a stranger. Did you just arrive in Jiangxing? A man in his 20s walked over. I'm sorry, sir, but I have no interest in getting to know you. Gao Huan spoke bluntly. Come on, beautiful lady. I have so many brothers watching me. Please give me some face. Add me as a friend. If you encounter any trouble in Jiangxing in the future, I can help you solve it. The man spoke. Oh, so you're amazing? Gao Huan looked at the man in front of him with interest. Of course. Beautiful lady, maybe you don't know me since you just arrived in Jiangxing. My name is Wu Xian, and Qingqing Group belongs to me. My family has recently established a relationship with the Jiangxing Group. If you are willing to be my friend, I can bring you into the top circle in Jiangxing. Wu Xian's eyes swept over Gao Huan from top to bottom, finally stopping at the fullness of Gao Huan's chest. His eyes looked obscene and greedy. It's amazing that you can bring me into the top circle, Gao Huan said with a smile. That's not the case, but the premise is that you have to be friends with me. Otherwise, I have no reason to bring you in. Wu Xian's tone focused on the word friends. The meaning is self-evident. Wu Xian had been so captivated by Gao Huan's beauty that she didn't notice the sarcasm in Gao Huan's words at all. Mr. Chen, did he say he would take me into the top circle? If you don't express your opinion, then I will fall into the arms of others. Gao Huan looked at Chen Feng and spoke, his eyes full of cunningness to stir up trouble. Hearing this, Wu Xian also looked at Chen Feng. Wu Xian looked at Chen Feng from head to toe. Although Chen Feng was wearing luxurious clothes, none of them were custom-made. He doesn't even have an expensive watch on his wrist. Wu Xian has already made a judgment. At most, Chen Feng's family has some money, but it is definitely not within their circle. How could a man like Chen Feng be qualified to possess a beauty like Gao Huan? Hey, if you know what's good for you, get out of here right now. Don't stop a beautiful woman from pursuing a better life. If it satisfies me, I might be able to bring you into our circle. Wu Xian's words were extremely arrogant, as if he was giving alms to a beggar. Looking at Wu Xian showing off to him, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. Why are you laughing? What's so funny? This is an opportunity you'll never get in your lifetime. When Wu Xian heard Chen Feng's laughter, he seemed to jump up and down. Who gave Chen Feng the courage to laugh at himself? Chen Feng really doesn't know his place. Even your father doesn't dare to talk to me like that. You are more powerful than your father. Chen Feng sighed. Who do you think you are? How dare you mock me? Believe it or not, I will rip your mouth off. Wu Xian originally wanted to suppress Chen Feng in order to show off his powerful background in front of Gao Huan and win the beauty's smile. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng dared to speak so arrogantly, which not only made Gao Huan look down on him, but also made him lose face in front of his brothers. Wu Xian's temper could no longer be tolerated. Chapter 48, 10 million. Who drives faster? Wu Xian rolled up his sleeves and planned to teach Chen Feng a lesson. At this moment, three big men suddenly appeared from behind Chen Fong. Zhou Weiguo, Wang Peng, and Wu Yuan looked at Wu Xian with cold eyes. Zhou Weiguo and the other two had all been on the battlefield and had even killed people. This murderous look frightened a rich young man like Wu Xian. Wu Xian subconsciously took a few steps back, and the momentum he had accumulated was completely dissipated in an instant. What do you want to do? This is a civilized society. This is not a place for gangsters like you to act arrogantly. Wu Xian spoke quickly, fearing that he would be beaten up by Zhou Weiguo and his men. But Zhou Weiguo and the other two still kept their eyes on him. The way we solve problems in our circle has always been gambling. Do you dare to bet with me? You guys are here to race too, right? Let's bet on who's faster. If you don't dare to gamble, forget it. Wu Xian continued to pretend to be arrogant, but at this moment, he seemed to be weak inside. Okay, let's bet. After seeing Wu Yuan nod slightly to him, Chen Fong also made a decision. The minimum bet in our circle is 500,000. Can you afford it? After returning to his familiar field, Wu Xian once again made harsh remarks. But as soon as Wu Xian finished speaking, Chen Fong couldn't help laughing again. Why are you laughing? Can't you afford to play? What's the point of pretending if you don't have money? Wasting my time. Wu Xian said this and prepared to flee the scene. But Zhou Weiguo's hands were already clasped on Wu Xian's shoulders, and no matter how hard Wu Xian tried, he couldn't move his body. That's too cheap. 10 million a bet. Whose car runs faster? Chen Fong spoke. The amount of 10 million yuan made Wu Xian dumbfounded. The previous 500,000 was just Wu Xian's bluff. Even though Wu Xian is the young master of Qingxing Group, his monthly pocket money is only 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. 10 million is an astronomical figure for Wu Xian. After the fear, greed arose in Wu Xian's heart. Who's your driver? Wu Xian asked. Wu Yuan walked out. Seeing Wu Yuan's unfamiliar face, Wu Xian's greed became even stronger. Let me make it clear in advance that you are not competing against me, but against the drivers from our club. If you lose to a driver from our club, you'll lose the 10 million to me. Wu Xian spoke. Wu Xian is a member of another racing club in Jiangxing, the Zhuifeng Club. Most of the members of Linsha's Speed Club have official backgrounds. Most of the people in this chasing club are second-generation rich. The drivers of the Zhuifeng Club mentioned by Wu Xian have all won prizes in professional competitions. As long as Chen Fong dared to agree to his conditions, Wu Xian would never think that Chen Fong had any possibility of defeating him. Chen Fong once again confirmed Wu Yuan's determined look and resolutely agreed to the condition. Good. Since you want to bet, then take out the chips first. I don't want someone to refuse to pay me if I win. Chen Feng's tone was firm. In that case, let me be a witness. You can't default on your debts in my place. Lin Sa's voice came. Lin Sa noticed early in the morning that there was some commotion on Chen Feng's side. By the time Lin Sa arrived, Chen Fong and Wu Xian had already reached a bet. Based on Lin Sa's understanding of Chen Fong would never do anything without confidence. Wu Xian will definitely be the loser of this bet. Lin Sa also planned to take this opportunity to severely suppress the prestige of the Wind Chasing Club, and more importantly, to take this opportunity to suppress the Qingxing Group. In this way, Chen Fong and his team will have a greater chance of getting the land in the west of the city. Seeing Lin Sa suddenly appear, Wu Xian knew that he could no longer be perfunctory. Compared to Lin Sa's background, Wu Xian is nothing. Wu Xian has no qualifications to offend Lin Sa. Wait a minute, I'll get the money right away. Wu Xian said this and ran to his friend. Wu Xian, are you crazy? You want to collect 10 million to make a bet? The other members were very puzzled by Wu Xian's behavior. Dong Feng is a professional racer who has won prizes in international competitions. How could I be defeated by such an unknown person? As long as I collect 10 million, their 10 million will be given to me. Why wouldn't I take this kind of bet? Now Wu Xian has been blinded by huge profits. After hearing Wu Xian's words, the other members also became interested. Okay, I'll lend you the money and write you an IOU. I'll give you red envelopes after we win. Is that okay? Wu Xian's words also made these members make up their minds. Everyone took out their own savings and finally managed to raise a gambling capital of 10 million. On the other hand, after Lin Sa confirmed that Wu Xian had indeed raised 10 million, he placed a drafted contract in front of both parties. Wu Xian couldn't wait to sign his name, and then looked at Chen Fong with a provocative look. Why, you don't want to sign? Are you scared? Chen Fong slowly signed his name. I hope you can laugh again later. Wu Xian looked at the name signed by Chen Fong and felt that the name was very familiar, but he just couldn't remember it for a moment. Afterwards, Wu Xian and Chen Fong each deposited 10 million into the guarantee account provided by Lin Sa. After completing all this, Wu Xian immediately went to the club driver Dong Feng. Brother Dong, you must outrun the car called Wu Yuan later. As long as you can outrun him, I'll give you a reward of 500,000. Wu Xian spoke. Dong Feng's eyes lit up when he heard Wu Xian's words. As long as he beats a driver whose name he has never heard of, he can get a reward of 500,000. For Dong Feng, this kind of thing is no different from pie falling from the sky. Don't worry, Wu Gu, I will definitely outrun him. Are you still not confident in my strength? Dong Feng's tone was firm. After getting Dong Feng's assurance, Wu Xian felt a lot more relaxed. At the same time, the bet between Chen Feng and Wu Xian also reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone was surprised by the sky-high bet, and the emotions of everyone present were aroused. Boss, is this what you call spending a fortune on a beautiful woman? Gao Huan looked at Chen Feng with seductive eyes. No, I'm just waiting for someone to send me money. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Boss, has anyone ever told you that you're boring? Okay, I'm ready to get in the car and race. Wish me good luck. Gao Huan left these words, waved his hand, and turned away in a leisurely manner. Chapter 49. Wolf Cub's supercar appears. How did I offend that boss? As the race began, Wu Xian's eyes were fixed on Wu Yuan, and then he watched Wu Yuan get into the Wolf Cub supercar. The Wolf Cub is a super sports car that was born to attract attention. As soon as this car appeared, it attracted the attention of everyone in the audience and was accompanied by waves of heated discussions. That's the Wolf Cub supercar. I actually saw it here. Doesn't this mean that the mysterious Chen Feng has also arrived at the scene? I really want to know what this big guy looks like. If I could become his friend, it would be like climbing to the sky in one step. Wu Xian only felt his brain buzzing, and the world became quiet. Now Wu Xian finally understood why the two words Chen Feng looked so familiar to him. It turns out that the man just now was Chen Feng, who is now famous throughout Jiangxing. People like Wu Xian were not qualified to attend the dinner held at Longhu Manor, and naturally did not know Chen Feng's true identity. At this moment, Wu Xian felt cold sweat all over his body, and even his legs felt a little weak. Chen Feng was indeed not bragging. Even his own father didn't dare to speak to Chen Feng in that manner. I must have not checked the almanac before going out today. How could I have offended such a great god? Thinking of this, Wu Xian almost cried. Wu Xian, why are you looking so gloomy? Do you think Brother Dong will lose? The other people in the club immediately spoke up when they saw Wu Xian's expression. It's really unlucky to have such an expression before the game even starts. Hearing this, Wu Xian suddenly felt as if he had suddenly realized something. No matter how powerful and influential Chen Feng is in Jiangxing, this is the limit. How could the drivers under Chen Feng be a match for Brother Dong? As long as Brother Dong defeats Chen Feng in this game, he will be able to get a full 10 million from Chen Feng. As for whether doing so would offend Chen Feng brought his father out at the dinner that day. The conflict between their Qingcheng group and Chen Feng had already reached an irreconcilable level. I was able to get this money from Chen Feng and slap Chen Feng in the face. If my father knew about this, he would only praise me. Now Wu Xian is no longer afraid of knowing Chen Feng's identity and feels that his decision is really wise. Chen Feng, don't think you can do anything in Jiangxing. I'm sure to win this bet. Wu Xian threatened Chen Feng. The brothers in the club behind him also cheered. Wu Xian is so bold that he actually dares to challenge the owner of Longhu Manor. These second-generation rich people love to watch the fun, and they even hope that the conflict between Wu Xian and Chen Feng will become more intense. Boss, do you need me to shut that guy up? Zhou Weiguo asked considerately. Zhou Weiguo already disliked Wu Xian, a rich second generation who was always stirring up trouble. If he continued to provoke him again and again, Zhou Weiguo wanted to teach him a lesson. Can Wu Yuan win? Chen Feng asked. Of course, Wu Yuan's driving skills are at the level of a car king. It's just that the nature of our work doesn't allow us to participate in competitions. I have to thank the boss for giving Wu Yuan a stage. Zhou Weiguo gave the answer honestly. Then let's wait and see. The more arrogant he is now, the more frightened he will be later. Chen Feng was already looking forward to Wu Xian's next expression. Wu Xian looked at Chen Feng's calm expression and thought that Chen Feng was afraid of him, so he became even more arrogant. At this time, Wu Xian had not only begun to imagine the scene of himself winning 10 million from Chen Feng, but he was also imagining what kind of impact it would have if the news that he had won the bet against Chen Feng spread throughout the circle. By that time, I will definitely become well known in this circle. On the track, Dong Feng watched Wu Yuan get on the famous Wolf Cub supercar and couldn't help but snort in his heart. It's just a toy for the rich. Wanting to get a good ranking on the track is a joke. Dong Feng now believes that running faster than Wu Yuan is a piece of cake, And there is no difficulty at all. That 500,000 yuan reward is simply giving money to myself. This trip tonight was really not in vain. Then, Dongfeng's eyes fell on the fiery red Ferrari next to him. Especially when he saw the profile of the woman in the driver's seat, Dongfeng became even more disdainful. Another rich girl trying out racing. How can a woman really drive a car? Running a race like this is such a waste of my time. If they hadn't agreed to sponsor my event this year, I wouldn't have come. Dongfeng's attitude was extremely arrogant. In his eyes, other drivers were not on the same level as himself. 3, 2, 1, go. The racing lady waved the flag vigorously, and accompanied by the sound waves caused by the roar of the engines, all the vehicles rushed forward like arrows. The one in the front was the Wolf Cub supercar driven by Wu Yuan. Even the fiery red Ferrari ran faster than Dongfeng's car. Dongfeng just ranked third in disgrace. Hateful. What's wrong with this guy Dongfeng? Isn't he a professional racer? How come he can't outrun an amateur? Seeing that Dongfeng was not in the leading position, Wu Xian suddenly became anxious. This bet is worth 10 million. Even the 10 million gambling capital he had was borrowed. If I lose, I'm doomed. Thinking of this, Wu Xian became more and more anxious. Why are you in such a hurry? You look like an amateur. What's the point of going fast on a straight road? Just floor the accelerator. Going fast on a curve is the real fast. Once we enter the bend, Dongfeng will definitely be able to overtake the person in front. The other members of the club spoke up. Yes, that's right. Fast in the corners is the real fast. It's just relying on its performance advantage, but it's exposed when it hits the corners. I don't believe they dare to keep pressing the accelerator when they reach the bend. How could that guy named Wu Yuan be a match for Dongfeng? I'm sure to win this bet. After hearing his friend's words, Wu Xian felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw and became more determined to have this idea. Now Wu Xian is extremely determined to have this idea and is looking forward to the arrival of this bend so that Dongfeng can overtake the two guys in front of him in one fell swoop. Finally, as Wu Xian expected, the first bend on the mountain road appeared. Wu Xian widened his eyes, afraid of missing Dongfeng's wonderful move. Chapter 50. The fastest way to go around a corner is the real fastest way. Keep speeding up if you can. Dongfeng looked at the two leading supercars and spoke viciously. Dongfeng, a professional racer, was defeated by two unknown guys, which made him feel frustrated. Dongfeng is counting on this turn to narrow the gap. Sure enough, when about to enter the curve, the fiery red Ferrari driven by Gao Huan had slowed down. Although Gao Huan loves racing, he is ultimately just an amateur. With a neat drift, Dongfeng overtook Gao Huan from the outside. Racing cars are not toys that women should touch. But when Dongfeng came out of the corner, he discovered something horrible. The distance between him and the Wolf Cub supercar in front did not get closer, but instead got further away. I must have seen it wrong. He can't be that fast. Dongfeng remained determined and continued to step on the accelerator to catch up. The thing that the mountain road has the most is curves. After a few more turns, I will definitely be able to overtake the guy in front of me. The helicopter cooperated with the cameras at each intersection to transmit the images on the track to the big screen. Even though there was no host to comment on the race in real time, everyone present was excited by the speeding cars. Good. Wu Xian couldn't help but cheer loudly when he saw Dongfeng overtake Gao Huan at the first corner. Dongfeng is indeed a professional driver. Professionals are professionals. Wu Xian saw the 10 million waving at him. Chen Feng, you are a well-known person in Jiangxing. If you lose the game later, don't deny it. Wu Xian danced in front of Chen Feng with an arrogant attitude. If I lose, I will naturally accept the loss. After all, 10 million is just a small amount of money to me. It's not like you, who had to write more than a dozen IOUs just to get over 10 million. Chen Feng's tone was full of ridicule. After hearing what Chen Feng said, Wu Xian became even more anxious. What do you mean? How could I lose? Wu Xian spoke a little faster. You don't have eyes, or you can't see the situation clearly. The car in front now is mine. Wait until your club's drivers surpass me before you start talking nonsense to me. Chen Feng's tone remained cold. Only then did Wu Xian notice the distance between Dongfeng and Wu Yuan. Previously, Wu Xian was completely immersed in the joy of Dongfeng surpassing Gao Huan, and only then did he come to Chen Feng to show off. But after hearing what Chen Feng said, Wu Xian suddenly felt that the distance between Dongfeng and Wu Yuan had not shortened, but had become even farther. Impossible. This is impossible. I must have seen it wrong. Wu Xian's face turned ugly, but even so, Wu Xian still made harsh remarks. Even if it was to refute Chen Feng, it was also to strengthen his own beliefs. What's the point of going fast on the straights? Going fast on the curves is the real fast. Just now, Dongfeng just spent a little energy to overtake Gao Huan at the corner. By the next corner, Dongfeng will be able to overtake your driver. It's only a matter of time before you lose the game. The more Wu Feng spoke, the more confident he seemed. Apparently, Wu Feng himself believed this statement. How can an amateur driver be a match for a professional driver? Don't use your hobby to challenge other people's jobs. During this time, the next bend loomed. Wu Xian also held his breath, looking forward to the performance of Dongfeng and Wu Yuan in the corner. Wu Yuan still maintained his own rhythm and drifted through the corners easily. The Wolf Cub supercar drew a graceful arc on the curve and came out of the curve with grace. This drift is a pleasure to watch. It is simply the aesthetics of speed and power. Even Wu Xian had to admit that there was nothing wrong with this drift. Wu Xian was already complaining madly in his heart. Isn't Wu Yuan an amateur driver? Why is it blooming so well? Dongfeng won't lose. If Dongfeng loses, how can he possibly pay back the more than 10 million? Fortunately, Dongfeng used his strength to give an answer. Dongfeng's drift point is further back and the drift angle is more radical. Although this crazy drift can make the car go faster, it can result in car crash and death if you are not careful. The fact that Dongfeng can perform such a drifting technique clearly shows his absolute confidence in his own abilities. And Dongfeng did indeed narrow the distance between himself and Wu Yuan with such radical drifting. Under normal circumstances, Dongfeng would never adopt such an aggressive drifting method. But his dignity as a professional driver would not allow him to be left behind by Wu Yuan. The 500,000 yuan reward offered by Wu Xian is also tempting enough. In addition, Dongfeng was absolutely confident in his own strength, which allowed him to use such crazy drifting. Good. Wu Xian's eyes lit up. According to Dongfeng's current momentum, it won't take more than a few turns for Dongfeng to overtake. Even though Wu Yuan was able to increase the distance on the straights with the performance of the Wolf Cub supercar, the second half of the track was a series of bends. As long as he reaches the second half, Dongfeng will definitely win the game. See, Chinfeng? This is the difference between professionals and amateurs. You don't have many turns left to be proud of. Wu Xian said proudly. Let's talk about it after we surpass it. Popping champagne at halftime never ends well. Chinfeng spoke indifferently. At this time, Zhou Weiguo leaned over and spoke in Chinfeng's ear. Boss, don't worry. Wu Yuan is just driving at his own pace. He hasn't yet reached his full potential. Dongfeng can't possibly surpass Wu Yuan, I guarantee it. Zhou Weiguo was afraid that the slight distance he had just narrowed would make Chinfeng dissatisfied, so he quickly began to explain. It's okay, I believe Wu Yuan. Chinfeng's tone was extremely firm. Zhou Weiguo felt warm in his heart when he heard this. My new boss has a really big vision. This is a bet worth tens of millions. Chinfeng was able to trust Wu Yuan without even seeing his driving skills. This kind of courage is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. It is their honor to be able to serve such a boss. After passing a few more bends, Wu Yuan and Dongfeng had left the other cars far behind, and this racing race had become a game between the two of them. In these turns, Dongfeng was always able to close the gap with his aggressive drifting, but he was never able to overtake Wu Yuan. The Wolf Cub was hanging in front of Dongfeng like an untouchable ghost. No matter how hard Dongfeng tried, he had no way to overtake it. Dongfeng's heart became more and more manic. In the audience, Wu Xian was becoming increasingly uneasy. What is going on with Dongfeng? I can get closer every time, but I can never surpass it. How long will it take to overtake? The game is almost over. Chapter 51, The God of Cars? I've already beaten him. Under such tremendous pressure, Wu Xian couldn't sit still at all and just kept pacing back and forth. The rich second-generation members of the Wind Chasing Club were also anxious. Although Wu Xian wrote them an IOU, if the 10 million yuan was really lost, it would be difficult to get the money back from Wu Xian. Wu Xian, why are you pretending to be broke? You even have to borrow money to gamble. You'd better hope Dongfeng wins, or you'll be in trouble. If you can't pay it back, I'll take the IOU to your dad. I don't believe Qingqing Group dares to default on its debt. In this restless mood, the rich second-generation members of the Chasing Wind Club turned their attention to Wu Xian. When it comes to interests, they won't care about so-called feelings. Don't be afraid. Dongfeng is a professional racer. There's no way he can lose. Wu Xian insisted. But when he said this, Wu Xian was obviously lacking in confidence. Chinfeng couldn't help but smile as he looked at the rich second generations who had already started to fight each other. I thought these second-generation rich guys could be united, but they ended up fighting among themselves. Wu Xian became even more furious after hearing Chinfeng's ridicule. What we need to do now is to hope that Dongfeng wins this game, and not let outsiders laugh at him. Wu Xian's eyes were red, and now he was like a gambler who had staked everything. All he did was believe that he could win this bet. Chen Feng, what are you laughing at? It's just a temporary lead. There's nothing to be proud of. We're about to enter the hairpin turns. Here, Dongfeng will definitely be able to overtake your driver. I hope you can still laugh by then. Wu Xian looked at Chen Feng viciously and made harsh remarks again. Let's not talk about whether I can laugh then, but you can't laugh now anyway. Chen Feng's tone was very calm, which made Wu Xian look like a mad dog. Chen Feng's words accurately hit Wu Xian's sore spot. Chen Feng is surrounded by professional bodyguards. No matter how angry Wu Xian is, he will never fight with those bodyguards. Wu Xian used all his strength to kick the chair beside him hard to vent his inner emotions. Although these chairs look light, they are actually welded to the ground. Instead of knocking the chair over, Wu Xian's kick caused him to hold his foot and wail continuously. Looking at Wu Xian, who was jumping in pain, Chen Feng felt even happier. It really wasn't a wasted trip tonight. It's really rare to see a clown performance of this level. The hairpin 9 consecutive bends are coming. Just when Wu Xian was about to lose his mind in pain, a voice came. Wu Xian seemed to have forgotten the pain in an instant. He immediately put down his foot and looked at the picture on the big screen. The Wolf Cub supercar driven by Wu Yuan still maintained its leading advantage and entered the first corner first. It is still easy and smooth, drifting like an art, and easily exiting corners. Dongfeng bit Wu Yuan tightly from behind. Dongfeng also understood that this 9-turn hairpin was his last chance to turn the tables. Because of this, Dongfeng's drift is getting closer and closer. With every turn, the distance between Dongfeng and Wu Yuan would be shortened. Because it is a continuous curve, this time, Wu Yuan was unable to widen the distance between the two cars through the long straight. In the eyes of all the spectators, Dongfeng was constantly catching up with Wu Yuan in front, and the distance between the two cars was visibly shortened. It seems that Dongfeng has the possibility to surpass Wu Yuan at any time. Watching this scene on the screen, Wu Xian was extremely excited. At this moment, he almost forgot to breathe. With this crazy drift, by the 6th turn, Dongfeng was only half a car space behind Wu Yuan. Everyone thought that as long as Dongfeng passed the 7th corner, he would be able to surpass Wu Yuan. Over at the Chasing Wind Club, everyone was cheering in unison for Dongfeng. Among them, Wu Xian's cry was even louder. Even every time Wu Xian shouted, he would glare at Chen Feng fiercely. Wu Xian was afraid of missing the stunned and surprised expression on Chen Feng's face when he found that his car had been overtaken. Dongfeng, charge! Surpass him! Surpass him! As for Chen Feng, he was unusually calm. Looking at Wu Yuan, who was still in the leading position, Chen Feng also felt emotional in his heart. It's time for Wu Yuan to show his true abilities. Otherwise, the game will be over. Wu Yuan seemed to know what Chen Feng was thinking, and his driving style suddenly changed from elegant to brutal. They had already entered the curve, but Wu Yuan had no intention of slowing down the car. Instead, he kept stepping on the accelerator. The mechanical monster Wolf Cub supercar has also fully awakened. Accelerate again amid the roar of the engine. Let's take advantage of the curve to create some distance again. After leaving, Wu Yuan still did not slow down, and the Wolf Cub drove faster and faster. The gap that was originally only half a parking space was suddenly left far behind. The person who felt this most deeply was Dongfeng, who was following behind him. Dongfeng just felt as if the car in front of him had a new driver. Originally, Dongfeng was racing with Wu Yuan with an arrogant attitude. However, the speed that broke out at that bend just now finally made Dongfeng realize this cruel reality. The reason why Wu Yuan was able to stay ahead of himself was definitely not because of the performance of the car, but because of Wu Yuan's own skills. His racing skills were like those of a layman in front of Wu Yuan. Even at this moment, a crazy idea appeared in Dongfeng's mind. It seems that last year's world #1 driver Marshu was no match for Wu Yuan. Even if Dongfeng tried his best, he could only watch the gap between the two cars grow bigger and bigger. Even when Wu Yuan crossed the finish line, Dongfeng had not yet reached the 9th turn. When Dongfeng reached the finish line, he got off the car immediately and found Wu Yuan, who had just gotten off the car. Who the hell are you? Your skills are definitely not amateur. Why don't you participate in the competition? You're wasting your talent. If you were to compete, Mashu would never be the champion. Dongfeng asked quickly, looking very disappointed. Dongfeng has the purest love for racing. Maheshu, the rider from Gaul. You're not wrong. I've beaten him once before. As for car racing, I really don't find it interesting. There are so many masters in this world, and the competition has so many restrictions that it's not fun enough. After leaving these words, Wu Yuan turned and left. leaving behind Dong Feng, whose worldview was completely shattered. What did he say just now? Did he beat the racing god Ma Shu? Who is he? Chapter 52. Ask your dad to come over here. After learning the result, Wu Xian felt like he had lost his soul. Impossible, impossible. Dong Feng is a professional racer. How could he lose? How could he lose? Wu Xian has now become a parrot. But the rich second generation of the Chasing Wind Club will not let Wu Xian go. Several rich second generations came up and grabbed Wu Xian. Pay back the money. You're gambling with others when you don't have any money. You'll lose everything. You wrote us an IOU. You can't deny them money. After being dragged several times, Wu Xian finally regained some consciousness. I will pay it back, but you need to give me some time. Wu Xian held it in for a long time before finally saying this. However, these rich second generations will naturally not accept such perfunctory explanations. Don't play this with us. Just tell me when you can give it to me. If I can't give it to you, I'll go find your dad. We've got our eyes on several of your company's projects. If you can't pay it back, we'll use the projects as collateral. In the eyes of these rich second generations, Wu Xian has become a piece of fat meat. Now everyone in the circle knows that Qingqing Group has established a relationship with Jiangqing Group. If they could snatch a few projects from Qingqing Group, they would definitely be praised by their parents. These second-generation rich people are not all uneducated. If Wu Xian wins, they will collect interest from him. If Wu Xian loses, they will go to Qingqing Group to grab the project. In short, they will never lose money. It's just that Wu Xian was completely blinded by the 10 million yuan bonus and didn't see the calculations of these so-called good brothers at all. This is my place. If you want to cause trouble, go somewhere else. As soon as Lin Sa arrived, he saw the commotion here and started scolding. After hearing Lin Sa's words, these rich second generations became much more obedient. After all, in front of Lin Sa, their background is really not worth mentioning. Wu Xian also took this opportunity to escape, but at this time he had been hit several times on the face, leaving a few bruises, and he didn't know who had kicked him several times on his body, leaving several big black footprints. When Lin Sa's eyes fell on Wu Xian, she was also a little surprised. Don't these rich second generations have any respect for themselves in public? Wu Xian, you lost this bet. I have already transferred the 10 million to Chun Feng's account. Lin Sa looked at Wu Xian with disgust in her eyes. At the same time, Lin Sa was also considering whether he should invite these rich second-generation members of the Zhuifeng Club to similar activities in the future. After hearing Lin Sa's words, Wu Xian felt his legs go weak, and he fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. Qin Feng, you've made such a fortune, you have to treat us. Lin Sa's tone towards Qin Feng became much more casual. Of course, if you hadn't invited me, I wouldn't have met this kind of money-giving kid. The smile on Qin Feng's face was also undisguised. Who wouldn't be happy if they got 10 million out of the blue? Qin Feng's gaze vaguely fell on Wu Xian, who was lying on the ground. By the way, didn't you say I couldn't laugh anymore? Why hasn't the smile on my face transferred to yours yet? Qin Feng asked. Wu Xian had no chance to retort to Qin Feng's words. Now he just felt his eyes go dark, and he was about to faint. However, his rich second-generation friends would naturally not let Wu Xian faint. How come this sum of money hasn't been explained yet? With the help of his friends through fists and kicks, Wu Xian slowly woke up. Faced with a new wave of questioning, Wu Xian only regretted that he had not fainted completely just now. At this moment, Wu Xian saw Dong Feng following behind Wu Yuan. Master, just accept me as your apprentice. As long as you teach me how to drive, I will do anything you ask me to do. Master, please don't ignore me, okay? Is my attitude not sincere enough? Dong Feng has been following behind Wu Yuan, constantly underestimating him. Wu Yuan was so annoyed that his brows were furrowed. If Dong Feng hadn't done anything out of line, Wu Yuan would have wanted to knock him out with one punch. I'm not free, and you don't have the talent. Wu Yuan just left this sentence and ignored Dong Feng. No, master. Maybe you didn't observe me carefully. I'm a professional driver after all. I definitely have talent, but it hasn't been fully tapped. As long as you, master, give me a little guidance, I will definitely make great progress. Dong Feng's tone was firm. At this moment, Wu Xian rushed in front of them with a group of people. Okay, Dong Feng. How could a professional driver like you lose to an amateur? You are so familiar with Chun Feng's driver. Tell me, is this a trap you set for me tonight? Wu Xian's tone was excited. Wu Xian now has only one idea, which is to make a big deal out of this. Wu Xian, I'm not as skilled as you. My master's driving skills are so good that even Michael Schumacher is no match for him, let alone me. Dong Feng's tone was very dissatisfied. Dong Feng had no good feelings towards these rich second generations. If they were not willing to provide him with funds, he would not have been able to stay in this club. Now Wu Xin actually dares to slander him for match fixing. How could Dongfeng possibly tolerate Wu Xin? Master has already called you out, and you still say you don't have a leg. Even the god of cars is not his match. What nonsense are you talking to me about? Okay, Mr. Lin, is this the only dirty trick you can play in your place? Wu Xion's tone became more and more excited. Just when Wu Xion was about to encourage his friends in the club to escalate the situation again, he found that no one agreed with him. Wu Xion has lost his mind now, but those rich second generations are not stupid. Wu Xion's words offended both Chen Feng and Lin Sa, two great gods. If you offend these two people at the same time in Jiangcheng, you simply want to end your life. They won't be stupid. By the time Wu Xion turned around, his so-called friends had already dispersed. He looked like he was not familiar with Wu Xion at all. Seeing this scene, Wu Xion knew that he was being abandoned. Oh, Wu Xion, what's your opinion of me? You think the game I set up is unfair? Who do you think you are to be plotted against by me? Lin Sa looked at Wu Xion with extremely cold eyes. No, Mr. Lin, that's not what I meant. I'm a bad mouth and I said the wrong thing. Wu Xion finally realized what he had said and quickly began to explain. But at this time Wu Xion's explanation seemed very pale. Tell your father to come over here. I want to ask him how he raised his son. Lin Sa said coldly. Wu Xion wanted to struggle, but was directly held down by the people around Lin Sa. Chapter 53. Was it you who set the trap? Mr. Lin, can you? Wu Xion's face was full of bitterness. He had caused such a big trouble. If his father knew about it, he would definitely beat him to death. Although Wu Xion also knew that he could not cover up such a big thing. But Wu Xion still has the mentality of delaying it as long as possible. Why? You don't want to make a phone call. Do you want me to make the call for you? Lin Sa's tone remained cold. There is no point in making things difficult for Wu Xion. What Lin Sa and Qin Feng really want to deal with is Wu Xion's father, Wu Qingqing of Qingqing Group. Mr. Lin, I understand. I'll call right away. Wu Xion also knew that he had to make this call today. Wu Xion picked up the phone, but didn't dare to make the call for a long time. Inside a private club, Wu Qingqing, who is in his 50s and still studious, is learning English with a foreign teacher. Just when Wu Qingqing was in high spirits, the ringtone of his cell phone rang at an inopportune time. At this age, Wu Qingqing studies with great enthusiasm. After being interrupted in the middle, the learning nature was naturally lost, so I had to temporarily terminate this foreign teacher class. The ringing sound came from Wu Qingqing's personal cell phone. It must be something important that caused the call to ring. Wu Qingqing picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID was his son. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. What is this little bastard doing in the middle of the night? If it's nothing important, I'll make him look bad tomorrow. Out of love for his son, Wu Qingqing still answered the phone. Dad. Wu Xion's voice kept shaking. What's wrong? When Wu Qingqing heard that his son's tone was wrong, he suddenly became anxious. I've been detained, Dad. Please come and save me. Wu Xion uttered these words with difficulty. In just a moment, Wu Qingqing's mind had already seen the scene of his son being kidnapped by kidnappers and demanding a ransom from him. Wu Qingqing only has one son in his life, Wu Xion. There can't be even the slightest mistake. How much do you want? We can talk about this. But listen carefully, if anything happens to my son, I will never forgive you. Wu Qingqing's tone suddenly became excited. As there was a rustling sound from the other end of the phone, a cold voice came from the other end. Wu Qingqing, I'm not a kidnapper. Your son is causing trouble in my club. Come here and take your son away. Mr. Lin. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded extremely familiar. Wu Qingqing asked tentatively. 1 hour. I want to see you at my club. Lin Sa did not deny it, and her tone was grim. However, these words also allowed Wu Qingqing to confirm the other party's identity. After hanging up the phone, Wu Qingqing immediately put on his clothes and rushed towards the speed racing club. At the same time, Wu Qingqing continued to curse his ignorant son. Why offend anyone else, but dare to offend young Master Lin? Who gave him the courage? Wu Qingqing rushed and finally arrived at the scene within an hour after hanging up the phone. Fortunately, there were not many cars in the middle of the night, and the driver for Wu Qingqing was also an experienced driver, otherwise he really would not be able to catch up. All of a sudden, Wu Qingqing came forward with a smile on his face. When Wu Qingqing saw his disappointing son standing next to Lin Sa, he became furious. He raised his hand and slapped Wu Xion hard in the face. Wu Qingqing didn't hold back when he slapped Wu Xion, and he was stunned. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for offending you because I didn't recognize you. I apologize to you. Wu Qingqing quickly expressed his attitude. Boss Wu is really a good parent. Your son is really a spendthrift. He made a multi-million-dollar bet with someone in my place, and after losing, he even accused me of setting it up to harm him. Boss Wu, do you think I need to set up this scheme? Lin Sa's tone was cold. These words made Wu Qingqing feel like he was falling into an icy cave. Rebellious son, who gave you the guts to frame young Master Lin? Who gave you the guts to gamble millions with others? Upon hearing this, Wu Qingqing seemed to be ignited by anger and started punching and kicking Wu Xian. Now Wu Qingqing only hates himself for giving birth to such a prodigal son. It is simply a sin. Wu Qingqing's slap on Wu Xian earlier was indeed due to anger, but it was more to express his attitude to Lin Sa. But after hearing what his eldest son had done, Wu Qingqing now wanted to beat this prodigal son Wu Xian to death. A huge bet of tens of millions, huh? You are framing young Master Lin, right? Why did I give birth to such a scoundrel like you? You might as well have been a piece of barbecued pork. Wu Qingqing questioned Wu Xian while teaching him a lesson. That's enough, Boss Wu. I asked you to solve the problem, not to show off in front of me. Lin Sa frowned and spoke to stop him. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingqing stopped what he was doing. As for Wu Xian, he was beaten all over with bruises and his face was swollen. Yes, Mr. Lin, I was impulsive. I'm here to solve the problem. Master Lin, tell me how to solve this problem. I will fully cooperate. Wu Qingqing spoke quickly. This matter involves more than just me, and I can't decide on its resolution alone. Lin Sa hinted at something. Yes, Master Lin is right. I wonder who this wicked son of mine made this bet with. Wu Qingqing said humbly. While teaching Wu Xian a lesson, Wu Qingqing also realized in his heart that someone was targeting their Qingqing group. It must be a trick played by the rival after he found out that he was going to cooperate with Jiangxing group. Wu Xian's silly son is too young. That's why he fell into other people's trap. Wu Qingqing didn't dare to have any opinion on Lin Sa, so he naturally had to put the blame on the person who made the bet with Wu Xian. After tonight's matter is resolved, I must get this account back. Oh, Boss Wu, are you looking for me? A familiar voice sounded behind Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing turned around and saw that familiar face. Boss Wu has a dirty mouth and can't see the situation clearly. I didn't expect that Boss Wu's son looks exactly like Boss Wu. He must have inherited Boss Wu's true teachings. There's no need to doubt that he's not his biological son. This also saves the cost of a paternity test. Chen Feng spoke. Chen Feng, why is it you? Did you set up this scheme to harm my son? Wu Qingqing's face turned cold and he spoke. In Wu Qingqing's heart, he had already determined that Chen Feng was targeting him. Chapter 54, 10th day after filing for divorce, rewarding Xuantong Technology Company. After all, Wu Qingqing has now climbed up the big tree of Jiangxing Group. Chen Feng and Jiangxing Group are determined to fight to the death. Chen Feng used Wu Xian as a breakthrough point to target himself, which seemed very normal in Wu Qingqing's eyes. After hearing Wu Qingqing's words, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. You, my useless son, insisted on making a bet with me just to show off your presence in front of my female subordinates, giving me money like a fortune boy. I can't possibly refuse this. As for setting up a trap against you, I don't even care about the two losers, one big and one small, from Jiangxing Group. Who do you think you are? Chen Feng said coldly. Hearing this, Wu Qingqing wanted to beat Wu Xian up again. A woman again? Such a big thing happened because of a woman. Will he die without a woman? Mr. Chun, if I haven't paid you for this wicked son's gambling debt yet, I can pay you now. Look, how can I take this disappointing son of mine away? Wu Qingqing spoke. I don't mean to stop your son from leaving. After all, he gave me 10 million. Even though he's a bit of a mouth, it's inevitable that he'd be in a bad mood after losing money. Chen Feng looked understanding. What do you mean? Wu Qingqing's face also looked solemn. It's just that your silly son's words made Lin Xiao and I unhappy. It depends on how you make us feel better. It doesn't matter whether I forgive you or not, but you don't want to be unforgiven by Master Lin, do you? Chen Feng spoke. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingqing immediately looked at Lin Sa. Now he was standing on the opposite side of Chen Feng. No matter what price he paid, it was impossible to get Chen Feng's forgiveness. But Wu Qingqing absolutely did not want to offend Lin Sa. Wu Qingqing must obtain Lin Sa's forgiveness. Mr. Lin, it's my fault that I'm ignorant. Mr. Lin, tell me what I should do to earn your forgiveness. As long as you ask, I will never refuse. Wu Qingqing spoke quickly. Boss Wu is joking. How could I possibly ask for favors from you? Take your son back. Lin Sa's tone was cold. Seeing Lin Sa's attitude, how could Wu Qingqing take Wu Xian away? If Lin Sa really didn't care, why would she call me here in the middle of the night? It must be that my attitude of admitting my mistake is not sincere enough. But Lin Sa did not give Wu Qingqing the chance to apologize. She left the scene without paying any attention to Wu Qingqing's pleas. Chen Feng also left with his bodyguards, leaving only Wu Qingqing and Wu Xian, father and son. You evil son, Do you want to piss me off to death? Wu Qingsheng raised his hand, intending to teach his disappointing son Wu Xian a lesson again. Dad, stop hitting me. Please stop hitting me. Wu Xian cried out at the top of his lungs. While beating the child, Wu Qingsheng also learned that Wu Xian's gambling money was actually borrowed. Naturally, the company's projects cannot be given up, and it can only use working capital to repay debts. Although Qingxing Group has a market value of over 1 billion yuan, it is still very difficult to come up with 10 million yuan in working capital at once. As a result, the subsequent cooperation with Jiangxing Group on the West City project became somewhat stretched. What makes Wu Qingxing even more distressed is that he has not yet obtained Lin Sa's forgiveness. Although Lin Sa is nothing, he has a father who is the mayor, so it would be very easy for him to target him. With a nervous mood, Wu Qingxing sent his disappointing son Wu Xian to the hospital. At the same time, Wu Qingxing was also thinking about Lin Sa's hobbies. How should I reasonably and legitimately do favors for Lin Sa and gain her forgiveness? This is a big question. Lin Sa and Chen Feng had already discussed how to deal with Wu Qingxing early in the morning. Using such a method made Wu Qingxing uneasy. Then Wu Qingxing accidentally learned that Wang Qiangxing's urban construction group was Lin Sa's white glove, and let Wu Qingxing know the determination of the urban construction group on the land project in the west of the city. Without working capital, the profits that Qingxing Group could gain from continuing to cooperate with Jiangxing Group to acquire the land would also decrease. It would be better to do a favor and give this piece of land to Lin Sa, so as to gain Lin Sa's forgiveness. This is definitely the best choice for Wu Qingxing. Although Chen Feng and Lin Sa have now figured out Wu Qingxing's plan clearly, Wu Qingxing will still live in fear for the next few days. Wu Yuan, you won this 10 million yuan bonus. I'll give you half of it as your bonus. Chen Feng directly transferred 5 million to Wu Yuan's salary card. When Wu Yuan saw the text message pop up, he couldn't believe his eyes. Boss, this is too much. It's not suitable for me to hold. Wu Yuan began to decline. He was even prepared to return the bonus. Just take it if you ask me to. This is my reward to you. 5 million is nothing to me, and without you, I wouldn't have gotten this much money. Chen Feng's tone was firm. Wu Yuan had no choice but to accept this sky-high bonus. At the same time, Wu Yuan was determined to protect Chen Feng. Such a generous boss, and he cares so much about me. As the saying goes, a gentleman will die for his friend. If I don't work well for Chen Feng, Wu Yuan will look down on himself. Although Zhou Weiguo and Wang Peng did not receive the bonus, the three of them were like brothers, and what was given to Wu Yuan was for them. They also had the same idea as Wu Yuan. They would definitely go through fire and water for Chen Feng and protect the best boss in the world. Chen Feng slowly woke up from his big bed. A pleasant system prompt sounded in Chen Feng's mind. It was today's reward. Fight. On the 10th day after filing for divorce, reward was given to Xuantong Technology Company. Xuantong Technology? Chen Feng didn't know much about such a company at that time. It is not on the same scale as the industries that the system previously rewarded to itself. Chen Feng quickly took out his mobile phone and began to check the information about this company sent to him by the system. This company, named Xuantong Technology, is a small company founded by several graduate students a few years ago. Its main research direction is Bluetooth communication. So far, no effective results have been obtained. After reading the information, Chen Feng seemed even more confused. Why does this kind of company system reward itself? Is there something about this company that I don't understand? Chapter 55. Mastering the New Era Technology. Just when Chen Feng was feeling confused, a strange phone call came in. Chen Feng answered the call with some doubts. Hello? Is this the boss? I'm Zhou Kai, the head of Xuantong Technology. Today, our company has completed its first project. I'm reporting this to you. Zhou Kai's voice sounded a little immature, but he felt indescribable gratitude towards this boss whom he had never met. You should know that Xuantong Technology has been able to persist until now and complete this project thanks to this angel investor who has never appeared. Over the years, it has continued to provide financial support to Xuantong Technology and has never interfered with their research. To put it bluntly, without such an angel investor, Zhou Kai and his team would not be able to complete their current project. Oh, tell me about it. Chen Feng also guessed at this time that the project that Xuantong Technology was completing was definitely the main reason why the system awarded him this company. In this day and age, a groundbreaking invention is definitely enough to bring terrifying wealth. I guess this is the invention of Xuantong Technology. The project our company is currently completing is called Super Bluetooth. The Bluetooth coverage range on the market is mostly around 10 to 20 meters, but the Bluetooth we developed can cover a range of 5,000 meters. Boss, if possible, I hope to report to you in person. Zhou Kai seemed extremely proud when he said this. After hearing such a data comparison, Chen Feng was also shocked by this so-called super Bluetooth. If such a technology is put on the market, it will definitely cause an earthquake in the industry. Okay, I'm in Jiangcheng. I'm waiting for you to report to me. Chen Feng spoke immediately. Boss, I'm in Pingxing. I'll book the earliest flight and see you this afternoon. Zhou Kai's tone became even more excited. This was the first time he met his mysterious boss. Zhou Kai could not express his gratitude excessively to this boss who had been so kind to him. Buy business class and I'll reimburse you. Bring the core members of your team with you and send me the flight information. I'll have someone pick you up and give you a welcome. Chen Feng spoke. It seems a bit empty in Qilin building with only one extreme cold chain store. Chen Feng plans to move Xuantong Technology to Jiangcheng as well. Okay, boss. I'll book the ticket right away. After Zhou Kai booked the ticket, Chen Feng also sent the flight information to Zhou Weiguo. Let Zhou Weiguo arrange to pick up the person. As for checking in, Chen Feng directly contacted Wang Quanqing of Longhu Manor. These are all hens that lay golden eggs, so it's never too much to be nice to them. Brother Zhou, who do you think our boss is? I don't know either, but she must be a very good person, otherwise she wouldn't support our project. Yeah, the boss even booked business class for us. I've never flown business class since I was a kid, but I have to say, this is much better than taking a budget airline. 3 men and 1 woman walked out of the airport dragging their suitcases. The leader was Zhou Kai, who had spoken to Chen Feng on the phone in the morning. At this time, Zhou Kai was looking around and soon found several burly men in black suits holding signs welcoming him. Brother Zhou, our boss is a serious man, right? Why are these people in black suits so scary? They're not going to bite our kidneys, are they? Several men whispered. What are you thinking? This is Jiangcheng, not Dianxing. Can we ever get back the money the boss has invested in us over the years? Stop messing around. Zhou Kai spoke unhappily, then led everyone over. You must be Zhou Kai, right? I'm Wang Peng, the boss's bodyguard. Please follow me. Wang Peng said this and led a few people on a Hummer to Chen Feng's villa. When the Hummer entered the Yulongwan community, these young people had already revealed an air of inexperienced people. Brother Zhou, how rich is our boss? It's great to be able to live in a neighborhood like this. I'm afraid the money I have for a toilet in my boss's house is enough to buy a room in my hometown. Of course, if the boss didn't have money, how could he possibly invest in our project and not interfere with it? It's such a blessing for us to be able to work for a boss like this. Hearing the sentiments of his partners, Zhou Kai also felt proud. As long as we work hard, the boss will definitely provide us with better treatment. Zhou Kai spoke. However, when the Hummer convoy stopped in front of Chen Feng's villa, these young people were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. How can this be a villa? It's like a castle. It seems that the boss is richer than they imagined. Zhou Kai, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come in quickly. I asked my chef to prepare some food for you. After receiving the message from Wang Peng, Chen Feng also went out to greet him. Zhou Kai and his group looked completely flattered. When she saw Chen Feng's handsome face, she was even more shocked. This is simply not in the same dimension as them. At Chen Feng's cordial invitation, the group entered the villa and began to taste the meal prepared by Fong Xiao Sha and the seconded kitchen helper. These young people who are obsessed with research have never eaten such delicious food before, and they all want to burst their stomachs. Even the only woman in the team ate without caring about her image. After eating and drinking, Chen Feng got back to the topic. Okay, Zhou Kai, since you want to report to me in person, then show me the technology you have developed. Chen Feng spoke. Boss, this is a headset equipped with our super Bluetooth technology. I've connected it to my phone. Please put it on. I'll have Brother Wang drive me out of the villa in a moment. We will inform you of our distance by phone. Zhou Kai spoke. When talking about the products to be tested, Zhou Kai's face was full of pride. This technology is the reason why he came to see Chen Feng. Chen Feng naturally would not refuse this experience. Chen Feng put on headphones and listened to pleasant music. Then I turned on location sharing with Wang Peng, shared each other's location in real time, and maintained a voice call. 1 kilometer, the music in the headphones is very smooth. 3 kilometers, the smooth music continues to play. Even after 5 kilometers, the music played without any lag or disconnection. This has reached the data that Zhou Kai told himself on the phone. But Zhou Kai did not stop testing, and Wang Peng continued to drive away. Chapter 56 Gift Giving. At 6 kilometers, the sound in the Bluetooth headset has begun to fluctuate, but there will be occasional freezes. At 7 kilometers, the sound fluctuations become more serious. At 8 kilometers, the jamming became more severe, accompanied by a strong electric current sound. As Wang Peng's car drove farther and farther away, the sound of electricity became stronger and stronger, and the connection would be disconnected from time to time, but it would reconnect at some point in the future. When the distance exceeds 10 kilometers, the Bluetooth is completely disconnected. It seems that the 5 kilometers Zhou Kai mentioned earlier is to ensure the best communication conditions. Under extreme conditions, this Bluetooth can transmit effective information within a range of 10 kilometers. When they learned of this result, everyone present had different expressions. Everyone in Zhou Kai's team had a smug expression on their face. This super Bluetooth is their masterpiece. There are no similar competitors on the market, let alone any that can even come close to it. Chen Fong was lost in thought, thinking about how to bring himself greater benefits through such a technology that far exceeds the current level. As for Zhou Weiguo and others, they were even more surprised. Smooth communication is 5 kilometers, and extreme communication is 10 kilometers. The role that this Bluetooth technology can play in the military is simply immeasurable. It is also said that this device is obviously for civilian use, and aesthetics and energy consumption issues need to be considered. If it is developed using military methods, it may be possible to ensure Bluetooth communication over a distance of more than 20 kilometers. This invention is simply terrible. Zhou Weiguo also informed Chen Fong of his discovery. Originally, Chen Fong was still considering how to gain greater benefits through this technology. Now Zhou Weiguo's words provided him with a direction. Chen Fong will go to the Song family as scheduled tonight. Mr. Song is retired from the military, so he can use this channel to bring out the true role of this technology. After Wang Peng brought Zhou Kai back to the villa, Chen Fong once again expressed his praise for their abilities. Zhou Kai, I've already arranged a place for you to stay tonight, but I need to meet someone important later. He might want to meet you to learn about this technology. They'll take you to your accommodation when I get back. You are free to use the entertainment facilities in the villa. If you have any needs, you can tell my bodyguard. Chen Fong spoke. Yes, boss. Zhou Kai spoke. The Song family also has its own villa in Yulong Lake community. In a sense, he can be considered as Chen Feng's neighbor. Zhou Weiguo drove Chen Feng to the door of the Song family villa. Compared with Chen Feng's exaggerated villa number 9, the Song family's villa does not look so ostentatious. Song Qingxue also got off work early today and greeted Chen Feng at the door. Chen Feng, my grandfather might be a little harsh in his words. I hope you don't mind. Song Qingxue spoke. Since meeting Chen Feng, Song Qingxue has deeply understood Chen Feng's character of not wanting to suffer any loss. I'm not an unreasonable person. I will still show due respect to this old general who just came back from the battlefield. Chen Feng spoke. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Song Qingxue obviously relaxed a lot. But in fact, Song Qingxue was also curious why her grandfather invited Chen Feng to visit. You have to know that my grandfather has never been interested in these businessmen. Zhou Weiguo and the other two accompanied Chen Feng into the Song residence. In the reception room, Chen Feng and others saw an old man from the manor dressed in Tang's suit. He was Song Qingxue's grandfather, Song Baisong, the head of the Song family. Chief. The moment they saw Song Baisong, Zhou Weiguo and the other two stepped forward and saluted him. Zhou Weiguo, Wang Peng, and Wu Yuan, it's you three. I'm quite impressed by you guys. Song Baisong's resolute face softened a little. Being a bodyguard after retirement wouldn't be a bad idea. As long as I don't do anything illegal, live up to my conscience, and don't bring shame to the army, that's fine. Song Baisong spoke. Yes, I will remember the leader's teachings. Zhou Weiguo and the other two said in unison. After teaching the three people a lesson, Song Baisong turned his attention to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, do you know why I'm looking for you? Song Baisong stared at Chen Feng and spoke. Have no idea. Chen Feng gave his answer directly. Chen Feng, not long ago you were an employee of Jiangqing Group. But now he has transformed himself into a powerful person. Even until now, I can't find any information about your background. I don't care what your background is. I hope you abide by the law and don't do things you shouldn't do. I don't want another Jiangqing Group to appear in Jiangqing. Song Baisong didn't say a word, but his tone became more serious. The aura all over his body was completely released. Chen Feng now understood Song Baisong's purpose in looking for him, which was simply to intimidate him. I have to say, from this perspective, Song Baisong is really an old antique with a decent style. It's natural. I will do things according to the rules. Chen Feng's tone was frank. Since you say so, I believe you. I hope you won't lie to me. Song Baisong spoke. Mr. Song, I am a man of rules. Since you are here as a guest, it is natural to give a gift. As Chen Feng spoke, he handed the Bluetooth headset that used super Bluetooth technology to Song Baisong. Originally, when Song Baisong heard that Chen Feng was going to give him a gift, his face changed immediately. Chen Feng underestimated his own abilities by trying to bribe him with gifts so that he would turn a blind eye. Just when Song Baisong was about to explode, he saw that Chen Feng's so-called gift was actually a worthless Bluetooth headset. For a moment, Song Bai Song was a little stunned. Chen Fong, what do you mean? Song Bai Song asked. This Bluetooth headset uses the super Bluetooth technology that one of my technology companies just developed. This Bluetooth headset can ensure optimal communication within a 5-kilometer range, and the maximum distance can reach 10 kilometers. Chen Fong spoke slowly. Although Mr. Song has retired from the position of general, not much knowledge about technology, but from Chen Feng's attitude, he certainly felt the extraordinary nature of this so-called super Bluetooth technology. Mr. Song made a phone call directly in front of Chen Feng. Since you don't understand, ask someone who knows about it. He wanted to see how extraordinary the super Bluetooth technology that Chen Feng was so confident in bringing out was. Chapter 57 Helicopter Welcome. Xiao Jiang, what's the maximum range of the Bluetooth that our troops are using now? What? After getting the answer, Mr. Song's calm face was filled with astonishment. The coverage of the super Bluetooth that Chen Feng mentioned is really too wide. There is no need to compare the technology currently mastered by the military with Chen Feng's super Bluetooth. Chen Feng, can you guarantee that what you just said to me is absolutely true? Old Master Song stared at Chen Feng and asked. I promise. This super Bluetooth has the best range I've ever tested. The researchers who developed this technology are also in my villa right now. Chen Feng's tone was calm. Old Chief, we have also seen this test, and we can ensure that there is no problem with the data. Zhou Weigua and the other two spoke. Mr. Song glanced at everyone and continued speaking to the person on the other end of the phone. I have a new Bluetooth technology here, with a maximum range of 10 kilometers. Come over here immediately. Everyone, please wait here for a moment. This technology is of great significance to our country. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Song spoke to Chen Feng and the others. Chen Feng naturally would not refuse. Then Mr. Song returned to his study and continued to contact his former subordinates, asking them to rush here as quickly as possible. As for Chen Feng and others, they were left to Song Qingxue to entertain. Song Qingxue also served tea and snacks to everyone. During this process, Song Qingxue's gaze always stayed on Chen Feng. Chen Feng is just an unexpected man. This ordinary man always comes up with something serious time and time again. Song Qingxue also wanted to know how powerful Chen Feng's background was. Not long after, Mr. Song walked out of the study. Chen Feng, call the team members who developed this technology. I need you to come with me. The military has already arranged a site for the test. Mr. Song spoke. The conditions are not met to complete accurate testing of super Bluetooth data in the Yulong Lake community. Testing this groundbreaking technology requires a location that maintains confidentiality. Therefore, the military decided to complete the testing of super Bluetooth at a secret military base near Jiangqing. Of course, we are happy to cooperate with the country's requirements. Zhou Weigua, go pick up Zhou Kai and the others. Chen Feng said with a smile. Yes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weigua hurriedly drove back to Villa Number 9 and brought Zhou Kai and the others over. Brother Zhou, do you need our cooperation in testing technology? In the car, Zhou Kai asked. If it was to test the technology they developed, Zhou Kai would not be afraid at all. Yes, but we are going to a special place for testing, so don't be nervous for a while. Zhou Weigua spoke. Although Zhou Kai showed no expression on his face about Zhou Weigua's words, he sneered in his heart. It's just a product test. There's no need to be nervous about whether the product they produce has any loopholes. After Zhou Kai got off the car, he walked to Chen Feng's side. Boss, is this old man trying to test the technology we developed? Zhou Kai looked at Mr. Song and asked. In fact, in Zhou Kai's heart, he still feels that an old man of this age doesn't know much about technology. But don't underestimate the value of this technology because of this old man's prejudice. You must be Zhou Kai, the man who led the development of Super Bluetooth. What a promising young man. Mr. Song patted Zhou Kai on the shoulder and spoke. His face was full of relief. It's me. But old man, do you really understand technology? Zhou Kai spoke hesitantly. After graduating from school, Zhou Kai, a science and engineering man, received that investment and began to research Super Bluetooth. I have never dealt with those people in society, and my emotional intelligence is terribly low. If anyone else faced Zhou Kai's questioning, they would definitely feel unhappy. But Zhou Kai's personality just happened to suit Mr. Song's taste. Mr. Song, who was born in the military, has always disliked people who speak in a roundabout way. It is best to speak directly like Zhou Kai. I don't understand technology, but there will be people who do to test the super Bluetooth you developed. If you let someone who doesn't understand you give orders randomly, everything will be in chaos. Mr. Song spoke. Who will do the testing then? Zhou Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was tested by professionals, Zhou Kai felt relieved. They're coming. As soon as Mr. Song finished speaking, a roar came from above his head. Everyone looked up and saw 3 armed helicopters slowly landing. Boss, what's going on? Zhou Kai was shocked when he saw this scene. He had never seen such a big scene before. The other people in Zhou Kai's team were not much better. Don't worry, the military is looking at this technology. If the tests go well, the technology will be put to use in the military. You also want to contribute to our country. Chen Feng spoke to comfort her. It's natural. Zhou Kai suddenly became excited. Zhou Kai was very confident in the new technology he developed, but he never expected that the technology he developed would one day be able to serve the country. After the helicopter landed, everyone boarded and headed to the military base. At this time, the military base had prepared various conditions for testing Bluetooth and was waiting for Chen Feng and others to arrive at the scene. Hello, I'm Jiang Ning, and I'm the person in charge of this test. Nice to meet you. Please follow me. The Xiao Jiang that Mr. Song mentioned earlier was waiting for them the moment the helicopter landed. Everyone followed Jiang Ning into the prepared testing site. The Bluetooth headset equipped with Super Bluetooth technology was also handed over to Jiang Ning, who was in charge of the testing. Although Zhou Kai kept saying that he was not nervous, during the test, his hands subconsciously grabbed his pants and his face was full of confusion. Chen Feng didn't intend to persuade him. Even if Chen Feng tried to persuade him at this time, Zhou Kai probably wouldn't listen. Chen Feng was not worried about the test results. You know, this technology has been system certified. If there is no way to pass the test, the system will not reward you with a company that is as small as a small workshop. Under everyone's attention, this test finally began. Chapter 58, Rejecting Military Recruitment. The test begins. Optimal communication distance, 5 kilometers. Ensure communication distance, 8 kilometers. Ultimate communication distance, 10 kilometers. Excellent anti-interference ability. Excellent connection stability. The test results were not made public one by one. Zhou Kai's expression became more and more excited. After all the results were announced, Zhou Kai screamed excitedly and then hugged his team members tightly. Mr. Zhou Kai, the super Bluetooth you and your team developed is of epic-making significance. Our military will acquire this technology. Jiang Ning spoke excitedly. This depends on our boss. Zhou Kai did not answer Jiang Ning directly, but looked at Chen Feng. Although this technology was developed by Zhou Kai, the final decision-making power lies in Chen Feng's hands. Although Zhou Kai has low emotional intelligence, he still understands this kind of thing. Mr. Chen, this technology is of great significance to the military. I hope you can think about the country. Of course, we will acquire this technology at the market price. Jiang Ning spoke quickly. Everyone has seen such advanced technology. If they cannot master it in their own hands, it would be more painful than killing him. Of course, I am happy to cooperate with the country. Chen Feng spoke. Chen Feng, who owns the system, does not have much pursuit of wealth. What Chen Feng values more is the profits gained from selling such a technology. Selling such a super Bluetooth technology to the military would allow him to connect with the military. Moreover, this cooperation was facilitated by the Song family. The relationship between Chen Feng and the Song family will also become closer. During his previous conversation with Mr. Song, Chen Feng could already sense Mr. Song's dissatisfaction with Jiangxin Group. In this way, when he deals with Jiangxin Group in the future, he can naturally get help from the political, military, and police circles. With these two forces supporting it, Jiangxin Group has no chance of winning. Mr. Zhou, given your team's outstanding development capabilities, if you are willing, I hope you can join our Military Research Institute and continue to contribute to the country. Jiang Ning spoke. For such an outstanding talent, Jiang Ning chose to poach him right in front of him without caring about Chen Feng's presence. Faced with the military's recruitment, Zhou Kai was obviously hesitant. This is a military research institute. If I tell others about such a stable job, I wonder how many people will envy me. Zhou Kai subconsciously looked at Chen Feng. It's okay, Zhou Kai. If you are willing to serve your country, I support your choice. Chen Feng spoke. If Zhou Kai and the others insisted on leaving, Chen Feng would not be able to keep them. How could the current Chen Feng be a match for the military? As long as Zhou Kai is grateful to me, this bond of gratitude is enough. Besides, such a super Bluetooth has already produced its effects, and it is impossible for Zhou Kai's team to develop anything new in a short period of time. There is no need for Chen Feng to pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelons and give up greater interests for a little benefit. After hearing what Chen Feng said, Zhou Kai finally made his own decision. Although the military's recruitment is indeed very tempting, but Zhou Kai was still grateful to Chen Feng for his recognition of their talents. Chen Feng is willing to invest in them when they have just graduated from school and have nothing. Now that they have achieved results, what reason do they have to leave Chen Feng and seek better opportunities? Zhou Kai couldn't accept this approach. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang Ning. We still plan to continue working for the boss. Zhou Kai spoke. Since Zhou Kai had made up his mind, the other members made the same choice as Zhou Kai. Are you really not going to give it another thought? The country is in need of outstanding talents like you. Jiang Ning gave some advice, but none of Zhou Kai and the others changed their decision. After the test, Jiang Ning arranged for a helicopter to send Chen Feng and the others back. Along the way, Chen Feng also arranged new tasks for Zhou Kai and others. Ultra-long-range Bluetooth technology has been restricted by the military and cannot enter the market. However, the Bluetooth connection of 100 meters is enough to give the current market a huge shock. What Zhou Kai and his team will do next is to develop civilian-grade Bluetooth at the 100-meter level. This level of development difficulty is a piece of cake for Zhou Kai and his team, who have already developed Super Bluetooth. After the tasks are assigned, all that remains is the stock incentive. Zhou Kai received 10% of the shares, and the other 3 received 5% of the shares each. In addition, Chen Feng also gave each of them a cash reward of 1 million. After the military purchase funds arrive, Zhou Kai and others will be rewarded again according to their share ratio. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Kai and the others had no regrets about rejecting the military's recruitment. The boss is so generous. Working under such a generous boss, they will all become multimillionaires sooner or later. The helicopter landed near the Song family's villa. Old Master Song also received the news that Chen Feng had reached a cooperation with the military, and he also knew how much convenience such a technology would provide to the soldiers. Mr. Song, who was originally serious, also smiled when he saw Chen Feng. Chen Feng, Zhou Kai, you guys are all great. Mr. Song praised. Mr. Song, we just did what we had to do. Chen Feng spoke. I know that the country may not be able to provide the high amount of funds that your foreign companies can provide. But don't worry, our country will never treat meritorious officials unfairly. If you encounter any trouble in Jiangcheng in the future, as long as it's not illegal, come to Grandpa Song, and he will help you solve it. Mr. Song patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and spoke. In that case, I really need Grandpa Song's help with something. Chen Feng spoke. Old Master Song was also very satisfied with Chen Feng's blunt attitude. This is more appropriate. Mr. Song doesn't like the kind of dithering and roundabout approach. Afterwards, Chen Feng told Mr. Song about his previous assassination attempt and the mysterious Zhao Yang. After listening to Chen Feng's narration, Mr. Song's expression turned ugly. Xiaoxua, you have to take this matter seriously. How could such a thing happen in Jiangcheng? Forget it. I'll call your third uncle later and ask him how he became the Public Security Bureau chief. Chen Feng, don't worry. No one in Jiangcheng will dare to harm you in the future. Mr. Song spoke sternly. Chapter 59, 11th Day of Divorce. Reward for Hezhong Private Equity. Thank you, Mr. Song. However, even though Mr. Song said this, Chen Feng still would not relax. According to Zhou Weiguo, the guy named Zhao Yang is definitely a master. Moreover, the authorities have no way to arrest Zhao Yang without sufficient evidence. Qingxue, before the matter is resolved, please pay more attention to Chen Feng's safety. Old Master Song turned and spoke to Song Qingxue. Yes, Grandpa. I remember it. Song Qingxue agreed immediately. Afterwards, Mr. Song and Song Qingxue sent Chen Feng and his group out. Zhou Kai and his friends also got on a Hummer and were taken to Longhu Manor. Grandpa, what do you mean? After returning to the villa, Song Qingxue immediately asked. Even if I want to protect Chen Feng, there is no need for me to take responsibility. Grandpa definitely has other purposes for making such arrangements. Qingxue, you're not young anymore. It's time to start a family. Chen Feng is a promising man. Since you are both single now, there is no harm in getting to know him more. Grandpa won't hurt you. Mr. Song spoke. Grandpa, but Chen Feng has been divorced once. Song Qingxue's voice suddenly became sharp. So what? It's enough that Chen Feng is single now. Besides, Chen Feng is a good-looking guy. If you get together with him, you won't suffer any loss. Mr. Song is very confident. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes on his big bed, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. Bite. On the 11th day of filing for divorce, reward will be given to Hezhong Private Equity. Hezhong Private Equity, a very famous private equity fund company in the industry. Ding Yong, the helmsman of Hezhong Private Equity, is even nicknamed the Demon's Sword. Ding Yong's investments always leave his peers confused, but he always makes a lot of money. Now, this magic sword in the stock market and this united private equity company have become his own property. Owning such a private equity company is of great significance for Chen Feng's acquisition of Jiangxing Group shares. The reason why Lin Sa helped him was that he wanted him to replace Jiangxing Group and become a new supergroup. This is the only way to maintain the stability of Jiangxing's economy. The best way is to gradually erode Jiangxing Group by acquiring stocks, and gradually plundering the ownership of Jiangxing Group. Chen Feng was just about to contact Ding Yong when he received a call from him. "Boss, I'm glad you're finally willing to reveal your identity. May I ask if I may have a letter to visit you?" Ding Yong spoke cautiously. Ding Yong was originally just a trader. After he became independent and prepared to build his own career, he received a huge amount of funds from a mysterious person. With this capital, Ding Yong earned the reputation of Demon Sword in the stock market and established the current Hezhong Private Equity. In the eyes of others, Ding Yong is the boss of Hezhong Private Equity. Only Ding Yong himself knows that there is a mysterious big boss behind him. Ding Yongka didn't dare to have any rebellious thoughts towards this mysterious boss. How could someone who could provide such a huge amount of funds be an ordinary person? Besides, if he leaves this boss, how will Ding Yong obtain huge amounts of funds to continue to stir up trouble in the stock market? After all, other people will not easily believe his judgment, and Ding Yong is too lazy to explain to those idiots. The best way out for Ding Yong is to continue working under Chen Feng. "I'm in Jiangxing now, and I'm looking forward to meeting you." Chen Feng spoke. "Boss, if the time is right, I hope to meet you in Jiangxing this Saturday, which is tomorrow." Ding Yong spoke. On weekdays, Ding Yongka spends all his time studying the stock market. Ding Yong only has time to travel on weekends. Although Ding Yong is now a well-known wealthy man, his attitude towards work is a benchmark in the industry. "Okay, I look forward to meeting you too." Then, Chen Feng ended the conversation. After eating the breakfast prepared by Fong Xiao Sha, Chen Feng also set off for Qilin Building. Today, Zhou Kai and his team will also go to Qilin Building to select a new office as the office location of Xuantong Technology. When Chen Feng arrived at Qilin Building, Zhou Kai and others as well as Xia Sudong, the person in charge of Qilin Building, were already waiting for Chen Feng at the door of the building. "Boss." When he saw Chen Feng, Zhou Kai's tone became unusually eager. The accommodation conditions last night were something they had never experienced before. Boss Chen Feng not only gave them high salaries, but also treated them with such high standards. It was their honor to work for such a great boss. "How was your rest last night?" Chen Feng asked. "Very good, sir. Isn't it a bit too much for us to live in a place like that? I've heard that the members of Longhu Manor are not ordinary people." Zhou Kai scratched the back of his head and spoke. The other young men also looked timid. "Zhou Kai, you are now the CEO of Xuantong Technology. You are all executives of Xuantong Technology. In the future, Xuantong Technology will definitely become a leading company in the industry. You are certainly qualified to become a member of Longhu Manor. You should get used to your current status." Chen Feng spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai and others also showed an attitude full of fighting spirit. Afterwards, Chen Feng accompanied Zhou Kai and others to choose a suitable office, and someone arranged the subsequent relocation of the company. These young people have no objection to changing cities for work. Jiangcheng is a big city, and Chen Feng offered them high salaries, so they had no reason to refuse. After dealing with Zhou Kai's affairs, Chen Feng also saw Qian Jiqiang, whom he had not seen for a long time, in the building. But now Qian Jiqiang looked extremely embarrassed. He was leaning on a pair of crutches, limping out of the elevator as if he had lost his soul. With this appearance, he was definitely fired from Jiangxing Technology. Come to think of it, how could that psychopath Chen Qingyun tolerate Qian Jiqiang continuing to work in his company? In the short term, Chen Qingyun had no way to retaliate against Chen Feng. Then Chen Qingyun naturally vented his anger towards Chen Feng on Qian Jiqiang. Looking at Qian Jiqiang walking with a cane and limping, it seems that he has suffered a lot during this period of time. "Manager Qian, it's been a long time since we last met." Chen Feng drove Qian Jiqiang and said hello. Chapter 60. Aren't you selling yourself to Master Chen as a slave? Qian Jiqiang felt extremely depressed. Previously, because of Chen Feng's problem, Qian Jiqiang was abused by Chen Qingyun. Not only was he forced to drink the milk tea with hair stubble on it, but he also had a mouthful of teeth broken by a golf ball thrown by Chen Qingyun. However, because of fear of Chen Qingyun's background, Qian Jiqiang had to swallow the suffering no matter how great it was. Qian Jiqiang stayed in the hospital for a few days. After his injuries recovered, he immediately returned to the company on crutches. But at the company gate, he received the news that he was fired. Even his personal belongings were thrown away like garbage. But Qian Jiqiang didn't dare to have any opinion at all. How could a small person like him afford to offend Jiangxing Group? Fortunately, in order to release Chen Qingyun, Jiangxing Group gave Qian Jiqiang a sum of money, so Qian Jiqiang was not left with no other options. Qian Jiqiang left the company in disgrace. But he didn't expect that he would run into the high-spirited Chen Feng as soon as he got out of the elevator. "Boss Chen, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man before, so I offended you. I can't walk without a cane now without falling to the ground. Please let me go since I'm in such a miserable state. Qian Jiqiang said with a wry smile. Seeing Qian Jiqiang's servile look, Chen Feng didn't intend to continue to mock him. Then why did you forgive Chen Qingyun and not send him in? As long as you are willing to testify, I can help you. Chen Feng spoke. Qian Jiqiang did feel a moment of excitement after hearing Chen Feng's words. But soon, a bitter smile appeared on Qian Jiqiang's face. Boss Chen, please don't embarrass me. How can a small person like me go against big people like you? Qian Jiqiang's smile became more bitter. After leaving these words, Qian Jiqiang left tremblingly, leaning on his crutches. Qian Jiqiang, if I can bring down Jiangxin Group in the future, will you be willing to step on Chen Qingyun? Chen Feng asked, looking at Qian Jiqiang's back. Qian Jiqiang's pace paused noticeably. But Qian Jiqiang didn't even turn his head, nor did he answer Chen Feng's question. He just left on his own. The hunchback looked particularly lonely. Mountain Villa. Wang Mei walked out of the villa with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Although Wang Mei looked no different from before, the skin covered by her clothes was covered with scars, and her eyes had completely lost their luster. Ever since what happened that day, Wang Mei has been imprisoned and abused in a mountain villa by Chen Qingyun. If Chen Qingyun wasn't afraid of killing Wang Mei, he wouldn't have let Wang Mei go. However, this was just to temporarily let Wang Mei leave and let her go to the hospital to treat her injuries on her own. As for escaping from Chen Qingyun's clutches, what a joke. From the moment Wang Mei chose this path, she was already branded by Chen Qingyun. Unless Wang Mei died, there was no possibility for her to escape from Chen Qingyun's clutches. The power of an ordinary person is too small in front of the huge business empire of Jiangxin Group. In the hospital, Wang Mei, lying on the hospital bed, took out her mobile phone. After charging it and turning it on, a series of missed calls appeared, most of which were from her mother. Mom, Wang Mei called back and spoke in a trembling voice. Now Wang Mei desperately wants to get her mother's comfort, but unfortunately, she is destined not to get what she desires. You're a money loser. You're so brave, aren't you? How dare you not answer my call? Do you know how difficult it is for your brother in there? Do you know how many cold stares your mother has received recently? You are such a heartless, money-losing bastard. You only care about living your own good life. I really shouldn't have given birth to you. Wu Xiaofan poured all her anger out on Wang Mei. Wang Mei felt extremely aggrieved, and even her voice began to tremble. Mom, no, I didn't. Wang Mei explained while crying. Where are you, you money loser? I'm coming to settle the score with you right now. Wu Xiaofan felt that Wang Mei was guilty, so she started to question her. Mom, I'm in the hospital. Wang Mei told her mother where she was. In Wang Mei's opinion, if her mother saw her current miserable condition, she would probably stop blaming her. Soon, Wu Xiaofan rushed to the hospital. Wang Mei, what are you pretending for? What can happen to you? Don't think I won't blame you just because you play the victim. Wu Xiaofan didn't give Wang Mei a good look at all. She even reached out and twisted Wang Mei's body hard, making Wang Mei scream in pain. Pretend, and pretend with me. Is it that I can't teach you a lesson now? Seeing Wang Mei's appearance, Wu Xiaofan pinched her even harder. Wang Mei quickly opened hers, revealing the scars on her body, and Wu Xiaofan withdrew her hand. But Wu Xiaofan would not show the slightest apology. You're hurt, but you won't tell me. Did I forget my mouth when I gave birth to you? Don't look at me like that. It's not my fault. Wu Xiaofan said unhappily. Mom, I don't blame you. Wang Mei spoke quickly. How did you get into this? Wu Xiaofan asked. At this moment, her eyes were full of calculation. If Wang Mei, this money loser, was treated like this by someone, could she ask for compensation? Wu Xiaofan has found out these days that as long as she compensates for the losses and makes compensation, her precious son can be released earlier. This was done by Chen Qingyun. Wang Mei hesitated for a long time before finally saying these words. Later, under Wu Xiaofan's questioning, Wang Mei told her mother about the abnormal relationship between her and Chen Qingyun. Isn't it just that I sold myself to Master Chen as a slave? You are blessed that Master Chen is willing to spend so much money to support you. You must take good care of Master Chen. If you try to please Master Chen again, Master Chen might help get your brother out because you're sensible. I've already said that. You also mentioned that Chen Xiao had Xiaodian. Xiaodian has been missing his father these days. Wu Xiaofan spoke as a matter of course. Anyway, Wang Mei is just a money-losing girl. Even if Wang Mei got married, she would not earn as much as if she stayed with Chen Xiao. I know, Mom. Wang Mei spoke in a low voice. Wang Mei didn't expect that her mother would accept what she did so calmly. At this time, Wang Mei couldn't tell whether she felt relieved or heartbroken by her mother's attitude. Chapter 61 Wang Mei's Plan. However, Wu Xiaofan still did not give up the idea of using Chen Xiaotian to control Chen Qingyun. Even in Chen Qingyun's eyes, Wang Mei was a slut who could be played with at will. But Chen Xiaodian is Chen Qingyun's beloved son. Chen Qingyun will definitely take better care of their Wang Yao for Chen Xiaoyan's sake. By the way, although you don't have a formal status now, you are still considered Mr. Chen's person. Why don't you teach that wimp Chen Feng a lesson? Chen Feng still refuses to let your brother out. Wu Xiufan's tone became high again. It seemed as if he was going to force Wang Mei to go to Chen Feng to seek justice. After all, in Wu Xiufan's current view, Chen Feng is just a waiter in a restaurant. Previously, it was only because Wang Mei had no time to cause trouble for Chen Feng that Chen Feng became so arrogant. Now that Wang Mei has time to deal with this problem, what ability does that coward Chen Feng have to resist? After hearing Wu Xiufan's words, Wang Mei's face became more bitter. Wu Xiufan didn't know, but Wang Mei knew that Chen Feng had become a big shot in Jiangqing. Chen Qingyun mentioned Chen Feng many times when he was abusing Wang Mei. In fact, Wang Mei has also begun to regret the choice she made earlier. Chen Feng loved me so much before. If Chen Feng hadn't found out about Xiao Yan's affair and I hadn't divorced him, could I have lived the life of a rich wife? But then, Wang Mei's resentment towards Chen Feng grew wildly again. Wang Mei doesn't think there is anything wrong with herself. The problem lies with Chen Feng. If Chen Feng had told her early on that he had extraordinary family background, she would have been a good wife to Chen Feng wholeheartedly and given birth to a child for him. How could she have chosen to be Chen Qingyun's plaything? All this can only be blamed on Chen Feng's dishonesty. This hypocritical man is the culprit behind all this. You ungrateful bastard. I'm talking to you. It's fine if you don't listen, but you still look at me like that. Wu Xiufan felt the disgust in Wang Mei's eyes and immediately slapped her on the head. Mom, I'm not looking at you. I was thinking of that bastard Chen Feng. That coward Chen Feng concealed his wealth. I'm going to find a lawyer to sue him. Then I will not only divide up his property, but also make him beg to release his brother. Wang Mei quickly explained. Then why are you still standing there? Find a lawyer now. Finish the lawsuit as soon as possible and rescue your brother. Let me tell you, your brother suffered a lot in there. As his sister, you have to make it up to him. When the time comes, all the property divided from Chen Feng will be registered under your brother's name. Your brother is the root of our family, do you understand? Wu Xiufan spoke. Wang Mei, who had received this kind of education since childhood, naturally would not have any objection. He nodded repeatedly and agreed. Chen Feng was about to leave Qilin building when he received a call. The call was from Mother Jiang from Jiangqing Welfare Home. Generally speaking, Mother Jiang doesn't bother herself. Since Mother Jiang called me, it means something big has happened. Hey, Mother Jiang, is something wrong? Chen Feng picked up the phone and asked. Xiao Feng, it's like this. A child in the welfare home has been diagnosed with leukemia, and the subsequent treatment costs may cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Although the welfare home has a donation from you, I still need to get your consent before using this money to treat the child. Mother Jiang spoke slowly. He had clearly tried his best to sound calm, but there was still an excitement that he couldn't hide. Mother Jiang, if the child is sick, please treat him. You don't have to worry about the money. The last thing I lack now is money. Which hospital are you in now? I'll come to see you right away. Chen Feng spoke. After learning the location, Chen Feng asked Zhou Weiguo to drive to Jiangqing First People's Hospital. In a ward, Chen Feng saw Mother Jiang, who looked tired. There was also a pale little girl lying on the bed, blinking her big eyes and looking at Chen Feng. Brother Chen. The little girl greeted enthusiastically. Only then did Chen Feng recognize that this little girl was Luo Xiaohua, whom he had met before in the welfare home. You are Xiaohua, right? Chen Feng walked to Luo Xiaohua and tucked the quilt for her. Luo Xiaohua nodded slightly. Don't be afraid, Xiaohua. Brother Chen will help you find the best doctor. Xiaohua will get better. Chen Feng spoke to comfort her. Brother Chen, I'm not afraid. I will get better. Luo Xiaohua spoke with a firm face. It really looks like a wildflower trying hard to grow. Just then, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Chen Feng turned around and saw Fong Xiao Sha, still wearing a chef's uniform, rushing in. It was obvious that Fong Xiao Sha rushed over as soon as she heard the news, without even changing her clothes. In the welfare home, Fong Xiao Sha cares most about Luo Xiaohua. To put it bluntly, Fong Xiao Sha treats Luo Xiaohua as her own sister. That's why he rushed to the hospital so anxiously after learning that Luo Xiaohua was diagnosed with leukemia. Fong Xiao Sha rushed to Luo Xiaohua's bed and hugged Luo Xiaohua in her arms. Don't be afraid, Xiaohua, your sister is here. With my sister here, nothing will happen to Xiaohua. Fong Xiao spoke to comfort her. Sister, you're holding me too tight. Let me go. Luo Xiaohua spoke with difficulty. Hearing this, Fong Xiao immediately let go of Luo Xiaohua. Luo Xiaohua deliberately took a few deep breaths and pretended to be alive. Such a childlike action also made everyone laugh. Okay, Sister, I will treat the disease well. You don't have to worry about me. Besides, my brother-in-law has promised to find the best doctor for me. I'm sure I'll be fine. Luo Xiaohua acted like a little adult and started to comfort Fong Xiao. But Fong Xiao's attention was focused on the word brother-in-law that Luo Xiaohua said. Fong Xiao's originally clever brain seemed to have crashed at this moment, and it took her a long time to finally react. The brother-in-law Luo Xiao was referring to was Qin Fong. For a moment, Fong Xiao felt ashamed and embarrassed. If Luo Xiaohua wasn't lying on the hospital bed, Fong Xiao would have been happy to put this naughty kid on her legs and spank her hard. Who told you that? Fong Xiao's voice suddenly became sharp. Chapter 62, Another Assassination. Isn't it? You already live with Brother Chun. Aren't you going to marry Brother Chin? What's wrong with me calling Brother Chin brother-in-law? Luo Xiaohua spoke with a firm tone. I was a chef for Qin Fong at that time. I'm with him just to make cooking easier. Luo Xiaohua, from now on, I'm going to have Mother Jiang keep a close eye on you. I won't let you watch any more messed up TV dramas and short videos. What's going on in your head? Fong Xiao's tone also became anxious. Obviously, Fong Xiao intends to use this method to resolve her shyness and embarrassment. No, I'm lying in bed now. If I can't check my phone anymore, I might as well die. Luo Xiaohua's face suddenly became sad. Then you just listen to me. Otherwise you will suffer. Fong Xiao's tone also became proud. Qin Fong planned to take this opportunity to ask the doctor for his opinion. Fong Xiao learned of Qin Feng's intention and followed Qin Fong and left together. Mother Jiang looked at the backs of Fong Xiao and Qin Fong as they left together, her face full of relief. Qin Fong and Fong Xiao were both raised by Mother Jiang and are both good children in Mother Jiang's heart. Qin Fong had met the wrong person before, a bad woman. It would be great if Qin Fong could be with Fong Xiao. TSK, you still say they are not a couple. Luo Xiaohua, who was lying on the hospital bed, also expressed her feelings. Qin Fong brought Fong Shia Sha, Zhou Weiguo and others to the attending physician's office. Don't worry, Luo Xiaohua's illness was discovered early. The condition has not worsened. As long as you take the medicine on time, your life will be saved. Once I find a suitable opportunity for a bone marrow transplant, I can return to normal. The only downside is that the child's medicine costs tens of thousands of yuan every month. A bone marrow transplant also costs hundreds of thousands of yuan. The attending physician spoke. The attending physician also knew that Luo Xiaohua was an orphan from an orphanage. If this disease is in a family with a little wealth, it can still be maintained. But for Luo Xiaohua in the welfare home, it was difficult. Don't worry, doctor. I can afford this money. I've already deposited 1 million yuan into Luo Xiaohua's medical account. Just prescribe the best medicine for her. Qin Fong spoke. What is your relationship with Luo Xiaohua? The attending doctor adjusted his glasses and asked. Xiaohua and I came from the same orphanage. I've made some money from my small business lately, and I should spend it on these kids. Qin Fong said with a smile. The attending physician looked at Qin Fong and felt that Qin Feng's figure had become incomparably majestic. After walking out of the doctor's office, Fong Xiao spoke. Qin Fong, thank you. What's there to be thankful for? We all came from welfare institutions. Now that we have the ability, of course we have to do our part. Don't you often donate money back to the orphanage? Qin Fong said with a smile. But I didn't donate as much to the orphanage as you did. Fong Xiao's voice became a little softer. How much money do you have in total, and how much money do I have? The money I donated is just a drop in the bucket for me, but you want to donate all your money back. Qin Fong sighed. It has to be said that Fong Xiao's behavior seemed a bit stupid to Qin Fong. But stupid is also kind of cute. Fong Xiao felt that Qin Feng's words just now were praising her, but for some reason, she just couldn't feel happy. Just at this moment, there was some commotion among the crowd. Qin Fong turned his head and saw a middle-aged man pulling out a machete and chasing a doctor in a white coat. Qin Fong quickly realized that this was a medical dispute. Zhou Weiguo, Wang Peng Wu Yuan. Go and control the assailant. Qin Fong spoke immediately. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhou Weiguo and the other two did not hesitate at all. Although they have retired, they still have the beliefs of a soldier. Protecting the people has long been engraved in their bones. Zhou Weiguo rushed forward immediately. Just at this moment, a system prompt sounded again in Qin Feng's mind. Byte. Random mission has been triggered. Resolve the assassination crisis again. Mission reward. Physical breakthrough card. Qin Feng became alert in an instant. During this period of time, the person who tried to assassinate him again must be the mysterious Zhao Yang. Moreover, just as Zhou Weiguo and the other two left, he was targeted by this guy again. It seems that Zhao Yang has been staring at him these days. Who exactly is this guy Zhao Yang? How could the Chun family father and son know such a powerful person? But if it wasn't the Chun family father and son, who would target me like this? For a moment, countless questions appeared in Chun Feng's mind. But Chen Feng now has no time and energy to think about these problems. How to deal with the next crisis is the top priority. Fong Xiao Sha, stay away from me. After Chen Feng said this, seeing that Fong Xiao Sha did not move, Chen Feng immediately ran to an open space where there were few people. Fong Xiao Sha felt extremely puzzled by Chen Feng's words. Fong Xiao Sha was just about to ask something when she heard Chen Feng's voice. Don't come over here. Go back by yourself first. I'll explain to you when I get back. Chen Feng emphasized again. Chen Feng, be careful. Fong Xiao Sha obviously realized something. After leaving this sentence, he turned and ran away. After watching Fong Xiao Sha leave, Chen Feng looked at everyone around him with a scrutinizing gaze. Originally, Chen Feng wanted to find a place where there were no other people, but in a densely populated place like a hospital, especially when medical disputes and injuries occurred, there was no possibility of doing so. Fortunately, Chen Feng had obtained Zhao Yang's photo before, but in Chen Feng's field of vision, he did not see anyone who looked even slightly like Zhao Yang. Chen Feng only felt that time was passing extremely slowly. Chen Feng only hoped that Zhou Weiguo and his men could capture the medical troublemaker as soon as possible and bring him back to his side. Chen Feng looked vigilantly at everyone who wanted to get close to him, but still could not find even the slightest trace of Zhao Yang. However, the system prompts in his mind became more and more urgent, which made Chen Feng more nervous. A woman with long wavy hair walked up to Chen Feng, raised her hand, and stabbed straight towards Chen Feng. The woman's fingertips were still gleaming with cold light. If Chen Feng was stabbed by them, he would surely die. Chapter 63, Human Skin Mask. At this critical moment, Chen Feng suddenly squatted down. The woman's attack missed. Since the woman approached him, the alarm system in Chen Feng's mind became louder and louder, so Chen Feng became alert early on. But just dodging was not Chen Feng's intention. Chen Feng took his hand out of his pocket. In his hand was a small gadget that looked like a toothpick holder. Chen Feng twisted his hands hard, and dozens of silver needles shot out from the small tube instantly. The woman opposite obviously didn't expect that Chen Feng had such a skill. In just a moment, all the silver needles pierced into the woman's body. This small tube containing silver needles was prepared by Wang Peng for Chen Feng. Wang Peng had smeared these silver needles with special anesthetics early in the morning. As long as these silver needles scratch the skin and the anesthetic drugs on them enter the blood, even an elephant can be knocked down directly, let alone a normal person. The woman didn't even have time to feel the pain of the silver needle piercing her body. Her eyes went dark and she fell heavily to the ground. Mission completed. Constitution breakthrough card has arrived. The system prompt sounded in Chen Feng's mind. The assassination attempt against him was finally averted, and now Chen Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Feng only has one syringe like this. If someone else wanted to kill Chen Feng at this time, Chen Feng would have no way to deal with it. On the other side, Zhou Weiguo and the other two had already apprehended the person who was causing trouble at the hospital. After noticing the movement on Chen Feng's side, he immediately rushed back to Chen Feng's side. Seeing the woman lying next to Chen Feng, Zhou Weiguo and the other two were almost scared to death. As the gold medal bodyguards of Golden Shield Company, how could they make such a low-level mistake? It's just a matter of dealing with a medical dispute, and any one of the three of them can handle it. How could they get so carried away by their anger? The three of them rushed forward together, leaving no one to protect Chen Feng. Even if they received Chen Feng's orders, they should have their own judgment on what to do and what not to do. Fortunately, Chen Feng was lucky and nothing happened to him, otherwise they would have died. Boss, are you okay? Zhou Weiguo asked quickly. Wang Peng had a gloomy face and began to carefully examine Chen Feng's body, fearing that Chen Feng had some hidden injuries. Wu Yuan squatted down and checked the condition of the woman lying on the ground. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with Chen Feng, Zhou Weiguo and the other two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, we made a mistake in our work this time. Please punish us. Zhou Weiguo's face was full of guilt. This matter is not your fault. You are just following my orders. And if Wang Peng hadn't made this little gadget for me, I would be in danger today. I won't blame you for my own reasons. Otherwise it would seem that I am unreasonable. Chen Feng said with a smile. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Weiguo and others felt warm in their hearts. It is their blessing to have such a tolerant and generous boss. They must fight for their rights and protect this boss. At this time, Wu Yuan made some discoveries. Wu Yuan stretched out his hand and touched the woman's face, and a highly realistic silicone headgear was pulled off by Wu Yuan. A face that had never been seen before was revealed under the hood. Could it be Zhao Yang? This was the thought that arose in Chen Feng's mind. Chen Fong took out his cell phone and called Song Qingxue. Qingxue, I'm at Jiangxing First People's Hospital. I was assassinated again. He was wearing a highly realistic human skin mask. I suspect he is the Zhao Yang from before. Now I have knocked him unconscious. Song Qingxue, who was in the police station, stood up suddenly when she heard what Chen Fong said. At this time, Song Qingxue was both angry and furious. The old man of the Song family just said that no one in Jiangchang dared to touch Chen Fong, but someone immediately attacked Chen Fong. Doesn't this behavior show that they, the Song family, are not taken seriously at all? What's more, this person is Zhao Yang. I rushed to the scene immediately. Chen Fong, please pay attention to your own safety. Song Qingxue rushed out immediately after hanging up the phone. Originally, Song Qingxue had just opened the door of the police car, and his eyes swept over the police motorcycle beside him. He slammed the door shut, got on the motorcycle, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The police motorcycle roared away. Soon, Song Qingxue arrived at the scene. While on the way, Song Qingxue had already notified the police station near Jiangxing First People's Hospital through the internal line, and the nearby police had already taken the attacker, who was suspected to be Zhao Yang, into custody. Chen Fong and others were already waiting for Song Qingxue's arrival at the police station. Chen Fong, are you okay? Song Qingxue asked the moment she saw Chen Fong. Don't worry, I'm fine. Chen Fong felt Song Qingxue's unconcealable concern, so naturally he would not take his anger out on Song Qingxue. I'm glad you're okay. Only after hearing Chen Feng's words with her own ears did Song Qingxue finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Fong, don't worry, I will pry open his mouth and make him tell everything he knows. Song Qingxue spoke through gritted teeth. Then, Song Qingxue walked into the interrogation room. Not long after, Chen Fong heard the sound coming from the interrogation room. Captain Song, don't do it. Absolutely don't do it. This is a violation of discipline. There's also a camera. Then Song Qingxue, with an angry look on her face, was carried out of the interrogation room by several people. Keep him quiet. Why are you being so stubborn? Now the evidence is irrefutable. If you try to make amends, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. Song Qingxue, who was carried out, continued to roar towards the interrogation room. As for the mysterious man, he sat calmly on the chair in the interrogation room, his eyes slightly closed, a playful look on his face. Facing everyone's questions, the man acted as if he didn't hear them and immersed himself in his own world. This kind of stubborn attitude is the most difficult to deal with. After Song Qingxue came out, several interrogation experts came in one after another, but none of them could pinch open the mysterious man's mouth, let alone obtain any useful information. So much so that Song Qingxue looked very ashamed in front of Chen Fong. I had said before that I would find out the truth, but faced with such a stinky and hard stone, it really makes me angry. Chapter 64-7 Killer Organization. If this kid falls into our hands, we will definitely make him tell us everything he knows. Right, Brother Peng. Wu Yuan spoke viciously. Wang Peng was playing with a silver needle in his hand at this time, and his face was gloomy. After hearing Wu Yuan's words, Wang Peng also took back the silver needle in his hand. Wu Yuan, what are you talking about? We must act according to the rules and regulations. We are not qualified to interrogate criminal suspects. Wang Peng glanced at Wu Yuan. Yes, Wu Yuan. Remember that our current identity is just a bodyguard. Zhou Weiguo also warned. Wu Yuan just felt like he was holding his breath, but he didn't know how to express it. Okay, we have to trust the police. Qingxue will definitely ask something useful. Chen Fong stood up. Staying in the police station now will not yield any results. It would be better to leave early. Anyway, the current crisis has been resolved for the time being. The system also rewarded me with a physical breakthrough card. Chen Fong now suspects that after using such a physical breakthrough card, Zhou Weiguo and others will not be his match. At that time, Chen Fong would naturally not be afraid of being assassinated by others. Don't worry, Chen Fong. We'll get something useful out of him sooner rather than later. Even if it means starving an eagle, I'll get out what I know. Song Qingxue spoke with a firm attitude. Then Song Qingxue continued to add as if she had thought of something. Chen Fong, if you need it, I can help you apply for a protection order. There will be several armed police officers to protect your safety. Chen Fong is now considered powerful and influential in Jiangxing. Faced with successive assassinations, it is indeed necessary for the police to ensure Chen Feng's safety. Although Zhou Weiguo and his men were retired special forces, they lacked modern weapons and were unable to exert their full abilities. Hearing this, Chen Fong was indeed a little hesitant. If armed police protect themselves, they can indeed maximize their safety in a country like China, which has strict gun control. At this moment, Several Manhwa off-road vehicles with military license plates stopped at the door of the police station. The first person to get out of the SUV was the head of the Song family, Old Man Song. Behind Mr. Song was a middle-aged man in military uniform, with the rank of captain on his shoulder. Behind the officer were several armed guards. Old Master Song entered the police station with a few others and happened to see the conversation between Chun Fong and Song Qingxue. Such a big incident has happened in Jiangxing again. I really don't know how your third uncle can be the city's public security bureau chief. This person is now under the control of our military. Mr. Song spoke bluntly. The captain in military uniform behind him waved his hand and prepared to take the mysterious man in the interrogation room away. Mr. Song, this doesn't comply with the regulations. The director of the police station quickly stepped forward and began to persuade them. This is the document we used to take over this prisoner. Chen Fong is a talent who enjoys special protection from our military. Any action against Chen Fong is an attempt to spy on our country's secrets. As soon as Mr. Song finished speaking, the guard on the side showed a red-headed document. After seeing the document, the director naturally would not have any obstruction. I watched as several guards dragged the mysterious man with handcuffs out. During this time, the mysterious man was still struggling frantically. The military guards would not tolerate this guy and hit the back of his neck with the butt of their rifles several times, knocking him unconscious. Then they carried him into the car like a dead pig. As the state's violent weapons, they do not have as many scruples as the police. Chen Fong, you guys come along too. You are the party involved, and this matter should be explained to you. Mr. Song spoke. Chen Fong naturally would not refuse Mr. Song's invitation. Chen Fong and others got on the car and followed the military vehicle into a military base. As for Song Qingxue, she naturally would not miss such a good show. Relying on his status, he followed. Tell me, who are you and why did you attack Chen Fong? The captain sat in the main seat and spoke while looking at the mysterious man tied to the chair. This mysterious man still behaved the same way as before in the police station, pretending not to hear anything. This isn't a police station. Don't think you can get away with this. The officer's tone was cold. Afterwards, the officer asked Chen Fong and others to leave first. About half an hour later, the officer came out with the information he had collected. Report. The criminal has confessed. The prisoner's name is Li Wei, and he belongs to an overseas assassin organization called Seven Killers. The prisoner received an order to assassinate Chen Fong. The previous Xiao Yang was just a disguise for the criminal. The officer reported the information he had obtained. Zhou Weiguo and the other two's expressions changed when they heard this. This guy turned out to be the killer of Qi Sha. As bodyguards of the Golden Shield Security Company, Zhou Weiguo and his two companions have undertaken many security missions abroad. Although the killer organization Qi Sha is not well known in the country, it is notorious abroad. Anyone who can become the Seven Killers has his or her own unique methods. If you want to hire the assassins of Qi Sha, you will also need to pay a huge amount of money. It's just that the killer organization Qi Sha never accepts missions from China, but this time, they made an exception for their boss. Who is targeting the boss? A killer organization? When will these unreputable fellows dare to take action on our soil? Let me get to the bottom of this. Mr. Song was furious. Yes. The captain saluted and put him back into the interrogation room. He had to squeeze every bit of information out of this guy named Levi. Every 7 killers who enters China must stay on this land. China has always been a forbidden zone for mercenaries and killers. Anyone who dares to test it must pay the price with blood. Back in the interrogation room, Levi, who had previously looked indifferent, now had lost focus in his eyes, as if he was immersed in an illusion. Give him another one. The captain spoke to the military doctor who was carrying a medical kit on the side. The military doctor opened the medicine box, took out a potion from it, and rudely inserted it into Levi's body, pressing all the potion in. Levi's body was shaking violently, and his eyes were becoming increasingly distracted. Tell me, who asked you to enter China and assassinate Chen Fong? Who else is there in the 7 Killings organization in China? Where are they? The captain's tone grew more serious. By the order of the Star Lord, assassinate Chen Fong. Chapter 65, Physical Breakthrough. I am Superman. The code name of the leader of the killer organization Qi Sha is Qi Sha Star Lord. The whereabouts of the 7 Killing Star Lord are extremely mysterious. Even until now, the identity of the 7 Killing Star Lords is still a secret internationally. Chen Fong didn't know why he was targeted by this mysterious 7 Killing Star Lord. The expressions of Zhou Weiguo and the other two also became extremely serious. Chen Fong may not know what the 7 Killing Star Lords represent, but Zhou Weiguo and the other 3 know it very clearly. Levi, who was just assigned here, was able to cause such trouble, let alone the mysterious Lord of the Seven Killing Stars. Now Zhou Weiguo and others have reasonable suspicion that this mysterious Seven Killing Star Lord will take the initiative to attack Chen Fong. The pressure they faced back then was much greater than it is now. Chen Fong, don't worry. We Chinese are not the kind of people who can be so reckless as to be fooled by such a clown. Don't worry, Chen Fong. We will continue investigating along this line. If we find them, we will eradicate them completely. Mr. Song's face was serious. Then I'll leave it to Mr. Song. However, Chen Fong will not pin all his hopes on Mr. Song. Only when one's own strength is strong enough can one not be afraid of external crises. Qingxue, please send Chen Fong and the others back for me. Mr. Song spoke. Afterwards, Mr. Song began to report this situation. Chen Fong, if you encounter any trouble during this period, please inform me immediately. At the door of the villa, Song Qingxue looked at Chen Fong and spoke seriously. Don't worry, if you have any trouble, call the police. I'm sure I know about this kind of thing. Chen Fong said with a smile. Then he returned to the villa. Chen Fong, are you okay? As soon as Chen Fong walked into the villa, Fong Xiao Sha rushed up and checked Chen Feng's injuries. Fong Xiao Sha was terrified by what happened in the hospital today. Fong Xiao Sha didn't dare to imagine what would happen if something really happened to Chen Fong. Don't worry, I'm fine. Chen Fong pretended to be relaxed. I'm glad you're okay. Fong Xiao Sha finally breathed a sigh of relief. I made your favorite food for you. I'll serve it to you right away. Fong Xiao Sha rushed to the kitchen again in a hurry. Fong Xiao Sha watched Chen Fong finish the dinner she had prepared, and then she cleaned up the dishes with satisfaction. Chen Fong, if we encounter any danger next time, don't let me go first. I can face it with you. Fong Xiao Sha spoke with a serious face. In fact, there is one more thing Fong Xiao Sha didn't say. If it really came to that, Fong Xiao Sha would definitely help Chen Fong block the fatal blow, even at the cost of her own life. After all, Fong Xiao Sha saw everything Chen Fong did to the welfare home these days. Chen Fong is much more important than her in this world. Xiao Xiao, you're doubting their professional abilities when you say that. Chen Fong said this and looked at Zhou Weiguo and the other two. Zhou Weiguo immediately stood up and expressed his position. Miss Fong, it is our responsibility to protect the boss's safety. As long as we are alive, we don't have to worry about anyone hurting the boss. Zhou Weiguo's tone was extremely firm. It's enough to make a mistake at work once today. There must not be a second time. After calming down the silly girl Fong Xiao Sha, Chen Fong prepared to return to his room. Zhou Weiguo and the other two also took this opportunity to follow Chen Fong in. Boss, the assassin organization called Seven Kills is not simple, especially the Seven Killing Star Lord. This mysterious killer has long held the top spot on the dark web's killer rankings, and he's never failed in his missions. In order to protect your safety, boss, we must strengthen security measures. I will mobilize more brothers to protect the boss. Zhou Weiguo's face was extremely serious. As you say, Chen Fong nodded. He also knew the severity of the situation. Boss, we know you have a certain talent in martial arts. Starting tomorrow, we will continue to teach you. And this time we will teach you a set of hard qigong that is practiced within the military. This was a decision Zhou Weiguo made after applying to Mr. Song and obtaining approval. Okay, I'll train hard. Chen Fong nodded. After sending Zhou Weiguo and the other two away, Chen Fong locked the door. Then he used the physical breakthrough card rewarded by the system. The moment he used it, Chen Fong lost control of his body. Originally, Chen Fong was prepared to endure the pain, but this time the pain Chen Fong endured was far greater than before, and the pain lasts longer. Half an hour later, Chen Fong gradually regained control of his body. Chen Fong now looked like he had been fished out of the water. Chen Fong stood up and planned to take a shower to wash off the sweat on his body. As soon as Chen Fong stood up, he noticed the changes in his body. Chen Fong was surprised to find that he could actually see a mosquito flying in the air more than 10 meters away, and he could even see the mosquito's legs clearly. And as long as you focus your attention on that mosquito, the speed of that mosquito will slow down in your eyes, and you can clearly see the flight trajectory of that mosquito. Even from a distance of more than 10 meters, Chen Fong could hear the buzzing of mosquitoes flapping their wings. Chen Fong casually took out a cigarette box from his pocket and threw it towards the mosquito. The cigarette box hit the mosquito flying in the air straight on and knocked it to the ground. Chen Fong walked to the cigarette box, picked up the mosquito on the ground, and threw it into the trash can. Chen Fong jumped lightly and easily touched the ceiling above his head. Chen Fong began to test his body constantly. When Chen Fong found that he could easily complete a handstand with just one finger and didn't even feel tired at all, Chen Fong finally realized that this physical breakthrough card had helped him break through the limits of ordinary people. It is not an exaggeration to call Chen Fong a Superman now. However, Chun Fong has not yet tested the limits of this body. I must test it carefully tomorrow. Chun Fong calmed down his excitement, hummed a little tune, went to the bathroom to take a comfortable bath, lay down on the bed, and prepared to go to sleep. Chun Fong, lying on the bed, was even surprised to find that he only needed to think about falling asleep, and he would fall asleep peacefully the next second. Chun Feng's control over his body had reached a terrifying level. Chapter 66, 12 days after filing for divorce, rewarded with American Express Centurion Black Card. As soon as Chun Fong opened his eyes, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Bite. 12 days after filing for divorce, receive an American Express Centurion Black Card. The Centurion Black Card is a special credit card issued by American Express and has no upper limit on its credit limit. Moreover, this Black Card is invitation only and cannot be processed online. Those who can hold the Centurion Black Card are all politicians and celebrities from various countries. This Centurion Black Card is undoubtedly a symbol of identity and status. Each Black Card holder will have a customer service representative dedicated to him or her. To put it bluntly, most of the problems in this world can be solved by just making a phone call to your dedicated customer service. Chun Fong even suspected that he was the only person in Jiangcheng who owned a Centurion Black Card. Although Jiangcheng Group is prosperous, it is still a long way from the top circle. Chun Fong looked at the black card that appeared out of thin air in his hand and stroked the texture on it. This was a pass to the upper class. Chun Fong put away the card, had breakfast, and then went to the gym at home with Zhou Weiguo and the other two. There is also a dedicated yoga room in the gym, which is perfect for training. Boss, what I'm going to teach you next is a kind of hard qigong practiced by special forces. Learning this kind of hard qigong can produce a sense of qi. In terms of attack and resistance capabilities, they are far superior to ordinary people. Zhou Weiguo said as he picked up a piece of steel plate. Zhou Weiguo shouted loudly and punched the steel plate, leaving a clear fist mark on the plate. Without the support of hard qigong, it would be impossible to do such a circle with flesh and blood. Do those internal martial arts masters and internal forces in novels and movies really exist? Seeing this scene in front of him, Chun Fong subconsciously asked, Boss, these do exist. But nowadays, masters of internal martial arts are rare. But I also heard a rumor when I was serving in the army. China has a special force. All of them are composed of internal martial arts masters. Zhou Weiguo spoke. Zhou Weiguo concealed a past event. Zhou Weiguo and the other two had previously participated in the selection of that special force, striving for the qualification of reserve members. Unfortunately, even Wang Peng, the most talented among them, failed to pass the selection. Becoming a reserve member is so difficult that Zhou Weiguo dared not even imagine what kind of abilities the regular members of that special forces had. But Zhou Weiguo could never mention these words to Cheng. In Zhou Weiguo's opinion, the Seven Killing Star Lord was definitely a master of internal martial arts. If Chun Fong knew the huge difference between the external and internal families now, it might have some negative effects on Chun Feng's mentality. Chun Fong also began to practice hard qigong according to Zhou Weiguo's instructions. Boss, the way to use hard qigong is to use this qi to strengthen your body. The most difficult part is to feel the presence of this energy. I practiced hard qigong, but it took me 2 months to finally feel a hint of qi. Even Wang Peng, the most talented among us, took a month and a half. Boss, don't worry if you can't feel it for the time being. Zhou Weiguo spoke up to remind him, fearing that Chun Fong would feel frustrated because he could not feel the existence of qi for the time being and lose the enthusiasm to continue practicing hard qigong. I think I feel it. Chun Fong simply performed a cycle of the breathing method taught by Zhou Weiguo, and he felt a surge of strength coming from his lower abdomen. At the beginning, this energy was very weak, but with each time Chun Fong breathed in and out, this energy would become stronger. Later, Chun Fong was able to control this energy to flow around his body. As long as a part of the body is covered by this energy, one can feel a significant strengthening there. Even Chun Fong felt that this part of his skin had become as hard as steel. Boss, cultivation doesn't happen overnight. You don't have to joke with us. Zhou Weiguo's words were very tactful. If the person who said this was not his boss, Zhou Weiguo would have scolded him. Only when you learn to exhale can you generate qi. How could such a genius exist in this world? Zhou Weiguo just thought Chun Fong was having an illusion. Chun Fong attached the energy to his palm and chopped it down hard on the iron plate beside him. Chun Feng's palm collided with the iron plate, making a clanging sound that could only be made by the collision of metal. Then, the iron plate was directly split into 2 halves by Chun Feng's hand knife. Now Chun Feng's hands are sharper than a knife. Seeing this scene, Zhou Weiguo and the other two looked like they had seen a ghost. Boss, have you ever practiced hard qigong before? Or are you the heir of some martial arts family, boss? After a long while, Zhou Weiguo finally asked with difficulty. The three of them stared at Chen Feng intently, eager to get answers from him. I haven't studied before. I just practiced the breathing method you taught me for one cycle, and I was able to feel the presence of qi. After practicing it for a few more cycles, I was able to control it. Chen Feng spoke. Now Chen Feng has also realized that after using the physical breakthrough card, his physical condition has undergone earth-shaking changes. These skills that are difficult for ordinary people to master are easy for him to master. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Weiguo and the other two's faces turned even darker. In front of truly talented players, hard work is simply worthless. The three of them are the best in the army and are one in a million talents. But in front of Chen Feng, they are just like a piece of rotten wood. Chen Feng is so handsome and rich, but his talent in martial arts is so high that it's terrifying. Zhou Weiguo and the other two felt deep despair under this blow. This despair is even greater than when he failed to be selected for the special forces. Or in other words, that special force wanted to recruit geniuses of Chen Feng's level from the very beginning. Boss, you are a genius in martial arts. I am a little jealous. As long as you practice diligently, it won't be long before you become a master who is even more powerful than us. Boss, in addition to continuing to practice hard qigong these days, we will conduct simulated combat training with you. Zhou Weiguo finally arranged the next training program. Naturally, Chen Feng had no objection to this training program arrangement. Chapter 67. One punch knocks Zhou Weiguo away. The first person to conduct actual combat training with Chen Feng was naturally Zhou Weiguo. Boss, we taught you some fighting skills a few days ago. Now attack me with all your might. Don't worry about hurting me. Zhou Weiguo stretched his muscles and spoke. Weiguo, why don't you wear a set of protective gear? Chen Feng looked at Zhou Weiguo and spoke caringly. No need, boss. Even if you can hit me, my body, having mastered hard qigong, is much stronger than wearing protective gear. Boss, you don't have to worry. As Zhou Weiguo spoke, he patted his chest vigorously. However, in Zhou Weiguo's heart, he did not believe that Chen Feng could hit him, even if Chen Feng is extremely talented in martial arts. However, combat experience is something that can only be accumulated through years of polishing. In Zhou Weiguo's eyes, Chen Feng now only has strength but no skills. That's why Zhou Weiguo spoke so confidently. No, you better put on your protective gear. Otherwise I wouldn't attack. Chen Feng was really afraid that if Zhou Weiguo didn't wear protective gear, he would knock him out with one punch. Seeing Chen Feng's insistence, Zhou Weiguo had to put on protective gear, and the actual combat simulation finally began. Chen Feng and Zhou Weiguo were in a stalemate, constantly circling around. At this time, Chen Feng was looking for the best opportunity to attack, but in Zhou Weiguo's eyes, this behavior seemed to mean that Chen Feng was afraid to attack. Boss, attack with confidence. Zhou Weiguo looked at Chen Feng for a long time without any movement and began to urge him. And the moment Zhou Weiguo opened his mouth, Chen Feng found the best time to attack. Chen Feng took a step forward and punched Zhou Weiguo in the chest. Chen Feng's move did not involve any skills. It was just a simple punch, but it was able to hit the target most effectively. Zhou Weiguo was very confident in Chen Feng's punch. The boss is worthy of being the boss. He seized the opportunity to launch an attack the moment I opened my mouth to speak. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to dodge this punch. But if the boss wants to hit me with such a little trick, he still underestimates me. Zhou Weiguo took a step back to the right, trying to easily avoid Chen Feng's punch. But at this time Zhou Weiguo felt something was wrong. Chen Feng's punch was really too fast. Even if he took a step back, he had no way to avoid Chen Feng's attack. Since I can't avoid it, I can only fight it head-on. Zhou Weiguo immediately channeled his true energy into his arms, crossed them in front of his chest, and made a blocking gesture. Zhou Weiguo is very confident in his defense. Among Zhou Weiguo and the other two, although Wang Peng has the highest talent, Zhou Weiguo has the deepest attainments in hard qigong. Zhou Weiguo is a tall and strong man, and he takes a bold and open approach. Practicing hard qigong is the best match for him. Zhou Weiguo's hands, covered with true energy, were tougher than steel, so blocking Chen Feng's punch was a piece of cake for him. Even though Chen Feng had previously used hard qigong to split a piece of steel plate, it was still far from enough to penetrate his own defense. Chen Feng's fist hit Zhou Weiguo's arms without any mercy. The moment his fist touched his arm, Zhou Weiguo realized how wrong he was. An unstoppable force burst out from Chen Feng's fist. Now Zhou Weiguo suspected that he had been hit by a small truck traveling at full speed. Under the impact of this strange force that was like an overwhelming force, Zhou Weiguo flew backwards and hit the wall heavily. Zhou Weiguo leaned against the wall with dull eyes. Only then did Zhou Weiguo finally understand why Chen Feng insisted on letting him wear protective gear. Even if he used hard qigong, he couldn't resist that terrible strange force. Fortunately, he was wearing protective gear, so Zhou Weiguo was not seriously injured. However, Zhou Weiguo still had a strange feeling. It seemed that Chen Feng had restrained some of his strength when he hit him just now. No, that's impossible. If Chen Feng could still beat himself so badly even after restraining his strength, then how terrifying would Chen Feng's full-strength attack be? Even the official members of that special forces don't have such terrifying power. It must be that Chen Feng's previous punch knocked him unconscious, which caused him to have hallucinations. Boss, are you okay? Wang Peng and Wu Yuan rushed forward immediately. Chen Feng also followed them with some shame. Chen Feng was too focused on that punch just now, and he overestimated Zhou Weiguo's defense. Fortunately, Chen Feng withdrew his strength in time when he hit Zhou Weiguo, so Zhou Weiguo was not hurt by the punch. It's okay, I'm not hurt. Zhou Weiguo spoke quickly, but he couldn't lift his hands for the time being. Wang Peng immediately checked Zhou Weiguo's hands. Fortunately, Zhou Weiguo was just exhausted and not injured. Zhou Weiguo only needs to rest for a few hours to recover. But now Zhou Weiguo's face is not looking good. After all, Zhou Weiguo was an elite member of the Special Forces. As a result, he was beaten like this by his own boss with one punch, and he completely lost all his face. Isn't your boss a rich young man? How could there be such a terrifying power? It's not enough that he has a high talent for martial arts, but his physical fitness is so terrifyingly strong. He is simply a monster. Wait, the results of Chen Feng's previous physical test didn't show such terrifying power. What's going on? Boss, how come you've become so strong all of a sudden? Zhou Weiguo looked at Chen Feng and asked, but the tone of his voice was indescribably sad, just like a young wife who has been wronged. I used hard qigong when I punched just now. I felt like my strength suddenly increased a lot. Chen Feng began to explain. Fortunately, he now has an excuse like hard qigong, otherwise Chen Feng would have no way to explain it. Hearing this, Zhou Weiguo and the other two did not have any doubts. After practicing hard qigong, they did have a significant improvement in strength, but the degree of improvement was not so exaggerated. Zhou Weiguo and the other two simply attributed this situation to their poor qualifications. They have been shocked by Chen Feng's talent many times recently. Maybe it's because they are numb, but this time they calmly accepted such a result. By the way, should we continue with our training plan? Chen Feng asked. Chapter 68 Wang Mei Su's Court Summons. By the way, should we continue with our training plan? Chen Feng's words sounded like the devil's whisper to Zhou Weiguo and the other two. They saw what Chen Feng did to Zhou Weiguo with just one punch. Serve as a sparring partner for Chen Feng? How dare they do that? Although they were prepared to die for Chen Feng, they definitely did not want to die in this way. That death is so worthless. Zhou Weiguo shook his head like a rattle, his face full of displeasure. What about my training plan? Chen Feng frowned slightly and spoke. Boss, don't worry. The purpose of actual combat training is to improve combat intuition. Boss, that punch you threw just now has already shown that your fighting instincts are very strong. There is no point in having actual combat training with us. We've heard of a special training method before, and I think it's very suitable for you, boss. Zhou Weiguo spoke. The training method Zhou Weiguo mentioned was exactly what they encountered during the Special Forces selection. They need to face 8 tennis ball servers surrounding them that launch tennis balls at high speed and make sure they are not hit by the tennis balls. Zhou Weiguo and the others were unable to pass this test, but Zhou Weiguo felt that with the ability Chen Feng had shown now, he might be able to do it. It only took Wu Yuan half an hour to create 8 tennis serving machines that could serve at a speed of 50 meters per second. Wu Yuan arranged them into a circle with a radius of 10 meters, and Chen Feng was at the center of the circle. Each tennis ball only takes 0.2 seconds to hit Chen Feng. Chen Feng needs to avoid tennis balls during this period, and the longer he can persist, the better. Of course, it would be even better if Chen Feng could hold the tennis ball directly in his hand. Among Zhou Weiguo and the other two, Wu Yuan, who had the fastest reaction, only lasted 2 minutes. As for Wang Peng and Zhou Weiguo, they could only last about 1 minute. Now Zhou Weiguo and others are also very curious about how long their talented boss can last. Boss, when you're ready, just say something and I'll turn on the switch. Wu Yuan spoke to Chen Feng, who was at the center of the circle. Let's get started. Chen Feng bent down slightly, guarding against the tennis ball shot towards him. After Wu Yuan's setting, the 8-ball machines did not fire at the same time, but fired tennis balls towards Chen Feng, who was at the center of the circle in a different pattern. Call out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the first sound of the tennis ball being launched rang out, countless tennis balls shot towards Chen Feng. Now Chen Feng seemed to be facing a barrage of tennis balls. However, When Chen Fong focused his attention, the tennis ball shot out at high speed became like the mosquito he had seen in the bedroom before, and its speed slowed down visibly. Chen Fong simply stretched out his hand and easily grasped the first tennis ball that shot towards him, followed by the second, the third. Originally, Zhou Weiguo and the other two were prepared to see Chen Feng's embarrassed look. As a result, Chen Feng easily caught every tennis ball shot at him. Chen Feng is now like a martial arts master. Is the boss really the one who just practiced martial arts? Wu Yuan couldn't help but ask. But the response he received was a dead silence. What Zhou Weiguo and the other three were concerned about next was how long Chen Feng could hold on. After all, a person's energy is limited. Although Chen Feng looks so relaxed now, he must be facing considerable pressure. One mistake and you'll be hit by the tennis ball. For 1 minute, Chen Feng was still relaxed and able to catch every tennis ball shot towards him. For 3 minutes, Chen Feng was still in good shape and no tennis ball could break through his defense. After 5 minutes, Chen Feng was already feeling a little tired. The speed of the tennis balls in his eyes began to increase so that he could not catch every tennis ball. However, those tennis balls that were missed were all easily avoided by Chen Feng. During the following period, Chen Feng missed more and more tennis balls. At 10 minutes and 53 seconds, Chen Feng was finally hit by a tennis ball shot from behind, ending the test. Chen Feng sat directly on the ground, sweating all over. This test is quite difficult. How are my grades? Chen Feng asked while panting. It seems that I can't maintain such a special state for a long time. However, Chen Feng had a hunch that as long as he continued to train, he would be able to stay in that state for a longer period of time. Zhou Weiguo and the other two didn't know how to answer Chen Feng's question. You know, the person with the best score in this test that year only lasted 4 minutes and 21 seconds, and he dodged it. He didn't choose to catch the tennis ball with both hands like Chen Feng did. Compared like this, they are like heaven and earth. Zhou Weiguo and his friends are even ashamed to mention their achievements. Boss, you are the most talented person I have ever talked about. Zhou Weiguo and the other two spoke quickly. Wu Yuan, you used the empty tool to increase the launch speed of the tennis ball. I feel that the launch speed this time is still a bit slow. Chen Feng's words were like a sledgehammer, hitting Zhou Weiguo and the other three hard. Is this speed still slow? Is Chen Feng really still a human being? Okay, boss, I'll increase the speed. Wu Yuan said with a bitter face. In fact, Wu Yuan also wanted to know where his limits as a boss were. At this moment, a bodyguard walked into the villa and handed an envelope to Chen Feng. Chen Feng picked up the envelope and saw that it was actually a court summons. That stupid bitch Wang Mei really sued me. Did this idiot really think he could get even a tiny bit of my property? But since Wang Mei, this shameless bitch, has sued me, I'll have to sue her. She can forget about the property under her name. Just as Chen Feng was about to find a good lawyer to fight this lawsuit, he thought of the special services that the black card could provide. Chen Feng took out his cell phone and called his own customer service number. As soon as Chen Feng made the call, the other party answered it immediately. Then a gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Mr. Chen Feng. I'm Su Wen, your exclusive customer service representative. How can I help you? Su Wen said softly. I have a divorce case and I need the best lawyer. Chen Feng spoke. Chapter 69. How about giving her 3 years of sewing machine service? Okay, Mr. Chen. We've understood your needs. Once we have contacted a suitable lawyer, we will contact you as soon as possible. Is there anything else I can help you with? Su Wen's tone was still polite. There is none left. Chen Feng spoke. Originally, Chen Feng thought that it would take at least 1 or 2 days to find a lawyer for himself. But less than half an hour later, Su Wen called Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, we have prepared a legal team for you, among whom lawyer Zhang San will serve as your primary defense lawyer. A detailed list of the legal team has been sent to your phone. If you are not satisfied with anything, please communicate with us in time. Lawyer Zhang San is a giant in the Chinese legal community. If you perform poorly, you can send the opponent in. If you perform normally, you can send the opponent's lawyer in. If you perform exceptionally well, you can even send the person who hits the hammer in. As for the lawyers on the legal team's list, none of them are famous and their winning rate is amazing. With such a team of lawyers, they can sue multinational corporations and a small divorce case can be easily won. As for the huge commission required to hire such a team of lawyers, Chen Feng didn't care at all. For Chen Feng, who controls the system, money is just a number. What Chen Feng really cared about was to vent his anger on Wang Mei and make this despicable woman get the end she deserved. I am very satisfied with this legal team. Chen Feng's face was filled with an unconcealable smile. Now Chen Feng can predict Wang Mei's ending. Okay, Mr. Chen, your legal team will have a video conference with you later to fully understand the case. When the court officially opens, they will arrive at the scene. I'll send you a video conference invitation link after I hang up the phone. Chen Fong directly entered the video conference. When Chen Fong saw the familiar face of lawyer Zhang San, he suddenly felt extremely relieved. You know, with lawyer Zhang San's fame in China, there are a lot of people who want to find lawyer Zhang San to sue him. Putting aside the high legal fees, appointments take at least several months to schedule. Moreover, with the membership service of this Centurion Black Card, he can immediately connect with lawyer Zhang San and conduct a video conference immediately. Having money is such a good thing. Mr. Chen Fong, please describe the whole story. Lawyer Zhang San spoke with a humble and shy smile on his face. Under the questioning of lawyer Zhang San, Chen Fong recounted all the useful information. Lawyer Zhang San was also constantly recording information while Chen Fong was narrating. Mr. Chen, I have collected the information I want. Do you think 3 years is enough? Lawyer Zhang San pushed his glasses away and smiled modestly. 3 years. Chen Fong obviously couldn't keep up with lawyer Zhang San's pace. Your ex-wife must return all her property and be sentenced to 3 years in prison for insulting her dignity. After all, the maximum sentence for the crime of personal insult is less than 3 years in prison. If you are not satisfied, Mr. Chen, I will find another charge. Lawyer Zhang San spoke slowly. Lawyer Zhang, that's enough. I'm leaving it to you. The smile on Chen Feng's face became even more proud. He is worthy of being the famous lawyer Zhang San. The trial hasn't even started yet, but Wang Mei's sentence has already been calculated. I am so lucky to have such a lawyer to help me with the lawsuit. I hope Wang Mei can still smile on the day of the trial. Lawyer Zhu Fei, do you have a chance of winning this lawsuit? Wang Mei looked at the female lawyer in a suit in front of her and asked. Wang Mei saw this lawyer Zhu Fei in the live broadcast room. What lawyer Zhu Fei is best at is dividing the other party's property after divorce. He also often teaches his girlfriends how to transfer marital property in the live broadcast room. With the appearance of a caring older sister, she gave motivation to the majority of Jimei, helping Jimei to become rich overnight through the deal of marriage and complete the class transition. Wang Mei has been a fan of lawyer Zhu Fei for a long time, so as soon as she decided to sue Chen Fong, she came to seek help from lawyer Zhu Fei. Don't worry, Jimei. I'm the best at this kind of divorce lawsuit. Your ex-husband is such a scoundrel. They actually hid such a large amount of shared property during their marriage. Even if the child is not his, doesn't he have an obligation to support the child? Girls help girls. Jimei, leave it to me. I can definitely dig a piece of flesh out of your ex-husband. Zhu Fei patted Wang Mei on the shoulder and showed an expression of shared hatred for the enemy. Lawyer Zhu Fei, you are simply the light of women. Without you, I don't know what I would do. Wang Mei's eyes turned red, and she felt that the lawyer Zhu Fei in front of her was particularly reliable. With the help of such a well-known lawyer in the live broadcast room, wouldn't it be easy to divide the property from Chen Fong? Don't worry, I will definitely protect your interests. But the 5% commission must be given to me immediately after the property is divided. Zhu Fei's eyes were full of greed. From Wang Mei's narration, Zhu Fei also learned that Wang Mei's ex-husband was definitely a billionaire. The 5% she got from dividing up the property was enough for her to rise to fame overnight. Lawyer Zhu Fei, 5% is too much. I can only give you a maximum of 100,000 in legal fees. If you don't accept that, I'll have to find someone else. Wang Mei suddenly became alert. When it comes to money, Wang Mei will not cheat easily. Seeing that Wang Mei looked like she was going to turn around and leave if she didn't agree, lawyer Zhu Fei had no choice but to compromise. Jimei, listen to me. If you want to pay the lawyer's fees in one lump sum, that's fine. At that time, $100,000 in legal fees was too little. It should have been at least $500,000. Jimei, don't be anxious, just listen to me. Suing is not just a lawsuit, you still need connections. Now the judges and clerks of the court are all from Jimei. Girls help girls. They will definitely stand on your side and punish the scumbag. And compared to the wealth you will gain in the future, these 500,000 is nothing, don't you think, Jimei? Lawyer Zhu Fei once again began to patiently persuade the client. Wang Mei also felt that what lawyer Zhu Fei said made a lot of sense. Lawyer Zhu Fei, can you really win this case? Can I really divide up Chen Feng's property? Wang Mei was still a little nervous. If she lost the lawsuit and didn't get the property from Chen Feng, the 500,000 yuan in legal fees would cost her life. Jimei, how can you not have confidence in me? I'm always successful in divorce cases. It's so easy to divide the property from your ex-husband. I'm sure to win the lawsuit. If you don't believe me, then go find someone else. Lawyer Zhu Fei made an angry expression and spoke. Sensing the change in lawyer Zhu Fei's mood, Wang Mei suddenly panicked. Lawyer Zhu Fei is indeed the best lawyer Wang Mei can find now. If lawyer Zhu Fei refuses, then Wang Mei really doesn't know what to do. Don't be angry, lawyer Zhu Fei. I said the wrong thing. I'm just anxious. If I lose, 500,000 is a huge sum of money. Lawyer Zhu Fei, you will definitely understand me. Wang Mei said with a forced smile. I understand you. So, let's continue with the risk agency. If you win, I'll take 5% of the compensation. If you lose, I won't take a cent. How about that? Zhu Fei showed a greedy look again. Forget it then. Let's just charge by the piece. 500,000 for one price. Wang Mei backed down again. Just give me 500,000. It's much better than not taking 5% after winning. Then you have to transfer the 500,000 yuan to my account immediately. Lawyer Zhu Fei spoke quickly. Chapter 70. You also have to pay attorney fees for taking out a loan. Lawyer Zhu Fei, taking out 500,000 yuan at once is a bit too much for me.